few steps from him. "Are you hurt, Lieutenant?" "No, my princess," Wyatt replied with a respectful bow. "The traitors were surprisingly amicable." Clara nodded, then turned to the commanders, paying only a swift glance at the rest of the gathered audience who were, understandably, stunned by what had transpired. "You were saying, George Lintar?" George visibly swallowed nervously before taking a more pleading, submissive stance. "Princess Clara, why are you defending that commoner scum? He has insulted you, to the point that he wishes you harm. Such insolence alone should be punished, in equal if not greater measure to the traitors that dared attempt against the prince's life," he finished calmly, not wishing to invoke her wrath. "Brother dearest," Clara began without turning to her sibling, her face stoic and unmoving like a glacier's surface, and equally cold. "May I tell them?" "You may," the prince replied as the two royal marines calmly returned to guard him. "Thank you," she said gently before shifting to a serious, cold one. "George Lintar, illuminate me on this matter. Why should Lieutenant Wyatt Staples be punished for carrying my command?" "Your command?" Hannah Talaro asked as she exchanged a few glances with Vivian Taravis and William Hempstroke. "I'm waiting, George Lintar," Clara said, ignoring Hannah's question. George stiffened for a second before replying. "Princess Clara, I don't understand. Why would you allow this commoner to insult you? His actions, his disregard for etiquette and the proper ways of battle, his disrespect knows no bounds." "It seems your vision is as narrow as your elitism," Clara replied coldly. "Several traitors have been exposed and will be dealt with accordingly, and yet you care more about bringing the hammer down upon an innocent man?" She questioned, eyes narrowing slightly. "Even if this trial were to be real and Lieutenant Wyatt's actions factual, I would ask my brother, the prince, to show mercy to the man that, at the very least, saved my life once, and who has shown me great capabilities," she said, her voice firm and unshakable. William Hempstroke took a step forth, clearing his throat. "My princess, were Lieutenant Wyatt Staples' actions performed under your orders?" "Indeed," Clara replied, and with dignified grace lifted a hand in Wyatt's direction. "Lieutenant Wyatt was acting upon my orders as part of a ploy to draw out the traitor within our midst. We already had our suspicions, but we needed to be sure." Wyatt smiled internally. It was a half-truth, but were it not for the fact that he knew better, he would have believed her words without a doubt. But what could a commoner like him possibly achieve? To put at risk your honor and dignity, my princess, I simply do not understand," George admitted, staring at his princess with utter confusion. "Risks must be taken in war," Clara began, "be them abroad or at home. I won this battle. That's all that matters." Turning to the crowd, she said in a slightly louder tone, "Let it be known that I, Clara Astor of House Astor, second princess of the Astorian Principality, hereby pardon Lieutenant Wyatt Staples of all presumed charges set against him, for he was acting under my direct orders." "This entire trial was a trap?" Admiral Damien asked, not in confusion, but rather surprised. It makes sense now. These charges were petty at worst and nebulous at best. Worthy of attention? But worthy of punishment? Hardly. I must admit I'm relieved to hear that the lieutenant's apparent hostility was for show. It was a plan born from desperation and a gamble, Clara clarified. We hoped that the mastermind behind the traitors in our midst, due to the efforts of Lukacs and Vivian, felt cornered. A chance manifested itself when they tried to turn our gaze from their machinations by sacrificing a pilot who had risen to relative prominence. We were correct in that assumption and acted accordingly. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples volunteered himself to be used in our trap. I instructed him to be hostile and insulting, especially toward me, to incite the traitors to action. It was a measured risk, but one that has given us answers and peace within the fleet. The room fell silent for several moments until Hannah spoke up, gaze focused on Wyatt. "But how? You were taken into your cell. When did they have the time to contact you?" "I was not taken to my cell," Wyatt explained. "I was guided to a storage bay and then pushed into a secret passage. I can show you where it is, Commander Hannah." That aside, George interjected with tension in his voice. "Frederick claimed that you joined their cause and that you activated a detonator. Explain yourself this instant." "Gladly, Lord," Wyatt replied, smiling internally at the chance to not only prove his innocence, but also make a high and mighty blue blood eat his words from his pocket. He pulled the small cube given to him, and Lukacs let out a contemptuous hum. "A Mortax cube," Lukacs said, glaring at the small piece of equipment. "I was afraid one was eventually going to appear. And the detonator?" Wyatt reached for the badge on his chest and handed both items to Cynthia. She then passed them to Lukacs. Wyatt, after a quick inspection, he frowned and handed, "I saw you activate it too. Why didn't it work?" "I simply arched my hand, Commander Lukacs," Wyatt answered, and raised his right hand with his fingers slightly bent and his palm forming an arch. "I never touched the badge." George, unsatisfied, glared at the pilot. "You still willingly put the life of the prince in danger, commoner, and I am profusely sorry for that," Wyatt replied with a small head bow directed at the prince. "I am far more interested in how you were able to convince the traitors that you were joining them," Vivian pointed out. "I was also unaware that you had a son, Lieutenant." "That is because I don't, Commander Vivian. I wanted to see how much these traitors knew about me. They knew nothing before I joined His Majesty's fleet. I took advantage of that fact and leaned on it to appear more sympathetic and appealing to them," he explained. I might have to avoid speaking about my actual family with strangers from now on," he reasoned. "How many were there? Who are they? What did they tell you? Answer me, commoner," George demanded. "5 of them, I don't know. They wore suits and helmets with darkened visors. One of them used a voice scrambler. As for your last question, Lord, I'm afraid our liege, the prince, would like to know those details first," he said. But the prince remained stoic, impassive, forever in control and calm. "What about—" "Enough, George," William interjected. "Princess Clara has excused every action he could have committed during that time, before and after as well. Stop trying to find fault with this young man. A commoner he may be, but one that has given aid to His Majesty once more, and I, for one, will look past his undignified origin and thank him for his services." "I was merely doing my duty, Commander William," Wyatt replied humbly. "I doubt he means any of what he said, but gaining some favor from the prince and Clara can't hurt, right? Blue bloods and their games," he thought with mild amusement. "Now," Clara's voice rang once more, "does anyone else have something to say?" "I do," the prince said. "Despite his great service, there is something that plagues my mind. An error, a mistake, one that must be rectified at once. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, take a knee and lower your head. Justice shall be delivered by my hand." Wyatt was stunned for a second, and he looked into the eyes of the prince, but found nothing. Those violet eyes were emotionless and firm. Were the traitors right after all? Have my transgressions escalated to the point that my death is necessary? He thought for a moment, and his heart raced. But despite the outrage howling inside him, there was a sense of peace. Better to die at the hand of the prince. How many can boast of such a feat? "I obey." The pilot dropped to a knee without looking at anyone, and for a moment hoped to hear the protests of Clara, Cynthia, or Redford. Anyone. But none came, not even within his mind. Everything was silent. Closing his eyes, he lowered his head and did his best to expose his neck as much as possible. "Even now, I feel no fear. At least I won't give a show for petty blue bloods to enjoy." "Cynthia, your sword," the prince said, and Cynthia obeyed without hesitation. Wyatt heard the steps of the blue-haired woman and the click of her sword being released from its lock. Then she stepped back, and he took a deep breath in anticipation of the beheading strike. Instead, the prince began to speak. "Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, born of a common lineage and commoner blood, are you a loyal son of the principality?" "What? Why does he—" "Oh, must be some sort of death ritual," he reasoned. "I am, my prince. Do you recognize me as your prince, your liege?" "I do, my prince." "Given the chance, would you give your life in exchange for my own or that of any member of House Astor?" "Without hesitation, my prince," he replied sincerely, despite his mounting confusion. "Would you obey every command given without doubt nor questioning, regardless of what is asked of you to perform?" the prince asked, his voice firmer, heavier. "No, I would not," he replied, and he heard many gasps echo around him. For what reason will you disobey my direct command? For the same reason I fought the Drazan, my liege. I will do my best to save the innocent, your people, my prince, again," he replied sincerely and without fear. "If I die, I'll die without regrets," he thought calmly, his heart set at ease. "Unless there is no other option, I will never harm an innocent." "This you swear in the name of House Astor?" "I swear, my prince." "Wyatt Staples of Volantis," the prince said as he rested the side of the sword on the pilot's left shoulder, "your actions have thus far reflected the values upon which the Astorian Principality was founded, inscribed in our blood and immortalized in ink. The blood of House Astor has recognized your exemplary actions of selflessness, talent, and unwavering determination in the face of insurmountable odds. Loyalty is its own reward," he proclaimed proudly and loudly, before lifting the sword and resting it upon his right shoulder. "And those loyal to the Principality and House Astor shall be recognized. Your actions, honorable, your deeds, without reproach. Your loyalty, unquestionable, your character, unshakable. Your goals, dignified. Your courage, unflinching. Your spirit, honest. What more can be asked of such a man?" he asked and took the sword away. "Look at me." Wyatt obeyed, now overwhelmed and confused by what was happening. He thought he was going to meet his end, and instead, the prince was doing something else. He looked up at the prince and found him staring at him with the splendor and stature of a true royal. His violet eyes focused on him. Then, before he could react, the prince backhanded him. Wyatt's senses reeled from the impact, and he was momentarily dizzy and soon tasted metal inside his mouth and a warm liquid dripping down the corner of his mouth and his left nostril. He looked at the prince with confusion, but dared not touch his wounded face. Less so when he saw that some of his blood was staining the prince's hand. "From this moment onward, Wyatt Staples of Volantis, let those be the last drops of blood you shed as a commoner," the prince stated. What? Wyatt screamed inside his mind, and he trembled. "Let the pain cleanse your body and be a reminder of what you were, what you've become, and what you are." The prince took a step back when the blue-haired woman closed the distance between them faster than he could blink, their faces mere inches apart as she stared her icy blue eyes directly into his soul. A few seconds later, she pulled back and he stopped trembling. Sitting down again, she continued, "You were a commoner, Wyatt, no more. Now you're a Knight Banneret, of House Astor no less. Do you know what it means to be a Knight Banneret?" Wyatt shook his head. "It means, Wyatt, that a great or royal house, House Astor in this case, has recognized your efforts and achievements and has extended its protection to you. Now you carry a measure of responsibility to bring honor and prestige to your benefactor's house." Wyatt's mind swirled and he felt the sudden urge to vomit as the rules and structure of the world as he knew it was shattered in an instant. "Ease up, Wyatt. You're a noble now, a lesser noble, but a noble in your own right." Her expression fell slightly. "Before knowing you better, I would have thought of you as a fool for not wishing to be a noble. The vast majority of commoners wish to become nobles, lesser nobles wish to gain standing and so forth. But you are among those precious few who reject the very notion. Then why did the prince do this? I thought he was going to end me," Wyatt admitted with some remorse. Cynthia crossed her arms. "What more proof do you need that you absolutely deserve your reward? What you've achieved has earned you at least this much, Wyatt. You thought you were going to die, and yet you accepted it with grace. I am willing to risk my name's honor that the thought of being rewarded never crossed your mind until it was done. Am I wrong?" No, you're not, but," he insisted, "I'm nothing special, Cynthia. Nothing but a pilot, a mere commoner." "Stop beating yourself down," Cynthia hissed. "You may insist on that, but you are far from worthless. I've seen what true worthlessness is and looks like, Wyatt. You are not. Like it or not, you have achieved what many seek without desiring it." I will try, Cynthia," Wyatt replied and then relaxed on his bed. "Wait, if you're here, where's Clara?" "She's in a meeting alongside the commanders, Admiral Damien and the Prince. You've been out cold for 3 hours, in case you want to know. News about your knighting has spread across the ship and the fleet. You're the talk of the fleet, Wyatt. Congratulations, she said in a slightly teasing tone. I see, Wyatt replied quietly. Knight Banneret. I don't know how to be a noble. I barely know how to be a lieutenant. I don't want to end up like a pompous moron with an inflated ego, Cynthia. That's very forward of you, Wyatt, Cynthia pointed out. I've already said worse about Serhan Gimor, said the lieutenant. If that didn't get me killed when it did, I guess now it doesn't matter if only you hear me. Careful. You might develop pretentiousness and pettiness the likes of George Lintar suffers from, she joked. If I do, kill me, Wyatt replied with a smile and a chuckle. It's going to take a while before I'm comfortable with the idea of being a noble now. You will learn and adapt, Wyatt. Believe it or not, being a noble is not as difficult as long as you don't engage in the petty squabbles and disputes that oh so plague the battle between houses. That will likely be the problem of your future offspring, said the blue-haired woman. Are you trying to ensure I remain celibate? I wouldn't like to put such a burden on my hypothetical kids, Wyatt retorted with a smile. That aside, now that I have more responsibilities, to House Astor of all houses, do I get any privileges? Like better pay, a better retirement plan, or similar? Cynthia blinked, baffled. Better retirement, she exhaled slowly. Technically, yes, you get all that and more, but why did you immediately think of monetary rewards? I haven't sent anything to my family in almost 6 months. Being posted as a compost hauler pays little, and I would like to send more than normal to my parents and brothers. I don't know if they are having difficulties or anything of the sort. Oh, it would also be nice to afford to message them more often, he explained as a placid smile spread across his lips. In that case, yes. You will see a substantial increase in your wages, Wyatt, Cynthia replied softly. But more than that, you will receive 3 additional implants and 1 more that comes as a gift from my sister once we reach Matcha in Finnegan territory. You will also have the right to bear your own heraldic shield and sigil. And most importantly, as a Knight Banneret of House Astor, you no longer have to obey blindly the orders of every noble. You shall now only respond to an Astor or anyone they appoint you to obey, she smirked. For example, a Winfield. Wyatt was stunned for a moment, then slowly his smile widened. I take it that means you're no longer that conflicted about your knighthood? She asked, in a playful tone. Try as he may, he couldn't wipe out the smile off his face. Cynthia then removed his bounds after ensuring he was relaxed and wouldn't faint again. After a few minutes of idle talk, Cynthia received a message from Clara, summoning them both to her chambers. They quickly made their way there, and after Cynthia secured their entry, Wyatt bowed his head in respect. Princess, he greeted, then paused and straightened up. I'm afraid I don't know how to greet you, Clara. Don't bother with such useless things, Clara replied in her usual mellow tone as she sat at her table. With a wave of her hand, she invited her friends to accompany her. I wonder if I'll ever get used to her when she's serious. She's frightening when she's like that. I much prefer this, her amicable side, Wyatt thought as he and Cynthia sat down. His mouth watered when he noticed the exquisite sweets on the table. Please, help yourself, Wyatt. Or should I start calling you Sir Knight? Clara pondered with a teasing smirk. Don't, please. Wyatt chuckled as he reached for a cookie with the magical substance called chocolate encrusted into it. Everything went so fast, and now I'm a lesser noble, a Knight Banquet. Knight Banneret, Cynthia corrected, all too eagerly drinking a cup of tea and eating 2 cookies in quick succession. Yes, that. Thank you, Cynthia, Wyatt replied. And you truly deserve your title and everything that comes with it, my dear Wyatt. She sipped her tea, humming softly, pleased. This day has been far, far too long and stressful. For the time being, the threat of the traitors has been dealt with. Frederick Anderson has been put in confinement and is being interrogated as we speak. Milcades is not a gentle interrogator, but he is rather efficient. Several dozens of captures and arrests have been performed, with most of them being executed. Bottom feeders and easily fooled idiots that hold no information give us nothing, she explained. Cruel, but she's right. If the traitors convinced others to join them with the same lies and spiel they used on me, then they were never loyal to begin with. There's no need to waste resources and space on them. Why risk a mutiny or another assassination attempt by holding them prisoners? Wyatt reasoned, nodding once as he ate his cookie and reached for a cake. On a brighter note, not even George was brave enough to question my brother's decision, Wyatt. Officially, you are now a Knight Banneret of House Astor, and I have a gift for you, she said excitedly, and set her teacup down before reaching to her left to pick up a small violet box with a small blue bow tie on it. Enjoy, Wyatt. Wyatt was about to say, I can't accept it. But then he remembered that he had, technically speaking, accepted a gift from her in the past. Twice. It's not the same as sweets, but at this point, I have no right to refuse her gesture. Thank you, Clara, he said, and accepted the small rectangular box. He looked at it with a raised eyebrow before noticing that Clara was looking at him expectantly. Clearing his throat nervously, he opened the box and found... A knitting set? He muttered, his smile spreading as he saw the various tools, needles, yarn balls, and more. You remembered? Clara clapped her hands together. Of course. I also enjoy knitting, and I have more than enough sets with me. Besides, I may finally have someone to knit with. Cynthia is terrible at it. Clara! Cynthia exclaimed, blushing. Am I wrong? Clara giggled while Cynthia awkwardly served herself another cup of tea. More so, Wyatt. I would like to inform you that my brother has granted me full authority over you. I know how that sounds, but all it means is that you will serve me directly, much like Cynthia does. Wyatt chuckled. I was sort of already doing that, so it is now official? Clara nodded. Closing the box and setting it aside, he continued. Does that mean that I'm no longer part of the Royal Navy? Good heavens, no. Redford shall remain as your commanding officer, and you're still a lieutenant. My uncle must be stopped, and the Royal Navy can't ill afford losing people like you, Wyatt, she said, and bit on a cookie. After a sip of tea, she continued. You should go and rest, Wyatt. Don't worry, you will be safe from harm. Tomorrow, we shall pay a visit to Uriel Hoax and complete our transaction. Speaking of him, what about the Drazan? Wyatt asked tentatively. The captain of the disabled destroyer is a stubborn one, but it will eventually break. So far, all data shows that the Drazan came on their own, but I highly doubt that. I hope to be wrong in that regard, and that this incursion was merely a daring assault. Nothing more, Clara replied. Wyatt nodded. I understand. What about Galt Tirome and the others? Pardoned, and they shall be joining us as part of our crew. The few that refused to aid us against the Drazan were executed as traitors not only to the Principality, but to humanity, of course. Clara's eyes narrowed slightly. I despised the Drazan before. Now, after your tale and what I've seen in Woodshaft, if I never have to deal with a Drazan ever again, it'll be too soon. And if I do, I'll make sure to burn every raider I come across. I pledge my undying loyalty and fealty to you, O beautiful Princess you. Yes, burn them all, Wyatt cried out in his mind, unable to hide his approving expression. As he was about to drink more of the curiously relaxing tea, something clicked in his mind. Clara? Why did you say that Galt Tirome would be joining us as part of our crew? As pardoned traitors, I don't think many will welcome them in the exalted virtue. The commoner crew members from the Caiston fleet were one thing since they had little choice, but nobles? Wyatt asked, confused. Does it work differently for them? I don't think they can switch teams that easily, right? It is more simple than that, Wyatt. Clara sipped from her tea and smiled, slightly tilting her head in the process. I need a crew after all, seeing as the Noir Navio is now my ship. Chapter 25. Noir Navio, 2 hours after Wyatt's incarceration. Do you understand what I'm asking of you, Galt Tirome? Clara asked softly, but her voice was heavy, menacing. Galt nodded slowly as he and his comrades rested on their knees before the princess. My princess, even if you had not asked us to testify in favor of Lieutenant Wyatt, we would have done so regardless. He saved our lives, and more than that, he fought against the Drazan raiders with honor and in such a way that I've never seen anyone approach ship-to-ship combat before. I'm happy to hear that your gratitude is genuine, said the princess, her tone relaxing slightly. Although I'm surprised that you, all of you, are not bothered by the fact that Lieutenant Wyatt Staples is a mere commoner. Normally that would be the case, Galt replied as his companions chose to remain silent. But if there's something I've learned throughout my career is that in battle, ranks, noble and military matter very little when there's a gun pointed at your face. I've faced pirates, rebels, and all sorts of criminals before, my princess. When I started my service, I viewed them as fools and idiots who stepped out of line with the system that defines our great principality. Whenever a pirate vessel refused to surrender, I used to think, how dare they disobey their betters? That was until one of them boarded the magnificent Luster when I was but an ensign. I nearly died that day, but a commoner saved me at the cost of her life. I didn't know her. She just died to save my life. That event changed your views? Clara asked, interested. Galt nodded. It did, Your Majesty. After that day, instead of seeing her sacrifice as merely her duty as a commoner, I wanted to honor her in some way. I began to learn more about commoners, their restrictions and their duties, and realized that we were not so different. I practically hold no power within House Tyrone. I belong to a branch house, and even then, I'm so far removed from the candidacy line that I might as well not be there. Joining the military was my only opportunity to earn recognition and accolades. Cynthia, standing next to Clara, spoke up next. You mentioned that you served on a battlecruiser. The Grace of Divination, if I recall correctly. What led you to that position? A good record, faithful service, and bravery in battle, Lady Cynthia, Galt replied. I soared through the ranks, married, had my daughter, and I was content with my position and duties, until I and many others started to see strange deployments and restructuring across the First Patrol. By the time I was handpicked by Lord Samuel and transferred to the Samuel's Glory, now the Noir Navio, it was already too late to do anything about the coming coup. House Tyrone is subservient to House Cayston, and instead of sending potential heirs to serve, they sent those already in the military, Galt explained, sharing a quick glance among his kneeling comrades. Each of us has similar stories. Very few were Cayston loyalists to the core, but the commoners, they had little choice but to obey. You're a sensible, reasonable man, Galt Tyrone. That much I can appreciate. I have been informed that your actions, and that of those that followed your example, were of great aid during the battle against the Drazan, Clara began. However, as traitors, my orders were clear. No prisoners are to be taken. And yet, here you are. All because of a commoner took pity on you. Galt didn't flinch under her cold gaze, but he accepted her words without shame. Wyatt Staples is the sole reason we are alive, my princess. This I know. To go against your orders, will you punish him for his insolence? I would under normal circumstances. Clara's expression softened. But his decision proved to be useful to our cause. We gained the Noir Navio, a powerful and advanced vessel. Sparing your lives not once but twice ensured your cooperation and, most importantly, it allowed said vessel to participate in the battle properly. Your treason can be overlooked thanks to his actions, but what am I to do with you? Galt Tyrone bowed his head before replying. Your Majesty, I implore you, spare the rest of my crew. They have families and were only following orders given by Lord Samuel. Only I knew about the encryption key and his intent. If any of us has to die, let it be me. However, if I may ask, will Lieutenant Wyatt live? Clara and Cynthia paused for a moment before the princess replied. Why would you worry about his well-being, Lieutenant Commander? I do not know the lieutenant, but he spared our lives, and then twice after one of us disrespected him gravely. He only punched the insolent woman unconscious, and I highly doubt that he knew he had the right to execute us for such a transgression. Even if did, I don't believe he would have done so. He is a man of integrity and honor, that much I can tell. Furthermore, and I pray I do not sound kowtowing, but during the battle against the Drazan, never in my life have I been more eager to follow a man's commands. Commoner or not, Lieutenant Wyatt saved many lives and obtained a victory that would have ensured the promotion of a captain into a rear admiral seat, Galt explained. And therein lies the key problem, Clara said, her tone cold and calculative. You, all of you, saw him take command of the Noir Navio. Even if it was through a convenient loophole, a commoner sat at the command chair of a ship and took to battle with it. Such a thing cannot be allowed. He will be sentenced to death. Galt looked up at her in disbelief, and his mouth went agape. She smiled, and her expression softened once more. Or that would be the case were it not for the fact that everyone of importance believes my bodyguard was the one in command of the Noir Navio during the battle. Galt, alongside his comrades, was visibly relieved upon hearing her words. Then, We've become a liability, he reasoned, and we must be silenced in order to save him. Had you not provided aid, much like the 13 among you that turned their backs on humanity due to their egos and misplaced loyalties, you would be dead right now, executed and disgraced, like they have been dealt with already, she stated matter-of-handly. Some of the kneeling men and women whispered amongst each other, muttering the names of the deceased and lamenting their loss, but no outrage sparked. So what am I going to do with you? Killing us would be the best solution, Your Majesty. Silencing those who can't be trusted with such information for the sake of a greater good, Galt replied, shaking slightly. For what is worth, I will aid the lieutenant during his trial however I can. The truth shall die with me. I swear it on my daughter's life. Clara smiled slightly at that. There is no need to go that far, Galt Tirome. As an act of mercy, I shall make all of you an offer. Renounce Duke Draymor's actions, renounce your oath to the houses that you serve, renounce House Cayston, and swear an oath to me and House Astor, and I shall see to it that you are pardoned from your crimes and allow you to serve my brother, the prince, once more. I have already besmirched the name and honor of my house by disobeying the last command of Lord Samuel. The standing within my house is likely dead, regardless of the outcome of this conflict, Galt said, but once again bowed his head slightly. Lieutenant Wyatt mentioned that I had the power to make a choice. He chose to fight for the principality. Now you, my princess, present us with the chance to choose without a choice, death or fealty. I never threatened your lives, Galt Tirome. Accept my offer, and when my uncle is defeated and my brother returned to his rightful seat, you shall be rewarded for your loyalty whilst the traitors shall be dealt with. Your families and loved ones shall be safe, for the enemy shall not know that you still live. Refuse it, and as a show of mercy, instead of a blade, you shall remain imprisoned and later judged fairly, said Clara calmly. I have no interest in giving people false hope or fake choices, Galt Tirome. Do you and your companions accept my offer or not? Galt turned to his comrades, and all of them nodded slowly one by one. Closing his eyes, he turned to the blonde woman and bowed his head deeply. Princess Clara, we, the surviving crew of the Samuel's Glory, surrender our lives to you, and swear loyalty upon your name and that of House Astor, renouncing our previous oaths to our treacherous lords and ladies. Clara smiled. I'm relieved that you've seen reason, she said, and turned to leave with Cynthia behind her, leaving Galt Tirome and his comrades to be escorted to the Noir Navio's brig by 5 Royal Marines. Once the 2 women were walking down an empty hallway, she continued. That was easier than I expected. Galt Tirome is a sensible man. His comrades trust him to speak for them, too. He's a good officer, albeit bound and ensnared by protocol and etiquette. He's a career military man, Clara. It seems Wyatt's interference was more than fortunate. He shall be useful, Cynthia added. We shall see, Clara countered. Cynthia, be honest with me. Do you think I'm making a mistake by giving presumed traitors a second chance? Cynthia hummed deeply. Galt and the rest of the crew were instrumental in our success. Without an AI, even our capabilities were stretched to the limit during the battle. Truthfully, I would have executed them without his intervention when the Noir Navio was captured. Wyatt's decision to take them as his prisoners proved to be beneficial. I say they deserve their second chance. Their actions shall be closely followed, and they will be removed if they squander your mercy, Clara. Clara hummed softly. Thank you, Cynthia. I too believe that they have earned their pardon. What convinced me that they may be salvageable was that most of them were able to look past the barriers that separate commoners and nobility. How many could choose to obey a commoner even if it was to fight a monstrous enemy? Such a thing would drive half of the Royal Navy officers mad with indignation at the mere thought of having that option presented to them, Clara said with mild disdain. Cynthia nodded, softly chuckling as she did so. I will enjoy seeing the faces of many during the trial. Insulting a royal to her face? A dangerous proposition. A surefire way to get the attention of the traitors within our midst, if nothing else, Clara agreed. But for now, there's much to do and much to prepare. Clara, Cynthia called out, do you think it'll be wise to elevate Wyatt into nobility? He's made numerous remarks, both in person and through actions, that he doesn't like nobility, and to make him a knight banneret? Even for you, that's dangerously reckless and a high thing to ask the prince for. Clara came to a halt and turned to face her best friend with a tender smile. If his outlandish plan is successful and the traitors are exposed, then none shall question his ennoblement. If it fails and he dies, a posthumous elevation will be accepted. If it fails but he survives, then many will complain. Likely William, George, and Frederick will be the loudest voices, but ultimately it will go through a royal decree. Wyatt has earned at least that much. That doesn't answer my question, Clara, Cynthia pressed on. Clara sighed softly. I suppose it doesn't, but Wyatt has no option in this matter. He shall become a knight banneret of House Astor and shall serve directly under my authority. Brother Dearest isn't the only one who has a keen eye for talent. Cynthia crossed her arms and smirked. Admit it. You just want a personal fighter pilot for you to exploit. Will you bribe him with sweets and snacks? He seems to thoroughly enjoy those. Clara blushed profusely and raised a finger at her friend. Shush, you! Then turned around with an indignant huff and walked away while Cynthia chuckled in victory, following closely behind her friend and princess. Present time, Woodshaft. Clara was brought out of her stupor when Cynthia placed the two important and valuable pieces of paper in front of her. She had barely slept at all, but she was ready to properly conclude the deal she had forged with the master of Woodshaft, Uriel Hoax. Taking the pen and preparing her signet, she smiled contently. Wyatt watched as Clara signed the promised papers, and then, after placing a seal on them both, she handed them over to a waiting Uriel Hoax, who took them graciously. He spent a minute or two reading them and then smirked, chuckling to himself. It is done, said Clara with a serious yet friendly tone, still diplomatic but bereft of the stoicism that he'd seen her use during their first meeting. As agreed, the destroyers are yours and so are the freighters. Over 20,000 personnel have taken your offer and signed on. Despite the casualties we took, having the prince himself come to save them and seeing Royal Marines in action, knowing a princess was here and refused to leave them behind, really motivated many to follow you, princess, Uriel Hoax said as he took a cigar and put it in his mouth, lightening it with his prosthetic. You also got two large haulers and their surviving crew if you'll have them. Poor bastards, they got hit the hardest by the Drazen when they arrived. They can't pay their dues to the Castons anymore, so they'll throw their lot with you, princess. They shall be welcomed once they are approved, Clara replied with a smile. What about my mercenaries? Signed on as ready to go. Plenty of my now ex-guards, a few sewer rats, ruffians, and squatters joined them after feeling pretty damn inspired. Heard the bastards managed to stand their ground and held out against 20 of those damned walking plants before one of your watchdogs came to finish the job. Congratulations, princess. You got yourself over 500 barely worth a damn greener-than-leaves mercenaries. Uriel jested before taking a long drag out of his cigar. They will be useful, somehow, Clara replied, not terribly enthused. Is it just me, or does she sound disappointed by that? Wyatt thought, glad that his helmet hid his playful smirk. You got plenty of independent engineers, mechanics, technicians, electrical specialists, comms specialists, EVA personnel, and more to keep your ships working. Just, without much discipline on their records. He jested once more, but to his credit, it wasn't as apparent this time around. They're your people and your problem now, princess. Will Woodshaft be able to survive without them? The princess asked, showing mild concern. With them leaving and the casualties we took, that leaves a pretty big hole to fill. But Woodshaft never stays empty for long. More will come, especially now that the caste and local forces have been gutted. The Third Fleet seems to be in shambles, and with the brewing conflict, I doubt they'll be able to spare a significant force just to take us over. Many will come seeking refuge and perhaps deserters and valuable ships. We'll need them, Uriel clarified before taking another long drag. All in all, it was a good transaction. The Caston station is now mine and will make a fine addition to my home. What if another Drazen raiding party comes along? Wyatt asked, concerned. Unless they are as strong as the raiding party that tried to hit us, I doubt we'll see any more of those kindling fuel abominations in quite some time. Just in case, I'll see to it that we prepare a protocol for quick evacuations. I would not like to become part of their feed, Uriel growled with disgust. Otherwise, we'll do all right. For what is worth, you have my loyalty and my thanks, Princess. Long live House Astor and all that, he said, waving a hand dispassionately. I thank you for your earnest and sincere declaration of support and cooperation, my dear Uriel, Clara replied in a similarly dismissive, nonchalant tone, which caused the long-haired man to chuckle in approval. Now that business is done, you, Uriel said, turning his gaze at Wyatt, must be Wyatt, the Woodshaft Ace. He barked a merry laugh. You are crazy! I saw your battle through the scanners and later through leaked footage from your fleet. He chuckled deeply. Congratulations, said the man, extending a hand to Wyatt. Wyatt accepted it and shook hands with Uriel. It was a stupid mistake on my part. I was lucky I survived that encounter. Uriel ended the shake and glanced at Clara and Cynthia, noticing the way they sat and smirked, narrowing his eyes. Ah, so you're a commoner, Princess? I didn't know you mingled with such individuals, he teased, stopping himself from saying something offensive. I never said that Wyatt was a noble when you asked, now did I? Clara replied, her composure unchanging. Wyatt blinked, pausing for a moment, then realized what he had done. Since I'm a noble now, I shouldn't shake hands anymore with others. No, if I'm going to be a noble, then I'll be one on my own terms. I won't let that change me or define me. I refuse, he thought solemnly, and filled with unflinching determination. Then he nodded and gave Uriel a respectful salute. I'm no longer a commoner, but I am by birth, Uriel. Now it was Uriel's turn to open his eyes and looked confused. You're a commoner by birth? But that would mean that you got elevated, or did you buy a knight title? You can tell him, Wyatt, came the voice of Clara through his implant. I was ennobled not too long ago. Yesterday, in fact, Wyatt revealed. I'm a knight banneret. Uriel coughed violently, regretting his choice to inhale as Wyatt revealed the information. Well, I'll be damned. Ha! Let me guess, you belong to House Astor? He said, glancing at the princess. Clara put a hand over the other and tilted her head slightly. Your advice was certainly useful, my dear Uriel. I took it to heart. Advice? What advice? Wyatt asked himself, but a moment later pushed the thoughts aside, figuring that if it was important, Clara would tell him eventually. You really do have dangerous, sharp fangs, my princess, Uriel complimented. If I may know, where are you from? We get plenty of visitors from across 5 sectors, and I'd like to give the Woodshaft Ace a gift of my own as a show of goodwill, you know? Wyatt waited for a moment, but when he didn't receive a command from Clara, he took the initiative. Volantis. Volantis, Volantis, Gimor territory, Uriel recalled, and his eyes flickered for a few moments. Hope you enjoy my gift? The traitor died during the assault, and not many have a taste for Lachoa. He turned to Clara. Should I send it to the Nornavio along with the other supplies? Clara nodded, but Wyatt perked up at the mention of the bugs. It had been far too long since he ate a Lachoa. Clara's sweets were far more delicious, but he had a soft spot for the tasty bugs. He licked his lips without realizing it. The princess stood up, and so did Uriel. Our deal is done. The fleet shall depart, said, and Uriel bowed his head, taking a drag from his cigar and exhaling the smoke through his nostrils. The trio left the room and were escorted back outside, where 10 Royal Marines waited for them. Now that everyone knew who she was, even more people gave her ample room and showed reverence as she made her way through the station. Would you like to visit the station, Clara? Wyatt asked, remembering their original plan during their first arrival. Your offer is appreciated, Wyatt, but I think I'd like to return to our ship and continue with the preparations. Do you wish to venture and find dried meats and toasted beans? She replied. She remembered something so trivial, Wyatt noted before replying. No need. After the Drazen assault, I doubt I'll find any whatsoever. I have some spare time on my hands, and I don't know what to do. In that case, Cynthia joined in, why don't you join us? Clara is going to meet with a select few personnel chosen by Redford himself and give her approval. Being the captain of a ship is certainly more annoying than I originally believed, Clara admitted with a deep sigh. But if it is part of my new duties, then I shan't complain too much. I obey, Wyatt replied, smiling softly. He followed the princess until they reached the dock that the Noir Navio was stationed at, and he paused for a moment to admire the deadly but beautiful ship. There were personnel in EVA suits and small drones flying about as they loaded supplies and small containers into the ship, under the watchful eyes of Marines hand-picked by Juliana herself. "They haven't stopped loading since we left," he commented offhandedly. "Uriel was rather generous with what he could give. Take pride, Wyatt. You were instrumental in safeguarding this place," Cynthia replied. Wyatt wanted to reply, but no words formed in his throat. They boarded the elevator and he watched all... Wyatt wanted to reply, but no words formed in his throat. They boarded the elevator and he watched all around him, seeing people working throughout the many docks of Woodshaft, tending to ships, civilian, freighters, and Royal Navy vessels alike. For a brief moment, he allowed himself to feel proud of what he'd done. He had aided in the defense of Woodshaft and had killed many Drazen in the process. Perhaps, he thought as he glanced at Clara and Cynthia, and he relaxed, feeling at ease. Perhaps I'm not entirely worthless after all. When they reached the top, they found Commander Redford examining several people lined up before him. Among the humans, he spotted 8 Ikantis in their suits. He focused on the Ikantis and smiled. While he held no particular fondness for the hierarchy, he was surprisingly fond of the smaller avian aliens and had come to know plenty about their culture, their lifestyle, and the hierarchy. The aliens were small, barely reaching past 4 feet in stature when fully grown. Their legs were typical of most avian species, but the Ikanti had 6 toes ending in small but sharp claws. Their legs made up a third of their total size and were dense. They were also flightless, as they evolved away from soaring in the sky, unlike most avians tended to evolve. Throughout hundreds of thousands of years, they had lost their wings, except for a pair of small, colorful vestigial wings on their backs that only served for mating purposes. How that worked, Wyatt didn't know. Instead, they were built for running, intelligence, agility, and dexterity. They explained their tails, as they needed them to balance their weight and center of gravity when running. Their tails were nearly a meter in length, not just feathers like the ones Clixol had. They stood up straight, giving them a very human-like appearance, and even had 2 arms that ended in 6 dexterous fingers tipped with short claws. Despite their small size, Ikantis were as strong as a regular human, and their kicks were legendary and lightning fast. Their torsos were also similar to a human's, but their chests were almost entirely made out of a hard rib cage that protected their hearts and lungs, while their stomach were slim as a general rule. Also, surprise, surprise, no breasts, which made it incredibly difficult to tell male from female for strangers. The difference was found in the feathers that ran from the back of their heads all the way to the tip of their tails, and that were also present across their forearms, thighs, the wings on their backs, and the sides of their necks. Males had shorter feathers, usually ranging in blue, green, yellow, and orange colors. Females had longer, brighter feathers, and their coloration ranged from turquoise, aquamarine, lavender, and several shades of pink. The rest of their bodies were covered by a layer of smooth gray fur, regardless of gender. Finally, their faces. Their beaks were pointy, like that of a spear, but they were short. They had 6 eyes, 2 facing forward, 2 smaller ones located a little behind their first set, and the third set was located nearly to the sides of their heads, giving them an incredible vision range and field of view. Unsurprisingly, they lacked the immense variety of facial expressions that humans possessed, but they weren't devoid of them. Wyatt liked the Ikanti, and he had never met one that he disliked too much. He chuckled at that. Granted, every Ikanti I've met pretty much doesn't fill the mold of the hierarchy. I don't know if that's good or bad, he thought as he approached his commanding officer. You! The energetic voice coming from a translator suddenly cut through his comm system. Wyatt blinked in confusion until he saw a Ikanti barely past the meter-tall mark step out of line and point a finger at him with a shaky arm. "Excuse you? How did you enter my—" Wyatt asked, but was cut off when the Ikanti stepped angrily toward him, eyes fixated on him. He came to a halt a few steps in front of him, eyes blazing with indignation as he strained his neck upward to glare at him. "You are the bumbling ape that wrecked that fighter I saw in the hangar, aren't you? Do you have any idea how much time I'm going to spend fixing her up before she can fly again?" "No, of course you don't, you crazy fool," the Yikanti said, somehow standing imposing against the much taller human. "You better thank me for fixing her up, you bumbling worm brain." Excuse me, what?" Wyatt replied, taken aback by the awkward situation. "Who even are you? How are you speaking with me right now?" "I hacked your comms," the Yikanti explained, as if it was the natural thing to say. "Principality defenses are always crappy. Name's Jincho, the best damn technician the hierarchy ever produced and threw away because they are a bunch of featherless shitholes. Pleased to meet you." "Wait, no, not pleased at all. How dare you wreck such a beautiful fighter?" Confused, he turned to Clara and Cynthia, who, judging by their body language, found the situation thoroughly amusing and wouldn't come to his aid. Then he looked at Redford, staring at the transpiring event dismissingly, but no more than that. Frowning, he crossed his arms. "I didn't have the luxury of making sure the paint wouldn't be scratched, you know? Going up against Drazen fighters tends to end badly for everyone involved." "That's no excuse to treat her like that, maniac," Jincho countered, angrily stomping on the ground. "A fighter should always be pristine, like a work of art, and remain untouched, or find a worthy end in battle. What you did to that poor fighter ruffles my feathers to no end. Just you wait. I'll fix her up better than new." With that said, Jincho cut off the connection and grumbly walked back to the line alongside the other Yikantis and the several dozens of equally confused, amused humans watching the confrontation play out. Despite what had transpired, Wyatt found himself smiling. "Well, that happened. I already like him," Clara's voice cut through next. "He's rather energetic." "And grumpy," Cynthia added with humor in her voice. "We have a long day ahead of us. Come, let us proceed," Clara proclaimed, advancing toward the waiting Redford while the Royal Marines adopted a relaxed stance. Wyatt nodded and turned to face the endless blackness of space. He frowned, and he felt his heartbeat increase. No matter what happens next, I'll be ready for it. For the Principality, for the Prince, Duke Draymore will be stopped. A faint smile spread across his lips. Commander Redford was right. I made the right decision, he thought resolutely, before taking his place next to Cynthia, while Clara and Redford went through the new crew members of the Noir Navio. And for the first time since he was a child, he felt truly at peace. End of Book 1. The Black Ship, Chapter 1. Flying a garbage ship wasn't the sort of thing a cadet imagined himself doing at the academy. No, those fantasies usually involved a shiny new ship and a grand space battle that the cadets were the dashing heroes of. Of course, those fantasies were reserved for the cadets from the nobility. For a commoner, they would always be just that, fantasies. In other, less backwards places, a drone ship would be handling mundane tasks like hauling the garbage. Here in the Principality, however, people like Wyatt were the drones. The job itself wasn't that bad. There was no smell, as Wyatt rarely had to exit his cockpit. He just flew towards the inhospitable rock that had been colonized for the sole purpose of turning garbage like his into useful compost, dropped off his container of bio-waste, and went back to his space station for more. He had done this for the past 2 years now. Not once in all that time had anything remotely interesting happened to Wyatt. He had assumed that trend would hold today, but then his sensors started beeping. Warp signatures detected rang the crackly voice of his ship's archaic computer. Warp signatures? Out here? The Principality was a backwater. Wyatt's post was a backwater of that backwater. For something other than a garbage ship to be flying in the same system as him, and at warp no less, something was going on. Wyatt hit the switch for the external cameras, something he never had any reason to do. "Computer, can you get a visual of the vessel?" Affirmative. Wyatt's screen lit up and he saw a small but familiar outline. "Magnify image." The outline grew, and Wyatt immediately knew why he recognized it. "That's the Royal Yacht!" He was barely able to finish the sentence before his heart sank into his feet as he saw an explosion go off just a handful of kilometers away from the Royal Yacht. The yacht had its point defense systems online, which meant that it was under attack. Someone was attacking the royal family. "Computer, get me a visual on the other vessel." Unable to comply, No other heat signatures detected. What? Computer, track the trajectory of the missiles back to their source. The old computer was painfully slow in performing the tasks, but eventually it chimed calculations complete. Display visual and magnify. It was difficult to see at first. It was black as the void, and only visible when you noticed the system's red dwarf's light faintly reflecting off of it. The ship was quite some distance away, and his ship's external camera was ancient, so he could barely make out an outline of what appeared to be a Corvette-sized warship. Its silhouette was vaguely in the shape of an arrowhead, with two almost invisible lights coming out its back end. Presumably its engines. If it was keeping up with the royal yacht, arguably the fastest ship in the Principality, then it was more advanced than anything in the royal fleet. He couldn't guess as to why the ship was attacking the royal yacht. Computer, track that ship. Understood. Wyatt tried to calm the space station, but the black ship was jamming transmissions. He wasn't in much of a position to help. His ship was essentially just a cockpit with oversized engines. Its sole purpose was to mag-lock itself to the back of cargo containers and carry them to a destination. Its only armament was a small point defense cannon for destroying asteroids, and it had no armor or other defenses to speak of besides the standard navigational EM field. Of course, he had to try. This was the royal yacht after all. He punched an intercept course into the computer, and the old engines roared with new life. It was a bumpy ride at max speed, but the rickety old ship held together. The black ship must have been built for stealth, as it produced almost no heat signature for his sensors to detect. The computer had been tracking the vessel's position visually since it had located it, so its stealth didn't pose too much of a problem at the moment. He charged up the point defense cannon and nearly fell out of his chair with fright when the warning siren sounded and the cannon opened fire and destroyed a missile at a distressingly close distance. Evidently, their sensors detected me. The ship threw a few token missiles Wyatt's way, but it didn't appear too concerned and remained focused on the yacht. Wyatt might have been offended, but he was too relieved that his point defense cannon had managed to destroy the 3 incoming missiles sent his way. It occurred to Wyatt that he had no plan. Then he heard a small alarm go off. The cargo container had been hit by some shrapnel and was venting air. Specifically, methane was venting. I guess I have my plan now. He punched some numbers through the computer, and his idea appeared to be somewhat possible. He just had to get very dangerously close. At the very least, he might be able to buy time for his commander at the space station to realize what was going on and send some help. He would only have one shot, so he better not miss. He laid in the new course and pushed the engines well beyond their safety levels. He was getting very, very close, for outer space anyway. Computer locked the point defense cannon on the cargo container and opened fire 5 seconds after maglock is disengaged. Command processed. He was well into mass driver range, and he did a few evasive maneuvers to avoid some incoming mass driver rounds. By the time whoever was in charge realized something serious was going down, it was far too late. Computer release maglock! His stomach almost flew out of his throat as he slammed the ship in full reverse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The cannon opened fire and hit the cargo container a split second after the container had collided with the black ship. An explosion followed, and although muted by the lack of oxygen outside the container, the black ship broke off its pursuit. Wyatt wasn't sure if he had caused any significant damage, but it had evidently been enough to spook the commander of the ship. The black ship limped away like a wounded predator, fires still raging on its hull. Wyatt was immediately hailed by the yacht. A tall man with dark gray hair and the colorless irises of cybernetic eyes appeared on his screen. This is Ship Commander Redford of His Majesty's Starship Royal Favor. State your identity. Wyatt Staples, Warrant Officer, 3rd Fleet, 2nd Frontier Corps. A commoner? Well, I guess you'll have to do. Obviously. Who else would be flying a bucket like this? Oh, and you're welcome. Warrant Officer was the highest rank a commoner could achieve in the Royal Fleet, and even then that was reserved exclusively for pilots. Whether or not a pilot was a warrant officer was a good way to tell if they were a commoner or not. At your service, Commander. How'd you get the ship to break off? Our sensors indicate no armament other than a PD cannon. I, threw my garbage at it and it exploded. What? Lots of natural combustibles produced by bio-waste. I launched the container at the ship, then I ignited it. That's some trick. Not bad for a commoner, huh? The commander tapped some control panels around him a few times, then his face scrunched up. I can't raise the space station. Our comms must be down. Try hailing them yourself. Wyatt hailed his space station and got no response. A little worm of a bad feeling wiggled its way into his chest. The black ship wasn't jamming him anymore, which meant that he should be able to send his message, and he knew damn well that the comms officer on the space station had absolutely nothing better he could be doing instead of answering his message. So, either he was being deliberately ignored, or the station was under attack. Commander Redford chimed in. "Can't raise them, huh? I worried as much. Who's your commanding officer?" Wyatt calmed back. "My CO is Lieutenant Commander Thomas Caiston." "Caiston? Damn. House Caiston is a subordinate of House Draymore. They'd have sided against us. That kid must have pissed someone off to be way out here. They probably offered to let him out of the doghouse if he looked the other way." "What do you mean, sir?" "Just what I needed. There's been a coup, son. Duke Draymore of Camrim has stormed the Council of Nobles and the Royal Palace. All he needed to make his government official was the prince's consent. Fortunately, he escaped. He's on another ship heading for Loyalist forces. We're transporting a VIP to him. I was hoping this system was remote enough that we could safely resupply at your station. That Caiston bastard must have signaled our position. Little Weasel probably thought it would get him out of this posting, I bet." "Yeah, that sounds like Commander Caiston." Wyatt's mind raced as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. He was just a commoner. He never imagined being caught in the midst of a political maelstrom that could shape the future of the Principality. Yet here he was, holding the comms with a high-ranking noble amidst a coup d'etat. Commander Redford's next words snapped Wyatt back to reality. "Warrant Officer Staples, we can't linger here. We're moving to rendezvous with the Prince. Given your creative problem-solving, I'd like to extend an invitation for you to join us. Your knowledge of this area could prove valuable." Wyatt hesitated. Joining the Loyalist forces meant abandoning his routine life, but he had just defended the royal family's ship. There was no going back to being just a garbage hauler after today. "I accept, Commander. What are your orders?" "Plot a course to follow us. Maintain a close formation. We'll need to jump to FTL as soon as we're clear of the system's gravity well." As the coordinates from the Royal Favor beamed over, Wyatt set his ship's path. It wasn't designed for combat, but it had maneuverability that could keep pace with the royal yacht. The small fleet, now 2 ships strong, moved towards the edge of the system. Every second that passed was tense. Wyatt expected another attack, but none came. Perhaps the explosion he caused had sent a message, or maybe the attackers were licking their wounds. As they finally broke free from the system's gravitational pull, Wyatt's ship shuddered into FTL alongside the Royal Favor. He couldn't shake off the feeling that his life had changed forever. Chapter 2. In the safety of FTL travel, Commander Redford briefed Wyatt on the political landscape. Being a commoner, he lacked the proper education and know-how to comprehend the complex internal dealings and conflicts that the nobility dealt with on a daily basis. Luckily for him, he was no moron, part of the reason he achieved the rank of warrant officer in the first place. He understood enough to see the bigger picture, and it was not a pretty one. In short, the Duke's betrayal was deep, and his reach was far. To just stand against Duke Draymore's forces, the prince would need to gather every ally he could muster if he wished to thwart the Duke's ambitions. The journey in itself was a blur, and when they dropped out of FTL, they were greeted by a small contingent of Loyalist ships. Only 21 ships, but almost all of them were armed and ready to fight. It wasn't quite a fleet suitable for actual battle, but it was well defended. The most impressive ship, however, was at the center of the protective bubble the rest of the ships formed around it. A large cruiser armed across its entire outer hull, but retaining a visually appealing vista. That must be the flagship of this fleet, Wyatt thought to himself as he approached the ship next to the royal yacht. The hangar of the flagship was big and wide enough to allow both ships easy access with room to spare, and soon Wyatt found himself surrounded by more luxury and technological marvels than all his prior years of training and service combined. The personnel didn't pay him any mind as he exited his flying trash hauler, but when Commander Redford stepped out of the yacht, everyone saluted him. Seeing him on video was one thing, seeing him in person was another altogether. The older gray-haired man was easily a head taller than him, Wyatt noticed, and his uniform looked like it could cost the same as a line shuttle, if not more. "Warrant Officer Wyatt Staples, I thank you once more for your aid and loyalty. Come with me," Redford said loud enough to be heard and in a commanding tone that didn't leave room for debate that it was an order. Wyatt nodded and followed the man through the corridors of the ship in silence while he admired the beauty of the ship. Old, fevered dreams of an innocent child came to him, imagining himself serving on such a ship. He was a commoner, and unlike most of his dream-chasing classmates back in the academy, he knew his place and knew that piloting or commanding such a vessel was impossible. But serving as a regular crewman, that was more feasible and realistic. Regardless, a dream it was, and it would remain that way. I wonder if even the lesser nobles and any bastard offspring stationed here know how lucky they are, he asked himself, already knowing the answer and not allowing his resentment and distaste for the nobility to show on his face. He was a commoner, and like most commoners, he both envied and disliked the nobles, but he was careful and never allowed it to show, always careful to present himself with submission and apparent loyalty. Well, that wasn't entirely true. He was loyal to the principality, and while he had no love for the stuck-up nobles that ruled it, he wasn't a rebel nor a petty bastard who would love to see a noble grovel at his feet or die in battle if he could help it. Besides, he could make any snarky remarks in his head and won't get in trouble for it. Finally arriving at the bridge, Wyatt saw a few officers and crewmen manning their posts, but the figure wearing a blue suit with golden trims stood out above the rest. He was wearing a cape with the crest of the royal family on it. When he turned, Wyatt saw the face of the blonde prince in person for the first time in his life. His features were refined, and he was more handsome than the propaganda videos and the news could portray. He was tall, just a few inches smaller than Redford, and his build was not quite bulky, but not lean either. His eyes were violet, a departure from the usual dullness of cybernetic eyes, and spoke of either genetic alteration or higher-grade cybernetics, the kind that cost the same as his old station 10 times over. But more than that, his expression was soft yet stoic, eyes burning with the intensity of a man ready to claim his birthright. His gaze made Wyatt stiffen at attention. "Report, Commander Redford," the prince spoke. Wyatt stood in silence as Redford quickly and eloquently recounted the assault he had suffered, the unexpected intervention, and their eventual departure. When he was done, the prince allowed himself a brief sigh before turning his attention to Wyatt. "Warrant Officer Wyatt Staples," he spoke in a deliberate, cordial, but powerful tone, causing Wyatt to stiffen more despite the shock of being addressed directly by the prince of all people. "Your actions today have saved the lives of many loyal subjects, and more importantly, the life of my family. I, personally, am in your debt." Am I dreaming? Is this even real? Did I actually get hit by that ship's missiles and I'm just experiencing a fever dream before I die? Wyatt asked himself, too perplexed by the prince's words. But the fire in his eyes and his thumping heart revealed that this was reality and that it was happening. Still feeling overwhelmed, he cleared his throat before replying. "Your Highness, I only did what I thought was the right thing to do. A commoner such as I cannot be in your debt for doing what is expected of me," he replied as seriously as he could without letting his voice crack due to his nervousness. The prince surprised him again when he offered a faint smirk. "Warrant Officer Wyatt Staples, your actions represent the very essence of duty the principality was founded on. Do not lower your actions before me. Commoner or not, you are responsible for the safety of those close to me," he replied, his eyes shining with determination and the brightness of a leader's resolve. "Loyalty is its own reward, and those that perform their duty with exemplary actions shall be recognized. Warrant Officer Wyatt Staples, as of this moment, you are officially promoted to the rank of lieutenant." Wyatt took a step back, and even Commander Redford seemed surprised by the prince's proclamation. My prince, I am honored, but I'm a commoner." "I know. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't do this. Our laws, both written and in spirit, would not approve of your increase in rank, for you are indeed a commoner. However, before I am a prince, I am a brother. I am a man, and these are times of turmoil and, one could say, desperation. My gratitude cannot and will not be limited by a mere monetary compensation. Loyalty and duty are to be rewarded for your service. Your bravery reflects what the Duke Draymore, my uncle, lacks in his men. And I fear yours is but the first of many acts of valor we shall need in these trying days that lay before us. It wasn't until that moment that Wyatt finally began to realize the gravity of the situation he was really in. But I'm only a pilot, not even a true combat pilot at that. I'm a refuse ship pilot. And now I'm caught in a web that's about to change the future and history of the Principality. The truth was as clear as the light of a star. His home, the Principality, was going to descend into a civil war at worst and a succession war at best. The weight of the realization hit him harder than his ship going at FTL. Commander Redford, take Lieutenant Wyatt to his quarters so he may rest and suit up properly. Make sure to register him into the memorandum of our ship's logs and personnel, the Prince ordered, and turned around. Welcome aboard, Lieutenant Wyatt Staples. Wyatt didn't really hear the Prince and only mumbled something incoherent before Redford gently nudged him over and turned to follow the taller man. When they were far away from the bridge and entered the section of the cruiser that housed the officer quarters, Redford spoke up. "Do not dwell too deeply on such thoughts, Wyatt," he said seriously, his face stoic. Wyatt snapped out of his mind's maelstrom and looked at the gray-haired man, puzzled. "Huh? I know you're scared. You're a commoner. You lack the advantages people such as I possess. And yet, I must urge you to not think too deeply about the coming conflicts," he replied, knowing what was going through the newly minted lieutenant's mind. "Easy for you to say that. You're only worried about your wealth and position," he thought bitterly. "There's going to be a war, isn't there?" To his credit, Redford nodded. "It's already brewing and spreading. Soon enough, the houses, both great and minor, will start picking sides and conflict will arise. My liege is trying to avoid an outright civil war from sparking, but he shall not relinquish that which belongs to him by birthright. Only he can lead the Principality." He paused for a moment and placed a hand on Wyatt's shoulder, squeezing it gently. "You've already picked a side, the correct side, Lieutenant Wyatt Staples. Be proud of your bravery, loyalty, and dutiful actions, but most importantly, know that had you not aided me when you did, regardless of the outcome, you would still be dragged into this conflict, most likely against your will." He's right on that at least, he thought, surprised that it actually helped to ease his nerves and racing heart. "We commoners don't have much room for choice as it is. I guess I will not be dying for my old commander's ambitions, so that's a bonus." Redford's lips curled upward to form a small smile. "A fortunate one indeed." Coming to a halt a few seconds later, he turned to leave. "This shall be your quarters, Wyatt. You are now logged in the ship's records and manifest. Rest. You've earned it." "Thank you, Commander Redford. Take care," he said, and the commander offered a single nod before departing. Standing in front of his door, Wyatt touched the panel at the side of it, and the door slid open to the side, revealing a small cabin. There was a desk, a small fridge, an empty bookshelf above the desk, a lamp, a nightstand, and a bed. Entering his new quarters, he saw a small cubicle that housed the toilet and a shower, most likely. To a noble, it wasn't impressive. But for Wyatt, who had only known the comfort of his ship, communal showers, and a far too small bunk, it was the height of luxury. He laid on his bed, his mind reeling about everything that was happening around him. Then, only moments later, darkness took him, and soon he was asleep, the toll finally catching up to him. Chapter 3. After a refreshing shower and getting to put on his new uniform, all that really changed about it was that it was new. It felt great to wear it, and the badges and insignia showcasing his new rank, two realizations struck him. The first was that, besides Commander Redford, he had no idea who else he had saved from that dreadful black ship. The sincere words of the prince were clear enough, though. He had saved a member of the royal family, but who? The prince had 4 younger brothers and 3 younger sisters, if he remembered correctly. Had he saved one of them? 2? All? And who's to say that he had saved any of his siblings? Duke Draymore wasn't the only duke or duchess after all, and the prince had many cousins and other family members. He really didn't care, but he did owe his new position in life to said royal blue blood, so the least he could do was say thank you. The second realization, though, was much more impactful and important. Namely speaking, he had no idea how to be a lieutenant. His officer training was limited, obviously enough, and while he knew the chain of command and more or less what it entailed, he didn't know anything about commanding anything that wasn't his ship's outdated AI. "I don't even know who am I supposed to report to or when," he muttered softly. Redford's parting words rang in his mind and fear gripped his heart. Just what was he getting himself into? Willing or not, by choice or by chance, at that moment he longed for the dullness, repetitiveness, and security his old post offered. "Now I'm going to fight and likely die for another noble with bluer blood than the insufferable Thomas Cayston," he said to himself, but almost immediately comforted himself with the knowledge that, unlike his previous commander, the prince was a leader at heart, and his presence inspired confidence. A sudden voice sparked in his cabin, and the monotone tone of an AI called out. "Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, report to the bridge," it said, and the connection died. "Guess I better go perform my new duties," he said, and stood up from his bed. Fortunately, the trip to the bridge proved simple enough, and only 2 crew members had spotted him and, much to his surprise, saluted him. Or rather, his rank. It felt odd regardless. When he arrived at the bridge, it was buzzing with activity as staff and crew members moved about performing their jobs. He then spotted Commander Redford and several other men and women of high rank near the prince. Following protocol, he saluted and announced his presence. "Lieutenant Wyatt Staples reporting, my liege." Several eyes turned to him, and instantly he felt like a piece of meat been grated by hungry customers. Disdain, surprise, contempt, and flickering gratitude flashed before the cybernetic and gene-altered eyes of the officers present as they inspected him. Yeah, I'm a commoner. I'm not an animal you can gawk at, you damn blue bloods," he thought with equal disdain toward them. But unlike the nobles, he knew better than to show it. "So it is true, a commoner has been granted a rank far above his station." A red-haired man with a burned scar on his left cheek broke the tension. "My prince, are you certain of your decision? The implications could be bothersome to less open-minded individuals?" Or, in other words, I should be kicked out, Wyatt thought, mentally glaring at the red-headed noble. "Are you implying that I should not show my gratitude to the man who saved my beloved sister?" the prince said in an even tone. The red-haired man laughed, much to Wyatt's surprise. "Of course not, your majesty, but now that a commoner has been granted a rank that only those of noble blood should achieve, many others may seek the same elevation for doing piss-poor actions in the near future." Commander William Hempstroke, a blue-haired with equally stunning blue eyes, stepped in, humor in her voice. "Is the rescue of a royal princess not enough merit to overlook this one incident? After all, many houses have their origins in the valiant actions of a commoner performing beyond their duty. And even if the prince had not rewarded this young man, I would have made sure to grant him a place within my house for saving the life of my little sister." Suddenly, her eyes narrowed, and much like a hawk, she eyed the rest of her fellow officers. "Or does anyone object?" An older man with gray hair and wearing an almost entirely white uniform with red trims and more medals than Wyatt had ever seen anyone wear before spoke up next. "Enough prattle, everyone. We have more important matters to attend to. My liege, we are ready to depart at your command." The prince nodded once. "Then let us go. We cannot stay in this system much longer. Admiral Damien, proceed at your discretion." "My liege," the admiral replied. "Commanders, report to your ships and stations. You have your orders. Dismissed." At once, every commander present saluted and left, with the exception of Redford. The admiral, for his part, moved to a chair at the far end of the bridge, sat on it, and linked with its systems directly. The only indication that they started to move was a low rumble that was felt rather than heard, and Wyatt wondered where they were headed next. Now left with relative privacy, the prince turned his attention back to him and gestured him to step closer, and so he did. "Lieutenant Wyatt, there is someone who wishes to meet you, her savior," the prince said, and then turned to the right. With another motion of his hand, two figures stepped from concealed shadows. Wyatt's eyes grew wide as the flickering effect around the duo died out alongside the stealth field around them. The first figure was a beautiful blonde woman with purple eyes as striking as that of the prince. She was wearing a green dress with golden and white trims. Behind her stood a taller woman with blue hair and blue eyes that had a striking similarity to the woman who had stood up for him moments before. She was also quite beautiful, but her expression was stoic. Unlike the princess, she wore a red armored suit with the crest of her house on her chest. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, let me introduce you to the VIP that you saved yesterday. My sister, the second princess, Clara Astor. Behind her stands her bodyguard and a close friend of mine, Cynthia Winfield of House Winfield. You've already met her older sister, Commander Juliana Winfield, the prince introduced. It was subtle and he barely noticed it, but Wyatt could notice the pride in the prince's voice alongside his relief when he introduced the two women. Princess Clara was the picture of regal royalty, feminine grace, and superb intelligence behind her fiery gaze. A gaze, he noticed, that matched her brother's. When she spoke, her voice of sing-song clarity carried the intensity of her fiery spirit without losing her elegance. Lieutenant Staples, I was told that it was through your actions that my life and that of my friend and subjects were saved. I requested my brother to see and speak to you in person so I may see and judge the man I owe my life to, she said, offering a kind smile. Wyatt felt his cheeks blushing. His social skills were poor at best, and being under the direct attention of such a beautiful woman was something he was not used to. Still, he managed to stand firm and give her a cordial salute. Your Majesty, I am honored to receive your recognition. To know that your life and that of those accompanying you are safe and sound is reward enough, he replied carefully and respectfully. Clara let out a giggle. Please, Lieutenant Staples, you need not be so nervous in my presence. Your gallantry is already enough for me to accept you for the valiant man that you are. Commoner or not, you are my savior. I am pleased that my brother dearest had rewarded you accordingly, even if I myself would give more. But alas, I cannot. Therefore, I can only offer my gratitude and a request to speak my name without those bothersome honorifics. Call me Clara. All my friends do so. Wyatt couldn't help but smile widely and sincerely at that. They were rare, but nobles that were actually worth their salt and weren't up their own asses existed, and he was glad that the princess was one of them. He felt his nervousness ease up and his posture relaxed. In that case, Clara, please, call me Wyatt. Pleased to meet you, he said, offering his hand. A second later, he retracted it. Oh, right, sorry. To his surprise, the prince's laughter caught his attention. You're quite blunt, aren't you, Lieutenant Wyatt? Wyatt pointed a finger at himself. Commoner upbringing, my liege. The prince let out a single humorous chuckle before clearing his throat. As enjoyable as this is, I'm afraid we have other matters to attend to. Lieutenant Wyatt, I summoned you not only to meet my sister, but because I need your input. A second later, a holographic display appeared from the large tactical table at the center of the bridge. Wyatt took a couple of steps forward when he saw the visual representation of the entire principality and how the map was divided into several colors, with red, green, golden, and blue being the most prominent colors and countless sigils and emblems scattered across the systems that made up his home. The sheer enormity of the principality was awe-striking and terrifying at the same time. Duke Draymor's coup was an act of treachery unparalleled, the prince began, his stoic, firm, fiery tone returned. I don't know for how long he's been planning it, but we've suspected treachery for at least 2 standard years. Nothing concrete was found until he made his opening move. The royal guard was compromised, the royal palace was besieged, and within scant hours, he named himself regent. Thankfully, I was able to escape as well as other members of the Council of Nobles and some of my siblings. Regretfully, however, Duke Draymor was able to capture our 2 remaining sisters, Megan and Ruby, and 2 of our brothers, Leon and Caldro, and is keeping them hostage and as bargaining chips. My 2 remaining brothers, Alexander and Giovanni, were also able to escape, and alongside Clara, they served as distractions to allow my safe passage out of the system and find refuge among friends and loyal subjects. As it stands, Duke Draymor is gaining power slowly but surely, the prince explained, pointing at the red area on the map. In red are the houses that have sided with my uncle so far and represent their territory. In golden are loyalist houses that have pledged themselves to me and the royal family. In blue are those undecided. And in green are those that have declared themselves as neutral, the prince said. And suddenly the map zoomed in. Wyatt soon recognized the map was projecting the small cluster of systems and worlds that made up the backwater he served under, better known simply as the Lingering Systems. Technically speaking, the 7-star systems and the small collection of worlds in them that made up the Lingering Systems were under the control of House Cayston. But in reality, they were almost outpost systems with little to offer except for whatever scant resources and manufacturing goods that could be gained there. In fact, the greatest produce made was the very reason he was a garbage hauler: compost. The richer and fertile surrounding territories needed compost for agricultural purposes and were the sole reason why the Lingering Systems were populated at all and why they were blessed with the leadership of a Cayston noble. However, everyone knew that such a position was either a punishment or a means to gain safe experience for any incompetent, petulant, self-righteous blue blood. Hell, they were such a backwater and so poor that pirates were a rarity, an ideal place to elude pursuers. Though it seems Duke Draymore thought of that possibility as well, hence why that strange black ship attacked the royal yacht. We will be traveling to the Keone system next. Our planned route takes us near Faldo, the only inhabited world in the system. According to our intelligence, pirate presence is minimal, and there is no direct Cayston presence there since Faldo is home to a mere 10 million populace. I understand the gravity of the situation, my prince, but how am I to aid you? What further input can I provide? Wyatt asked cautiously. There is a problem that my commanders are not able to settle, the prince replied, and the map zoomed further in to showcase the Keone system and 3 systems that led directly to Cayston territory. Since the coup, we cannot trust the information we had before, and we cannot trust just anyone with information. However, fortunately for us, a loyal son of the principality is with us and can provide us with a viewpoint that only a commoner can have. I ask you, Lieutenant Wyatt, what path do you think is the most viable for us to take and quickly move onto House Finnegan territory? Wyatt didn't even ponder the question and pointed to the system on the far left called Gintrax. Going through Gintrax is the only solution, my liege. Gintrax, but there's a strong Cayston military presence alongside several monitoring stations, Commander Redford interjected. Wyatt shrugged. Only officially, but they are always understaffed. The ships stationed there are little more than outdated, cheap gunships and corvettes at best, and they take forever to answer to any emergency. Besides that, there's Woodshaft. Woodshaft? Clara asked, tilting her head in confusion. It's a smuggler den. Every commoner pilot and serviceman in the Lingering Systems knows about it and uses it. I've been there only twice, but it offers a path away from Cayston sensors, and if you pay the toll, you can leave the system undetected, Wyatt explained and internally chuckled. Cayston Blue Bloods don't care where the money comes from, only that it reaches their grabby, greedy paws, he thought with mirth. Smuggling is illegal, the surprisingly melodic voice of the blue-haired woman, Cynthia Winfield, declared. Maybe, Wyatt replied softly, but it happens. Woodshaft doesn't deal in slavery or narcotics, though. They're smugglers, not pirates, he clarified. After we arrive at Faldo, I'll send out a scout ship ahead to observe Gintrax's activity. If the information correlates, we shall advance as you suggested, Lieutenant Wyatt. Time is a luxury we can't afford much as we stand now, the prince said, crossing his arms. For now, you shall follow Commander Redford's orders and be under his charge. Dismissed. I guess this is really happening, Wyatt thought as he stared intently at the vanishing map. Chapter 4. As it turned out, the arrival at Faldo took 3 days as the fleet had to use sublight speed in order to travel within the powerful gravitational influence of the local star. The scout ship the prince deployed upon their entry into the Keone system departed from the rest of the fleet and went to Gintrax while the rest moved to resupply at the only inhabited rock in the system. In the meantime, Commander Redford Kalon had taken him under his wing just as the prince had ordered and taught him everything he needed to know about his new duties, responsibilities, and what was expected of him. In short, He was now supposed to lead small groups of Marines and a squadron of fighters, or serve as a division officer in charge of keeping order and solving logistical issues within his division. 3 things he had absolutely no idea how to do. But even if that wasn't the case, being a commoner further limited what he could do. Thus, Commander Redford had simply taken him as his personal aide. Not an inglorious position for a mere commoner, to be sure, but that had just proven that his newly attained rank was just for show. Wyatt waited patiently next to the simulation training chamber his direct officer was making use of while other officers murmured just below his hearing range, but their eyes were on him all the time. I wish I could punch some of these blue bloods right in the face and show them they'll bleed just as well as I, he thought bitterly as he caught a snide glare from a female officer before she entered an empty training chamber. The chime of the training chamber rang and the door opened on the oval-shaped room. The older gray-haired man stepped out with a disapproving gruff, and Wyatt could see why. On the screen he was monitoring, the result was marked as a failure of whatever GVK 990 simulation was. This was Redford's 7th attempt and his 7th failure. "Do you require anything, Commander Redford?" Wyatt asked respectfully, noticing that the glares and murmuring suddenly stopped the second Redford exited the chamber. "A meal will do," the older man replied. "Come, Lieutenant Wyatt, I'm certain you must be famished." "Sir," he replied, bowing his head and walking next to his commanding officer. As they walked, Wyatt spoke up. "Commander, may I ask you something regarding your training?" The older man exhaled loudly, but only half in frustration. "Is it about the simulation?" "Indeed so, Commander. I must confess I hardly ever got a chance to train in a chamber. Most of my training was conventional, as per the Academy's traditions and requirements, of course, so I am unfamiliar with the training available to the nobility," he replied sincerely. "Why would you allow commoners to get even a glimpse of a chance at showing you up, right?" Redford actually slowed his pace as he turned to look at Wyatt. "How many times have you trained in the chambers?" Wyatt blinked, confused. "A dozen times, maybe 2 or 3 times more." "I do not recall the exact number, Commander, and I was only allowed to run the basic piloting exercises needed for my practical exams." "That shouldn't be the case. More so for a warrant officer. You should have over 1,000 hours of registered simulated training at least to have achieved that rank," Redford asked, surprised and intrigued. "I suppose," Wyatt replied with a shrug, "but I always aced my practical exams and, let's just say some of my teachers and instructors hated my guts," he replied, embarrassed. "Not enough to want me expelled, but enough to try and sabotage me every now and again. Nothing serious, I assure you. Missing items, tarnished uniforms, misconduct reports, regulation restrictions, that sort of thing." Redford frowned slightly. "Even if you're a commoner, such actions couldn't be allowed in the Academy, no matter the branch or location. Did you not report this misconduct, Wyatt?" He nodded. "Several times, but since the ones doing the sabotaging were not students, it was swept under the rug every time. So I stopped trying to get justice and decided to just finish my training, achieve the rank of warrant officer, and get a posting where I could serve the Principality. Being a garbage hauler was not what I expected, and certainly not in the lingering systems," he said, hiding his resentment. "Now that I recall, you mentioned you were part of the 3rd Fleet's 2nd Frontier Corps. As lackluster as the 3rd Fleet is, sending a warrant officer as a garbage hauler seems to me less like a grave oversight on the part of the commanding officers and more like a humiliating tactic meant to punish someone for a grave offense." His furrowed eyes softened. "What did you do, Wyatt Staples?" "I showed them I was a better pilot than they could ever be. That's what I did. I didn't gloat, I didn't rub it on their faces more than once or twice. Even so, my grades and actions spoke for themselves and they hated me for it. I kicked the ass of every instructor set against me, and I put to shame everything my teachers think they knew about combat. My classmates, both commoners and nobles, knew I was better than them, but they only pushed me aside. Unlike the pricks that wanted to tear me down," he thought angrily, but didn't allow it to show. "I only did what was asked of me. Every test they set, I passed. I may or may not have made an unsavory comment about their lackluster performance in comparison to mine, given they were my instructors, but nothing worse than that. I believe my records should be on the Third Fleet's data center, he chuckled darkly. Although they must now either flag me as a deserter, KIA, or as a traitor. The Third Fleet sided with Duke Draymore, after all. Redford's eyes went wide with surprise. How do you know that? He asked hurriedly. No one outside the top chain of command knows that yet? Wyatt shrugged. The Third Fleet has always been referred to as a joke, even in the Academy. The Dead Man's Fleet, they call it. A leftover fleet without a single battleship in their ranks, and with more outdated ships than actual experience, commendations, and achievements in their history. So either a mutiny happened, or the admiral in charge sided with Duke Draymore's faction. Malcontent and a chance to be on the right side of history pushed them to that decision, I think. I didn't know about the coup or any political problems between nobles since I was stuck at my posting until I was lucky enough to lend aid to you, Commander. Even so, the Third Fleet is scattered, and I'm sure there will be many deserters, mostly commoners in postings similar to mine, once the news of the coup spread to the public, he replied, not mouthing his last train of thought. Any disgruntled noble would take such a chance to better the standing of their houses, uncaring of how many lives they have to sacrifice. Redford was momentarily stunned, then sighed. You are correct, Lieutenant Wyatt. Admiral Cornelius Tigan sided with Duke Draymore. Luckily for us, the bulk of their forces were out of position and busy patrolling their core territories. Being understaffed, undermanned, and flying outdated ships played in our favor. The fact that you could deduce that on your own with little input means that many more already know, or at least suspect this, and none have been forward to speak out. Most likely, sir, Wyatt replied, still feeling uneasy about receiving direct praise, washed out as it may be. It seems we sidetracked from your original question, but you have given much to think about, Wyatt, Redford sighed. To answer your question, the simulation I attempted is one of the infamous unwinnable scenarios. They are not meant to be won, but to last as long as possible and achieve an honorable end. A commanding officer must always be ready to make the maximum sacrifice. But how to achieve the greatest result is something that eludes many. GVK 990 in particular is a puzzling one. I've been trying to pass it for 2 years now and failed in every attempt. It must be one hell of a difficult simulation if even a commander is struggling with it so much, Wyatt thought with some pity for his commanding officer. I don't know what to say, Commander. It is the first time I've ever heard of such types of simulations. Indeed, Redford replied, eyeing the black-haired commoner turned lieutenant. Tell me, Wyatt, have you received your implants yet? My what? Wyatt replied, flabbergasted. Implants? What implants? I'm a commoner. Anything besides my ID implants would be wasted on the likes of me. That is most strange. I was certain I had flagged your appointment this morning, Redford said, and his dull gray eyes flashed for a moment with barely noticeable blue light. You were rescheduled without my notice. It seems I will have to deal with this matter personally. Sir! Wyatt came to a halt outside the mess hall, turning in full to face his commanding officer. I'm just a commoner. I wasn't aware I would be receiving implants of any sort. Surely they can be put to better use on worthier people, he said carefully. You are a lieutenant now, Wyatt Staples. Commoner or not, your rank cannot be ignored and must be respected for nothing else other than that alone. You shall receive your implants after we have our meals, he said seriously, and then offered a small but sincere smile. Now, I believe the door must be opened? Wyatt blinked, blushed in embarrassment, and quickly turned to open the door for Commander Redford. Following the imposing man, he felt a tinge of respect blossom within him. The mess hall was full and divided into 3 segments. The largest one was for the regular commoners who served as pilots, general staff, servicemen, and general enlisted personnel. The second section was for officers and their aides, as well as other lieutenants, squadron leaders, ensigns, and the only place a commoner could ever enter if he achieved the rank of warrant officer, the lowest rank allowed in such a section. The third section was meant for senior and commanding officers and was, of course, a closed-off section filled with their own private chefs and rations. As a lieutenant, he couldn't enter that section and followed Redford until a pair of security guards opened the doors for him. With a single nod from him, Wyatt saluted and went on to take his place on the small line formed before the buffet. Like usual, none talked to him, and they all set their silent, judging eyes upon him. At least they leave me alone, he thought as he served himself a piece of steak, various vegetables, and a helping of mashed potatoes. If there's one thing I can say I am glad it improved, that's the food. No more gruel, tasteless pills, and awful ration bars for a little while. Now, where will I... Oh, spoke too soon. This was going to happen sooner or later, he thought as he turned around, searching for a table and seeing a trio of well-uniformed men, also lieutenants, walking up to him. Their gray eyes revealed their implants, and their smug expressions gave away that they were nobles. In any other place, I would assume they were bastard children or the last in line, but in here, I'm not sure. When the trio stopped just a meter in front of him, he spoke in a practiced tone that conveyed veiled submission and respect. How may I be of service? You can start by telling us what really happened, commoner. The red-haired leader of the trio, the tallest and bulkiest, spat with eyes that showed nothing but contempt. How many lies did you tell to trick His Majesty that you could be anything worthwhile? None. Technically untrue, but also technically true, Wyatt replied without losing his tone. I was merely able to provide assistance to Commander Redford's vessels at a dire time. I expected no reward, but I was rewarded nonetheless. It seems this commoner speaks with some sense. The shorter, fatter of the trio said, while the last member, a lanky but nimble-looking man, glared at him. But now he thinks he can share our space. Disgraceful, the lanky man said, his glare intensifying. Even if I wasn't rewarded, he replied, careful not to say promoted, despite how much he wanted to shove it in their faces. I was a warrant officer, and, according to regulations, warrant officers are allowed to dine in this section. If my presence offend you, lords, I shall leave. The red-haired man smirked. At least you know your place. Very well, commoner scum. I shall forgive your transgressions if you do one simple task for me. His smirk widened. Bark, like the lowly dog you are. Is this blue-blood idiot for real? Wyatt thought, bemused. Oh, he is serious. How far is he up his own ass? No matter, he thought before clearing his throat. Bark! 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 Wyatt barked as best he could without a shred of shame in doing so. The three nobles were stunned, along with the rest of the mess hall watching the confrontation proceeding. He noticed some were stunned cold, others groaned, disappointed that there would be no blood involved, and the rest simply didn't care enough to spare more than a few seconds of their attention. The three nobles, though, began to laugh. They laughed for several moments until Wyatt spoke up. Will that be all, lords? Leave our sight, mongrel, the red-haired one ordered. A moment later, the trio left without another word directed at him, but were now celebrating the humiliation they dished out. Fools, he whispered to himself in a tone so low he barely heard it, while a triumphant smirk adorned his lips. Searching for an empty table, he sat and began to enjoy his meal, unaware that other eyes had been set on him since the moment he entered the mess hall. Chapter 5. Wyatt came to a quick conclusion after receiving his 3 scheduled implants. The process was puzzlingly quick, but the pain was something he was not willing to deal with voluntarily in the future. Due to the limitations of the medical wing and the current state, he wouldn't be receiving his cybernetic eyes, which suited him just fine, and he was in no hurry to replace his perfectly functioning natural eyes. Nor would he receive a direct uplink to the main net frame, but he didn't care about that one since that particular implant needed either the cybernetic eyes or go through the gene-enhancing program that was available only to the highest echelons of society in the Principality. The implants he did receive were impactful, and he wobbled with every step he took. The first was a series of nano-injectors that now laced his vertebrae and would, over a few hours, make their way to his brain. The injectors would then be ready to dull pain, enhance his reaction time, and combat neurotoxins should that be needed. The second implant was the one he was currently hating the most. At the back of his skull now sat a small biomechanical chip that would allow Commander Redford, or whoever the commanding officer at the time was, to deliver him orders and instructions. He could feel the chip wriggling into position, slowly growing to prevent rejection, and was now messing with his ears, dulling his sense of stability and cutting his hearing range by a significant amount as it latched itself in order to provide its benefits. In short, it was a sort of long-range, one-way radio. He could receive orders but couldn't reply in turn since he wasn't connected to the network. As long as the distance didn't exceed more than 100 kilometers from the nearest network access point, that is. The third implant, though, was the main reason why he would not ever take any further implantations if he could help it. Sure, the first two hurt in their own unique ways. His back was killing him, and the nasty headache he was going through did him no favors. But the last one was in a league of its own. Similarly to the nano-injectors on his back, the third implant followed that same process. But instead of connecting with his brain and limiting itself to his column, the rest of his body was the objective. Well, not his whole body, just his bones. A subdermal implant was inserted in his chest, as close as possible to his aorta. Thanks to the local anesthesia and the quick, precise motions of the robotic unit performing the seconds-long surgery, he didn't feel a thing, and his wound was closed a moment later with biofoam. The scar would be gone in just a few days at most. The pain, though, made itself known half an hour later. It began like an itch he couldn't quite scratch, but all over his body and underneath his skin. Then it increased until every step was agony as it rippled across his whole body. It felt like getting pricked by a needle, but unlike a single stab that was barely painful, annoying, and quick to pass, he was enduring hundreds of them at the same time with every movement he made. Even breathing is a struggle, he muttered as he continued to wobble his way around the hangar, only occasionally hearing the snickering of technicians, mechanics, and the odd pilot that made their way there. I understand that the ship doesn't have the facilities to do this in private, but their staring is not helping my mood one bit, he thought with annoyance as a fresh wave of pain coursed through his body. He couldn't even hate or blame the medic in charge for anything. She had warned him of what he was to expect and what he needed to do for the implants to take full root. That was the main reason he couldn't sit down or lay on his bed, trying to be still as a corpse in an attempt to lessen the pain. And why he couldn't take painkillers either. He had to endure the process fully awake and on constant move, which, as he was reminded again as he nearly tumbled to the ground for the 7th time since his arrival, his hatred for the second implant increased. The pain of having his bones suffer microfractures every second only to be sealed and put back together almost instantly, he could handle. It wasn't enough to make him scream, but it was a ticking, maddening constant that he couldn't help but wince, groan, and clench his teeth in response to it. But the sensation of impending vertigo and his impaired balance, making it impossible to keep a steady posture or any semblance of rhythm? Yes, he hated the second implant with a passion. As he finished another round, he noticed a vaguely familiar figure enter the hangar. Her red armor and blue hair gave her away as she approached in his direction. The few staring crew members made themselves scarce at her sight, opting to admire her from a safer distance. Damn, what was her name again? Juliana? No, that's her sister, right? Come on, think! Damn this headache! Her name started with a C, I think? Cecilia? Celestine? Cynthia! Yes, her name was Cynthia Winfield. He mentally patted himself on the back for remembering just in time before the blue-haired woman said something he couldn't quite catch. Her voice was still pleasant to hear, but distorted thanks to the implant. Not to be disrespectful, he began, voice entirely too loudly, and stopped for a moment to face her. Grave mistake. As the moment he stopped moving, he felt as if the ground was about to become the ceiling the wall, and his feet his arms. With a mighty groan, he pushed himself to the side, catching himself before he fell and continued walking. Pain rocked his senses, and he gritted his teeth hard in protest, but he succeeded. The sensation of vertigo lessened, and now he could wobble in peace again. After a few seconds, he spoke up as he noticed the blue-haired woman looking at him with a hint of pity and understanding in her sapphire blue eyes. Sorry about that. The implants won't allow me to follow protocol for now, he apologized. How may I? A pained groan cut him off. Be of service? Breathe deeply and don't fight the pain. You're straining yourself that way. Calm, deep breaths. Let your lungs do the heavy lifting, Lieutenant Staples, Cynthia replied, as she walked beside him and spoke louder than usual so he could hear her voice. Wyatt did as instructed, though it was difficult, and the first attempt made his entire ribcage protest in anger. But he didn't give up and continued. It took the better part of 5 minutes until breathing no longer hurt. and much to his joy, the pain lessened considerably. Another 5 minutes later, his vertigo also diminished, most of his hearing returned, and the headache was not as prevalent as before. During that time, Cynthia walked silently at his side as a regal pillar of unshakable duty, and her advice was greatly welcomed by Wyatt, now that he reaped the benefits of it. Thank you, Lady Cynthia. I feel much better now. I suspect that given the condition I found you, you were not told the proper physical steps to aid you in the implant adjustment period, she stated as a matter of fact. Wyatt nodded lightly. I wasn't aware there were any to begin with, Lady Cynthia. I was merely told that I needed to keep moving and that I shouldn't take painkillers. Again, I thank you for your aid. To his surprise, he saw her stoic face turn into a displeased one, frown and all. I will report this immediately. Such gross oversight cannot go unnoticed. She closed her eyes for 2 seconds, then opened them again, her expression returning to the picture of professional neutrality. It has been done. Did she actually do it, or is she just pulling my leg? He asked himself, but put it to the side in favor of her previous aid. I thank you, Lady Cynthia, but won't you get in trouble for it? I may not be a part of the military structure as I hold no official rank, but as Princess Clara's bodyguard, my position stands above many in terms of importance and weight. Protocol must be followed for order to exist, and its structure must be respected in due turn. You are a Lieutenant Wyatt Staples before you're a commoner, and your rank was insulted by the denial of proper medical insight and exercises, and thus you suffered more pain and discomfort than necessary. I can assure you I will not be punished for exposing such gross incompetence, she replied with a stern, serious tone. Oh shit, color me pleasantly surprised. Another noble worth her title, though she's a stickler for rules too. Now I understand why she protested about Woodshaft's smuggling operations. I wonder if Princess Clara has any influence in her attitude and views, he wondered before giving her a faint nod. In that case, I thank you for your aid, Lady Cynthia. You may call me by my name, Lieutenant Wyatt. My princess has bestowed the courtesy of extending you her hand in friendship, and the use of her name without honorifics. You saved my life as well, so I offer the same courtesy, she revealed with a hint of humility. Despite everything, Wyatt couldn't stop a smile from spreading on his lips. Without so much pain clouding his mind and being able to think more or less properly again without the headache, his awkwardness returned as well as a clear reminder of his position. In that case, Cynthia, you may call me by my name too. Very well, she replied, and suddenly turned on her heel in a swift, clean motion that would have put a ballerina to shame with how smooth it was despite her bulky armor. Follow me. My princess wishes to speak to you in private. Commander Redford has been informed, and you have been granted leave until my princess says otherwise. I obey, he replied in the common answer expected to give to a noble issuing an order outside the military branches. And here I thought I would never speak to her again. I wonder what she wants from me. Wyatt followed Cynthia at an even pace, never stopping his controlled, steady breathing. The trip took no more than a few minutes until they made it to one of the commander's quarters, which served as the temporary room for the princess. Outside the door stood 2 black, meter-tall cylinders. He watched as the bodyguard put her hand on the scanner and then introduced a long, complicated code. When she was done, the cylinders turned white and the doors opened. Wyatt advanced as Cynthia stepped aside to give him access to the room. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. Enter, Wyatt, Cynthia ordered. You're not coming in? He asked, just to make sure his assumptions were not mistaken. Clara wishes to speak with you in private, she replied, and said nothing more. Wyatt nodded, and a ball of iron suddenly manifested itself in his stomach. He'd heard stories and other gossip that when a commoner was invited to a noble's room in private, it was for one of 3 things: murder, sexual reasons, or simple amusement. He wasn't one to believe such hearsay, but now he wasn't so sure about it. Still, he stepped into the lavishly ample room with just some trepidation seeping through his otherwise practiced mask. 3 steps into the room, the door behind him closed with a rasp of metal and a hiss, sealing it behind him. The ball of iron turned into a veritable pit, and he began to sweat nervously. The room was quite ample, he had to admit. There was a large bed on the other end, a large private bathroom to his right, and expensive pieces of furniture set about the place. But his focus was on the blonde woman sitting on a chair in front with a small circular desk set before her, holding a few confectionery treats and a violet liquid he wasn't sure what it was. "Ah, Wyatt, please come sit. I wish to discuss a few things with you," Clara said, offering him a sincere, friendly smile. The pit shrank in since, but didn't leave him. "Okay, Wyatt, play it cool and try not to get murdered. Don't say anything stupid or offensive and you may walk out of this in one piece. A noble is already dangerous. Royalty? Doubly so," he thought as he obeyed and sat on the available chair. Immediately after, small electrical shocks erupted all across his back, arms, and legs, but they were not unpleasant. If anything, the pain was further reduced and was now only mildly annoying. Seeing his puzzled expression, Clara giggled. "I am aware of your current condition, Wyatt. The Dulaxis, Ontoro, and Kinator implants are some of the worst there are. Necessary, but bothersome to deal with. That chair is specially designed to allow your body to work on its own while you are seated. It doesn't replace physical activity, but it makes it far more tolerable for some time." Wyatt bowed his head. "I thank you for your benevolence, Clara. How may I be of service?" "I wish to know more about you, Wyatt. Without access to your records, I'm afraid I know nothing more than what you can tell and show," she said before sipping from her drink. "Do help yourself to some desserts. They are delectable, I can assure you." "Don't mind if I do," he thought, as he reached for a small round thing covered in white fudge and topped with some sort of red fruit. He ate it, and his eyes widened as the explosion of flavor overwhelmed his taste buds, and only by sheer will of restraint, he stopped himself from scarfing down the entire plate of good stuffs. He munched on the offered treat slowly, savoring the exquisite sweet thing in his mouth. When he swallowed, a satisfied sigh escaped his lips. "What are these?" he asked, enamored with the sweet things. "Cake, a small version of them. There are also cookies, scones, and chocolate bits. The glass is filled with grape juice," she replied gently. "Go on. You can eat as much as you desire." "I might just do that. What in the blazes is grape juice, cake, and chocolate?" he asked himself before taking 2 of each treat with as much humility as he could muster. As much as he wanted to abuse the princess's goodwill in this particular subject, he knew better. "I'm an open book, Clara. What do you wish to know of me, though I assure you I am not remotely interesting in any way?" "I shall be the judge of that, Wyatt," Clara replied before eating a small piece of chocolate. "Tell me, where are you from?" "I'm from Volantis, Your Majesty, a little colony of no importance in the territory belonging to House Gimor under the supervision of Baron Carlos Arante, bordering Caiston territory, actually. To be specific, I was born and raised in Volantis's capital city, Fire. My family is of little note. My father is an electrical engineer and my mother is a social worker. I have 2 younger brothers, one of whom followed our father's footsteps and the other became a Clixal hunter," he replied honestly. Clara tilted her head slightly. "What is a Clixal?" "It is an avian-like creature, 3 meters tall, fierce, durable, and quick creatures, but stupid. They are a constant problem to the agricultural areas of the planet as they breed extremely fast and eat all sorts of livestock while destroying crops in the process," he replied, before eating a cookie and taking a sip of grape juice. "Is this what royalty eats regularly? I wouldn't mind groveling at her feet if it means I get to eat these things every now and again. And the juice? It is the best drink I've ever tasted," he thought giddily, his nervousness all but eradicated and the pit in his stomach replaced by a longing for more of those tasty, sweet treats. It was as if he hadn't eaten at all in the mess hall. Clara sipped on her juice, nodding twice. "I see. How old are you and how were you raised?" "I'm 21 years old and I guess I was raised as best as my parents could afford," he said, unsure. "We rarely went hungry and only when the taxes were raised for short periods of time. I received the standard education available to all commoners, and once I was 14, I enlisted in the Royal Navy as a pilot. I spent the following years at the academy preparing to be a pilot, and I was good enough to achieve the rank of warrant officer. When I graduated, I was dispatched to the 3rd Fleet, 2nd Frontier Corps, and stationed on the lingering systems as a garbage hauler," he explained simply and politely before eating another cake. How was your time in the academy? Was it enjoyable? Were you mistreated? She asked, her friendly smile dropping slightly. Wyatt felt the instant shift in the atmosphere and straightened involuntarily. The purple eyes of the princess were fixed on him, and he suddenly felt like he was being studied. "I do not know what to reply to that, Clara," he replied. What the hell? Why would she care about something like that? I thought she was going to ask about my records or anything besides that. What is she playing at? He thought, setting aside his treats for the time being. I enlisted because I had always wished to become a pilot and see the stars while serving the principality. My time at the academy was irrelevant to me. I mean, I wasn't treated like most other commoners, so I can't complain too much, I guess. I also can't say that I was mistreated. Sure, there were incidents that required a report, but they went unsolved, and I ignored anything after that, he replied. But inside, he spat with disdain at the memory of the many incidents that tarnished his otherwise exemplary record. Clara kept quiet for several seconds, sipping more of her juice and eating 2 cookies in the process. When she spoke again, she did so in an even, serious tone. Then I assume being ordered to bark like a dog in the middle of a mess hall is considered something to be ignored? For the first time in many years, Wyatt felt his measured and perfectly crafted mask of indifferent servitude falter slightly, and he answered with a frown. Compared to what other nobles usually do? Yes, he replied, and then relaxed. Princess Clara, I'm a commoner. It is the duty of every commoner to obey the orders of a noble, and can only reject them under orders of another of higher standing or from another house or lineage. If you were to order me to, say, drop on all 4s and act as an animal for your entertainment, I will do so without hesitation. Clara nodded. Indeed, I could order you to do that, and more shameful things, Wyatt. Be safe to know that I shan't. Unlike those nobles that stand below the garbage you used to haul, I have learned respect towards others, she explained, and her friendly demeanor returned. Though I must say, while it was quite amusing to see you thoroughly humiliate them, I would have preferred it had been done through other means and not see you risk your dignity. Surprised by her words, Wyatt swallowed as he offered a small smile. One must do as one can, Clara. Clara rolled her eyes and waved a hand in dismissal. Please, Wyatt, I want to know the real you, not this proper and cordial veneer you portray. Speak your mind freely and without restriction. Think of me as nothing more than a friend, as I will do the same. None can hear us. This conversation shall not be known to anyone but us. I promise you, you will not be punished or held accountable for anything you say. If this is a test, then I can't see where it bends, he thought, smiling more. Who would have thought that a princess freaking royalty would be so approachable? The respect he had for Clara upon their meeting increased, and he allowed himself to relax once more, careful to retain his breathing rhythm. In that case, Clara, I shall be sincere. I was not afraid to risk my dignity because I have none. Or rather, I care not for it as well as I care not about pride or shame. If I can win by sacrificing something that is worthless to me, then I will happily do so. Clara nodded, sipping from her drink again. Unlike the fools who thought they humiliated you and proudly preened their feathers as if they had achieved something, you showed their incompetence and stupidity. Rest assured, they will be punished for their conduct, but not directly. No surprises there, he thought as he drank more of his juice. Noble immunity and their capacity to bend the rules in their favor were nothing new to him. That being said, I am surprised that you have not expressed worry for the well-being of your family, said the princess. When His Majesty, the prince, showed me the map, I managed to glimpse that House Guimore chose to remain neutral in this conflict. Guimores have a reputation for being opportunistic. I'm sure they will declare themselves for a side once a clear upper hand is held by one side, he replied calmly, not allowing the bit of worry in his heart to show. Clara tilted her head slightly and pushed a finger up against her chin. You don't seem terribly bothered about the coup, Wyatt. Wyatt chuckled darkly, his eyes drifting to the cup in his hand. What other choice do I have? The last great conflict in the Principality was more than 400 years ago. Another coup, unsuccessful but bloody. Trust me, Clara, I am terrified. I will do anything and everything the prince orders me in order to prevent another civil war. But at the end of the day, I'm just a commoner with no power, say, or means to do anything by myself. Not that it matters if I was a noble or even royalty. We are in this conflict together, and the sooner Duke Draymore is put down, the better, he replied sincerely, but internally, he was fuming. Nobles die trying to keep their riches or increase their status and reach. If they can't win, they'll flee. But they always use the lives of the people they are supposed to be in charge of protecting for their own means, and don't care if we have to die in droves as long as it means they win something out of it. Clara's expression fell, and her smile was replaced by a sad one. That is a grim and unfortunate view on things, Wyatt? Wyatt shrugged. Maybe. But it is also true, and the only view a commoner can have. At least I am in the Navy and can fight back. Most won't have a chance to do anything at all. It is sad that what you say is true, Wyatt. The Principality has changed since its founding, and not always in the ways that mattered, it hurts me to say. Prince Julius Astor would be ashamed of what has become of it if he were to see it today. Doubly so in the case of his progeny. Clara let out a mournful sigh. Thank you for humoring me, Wyatt. You may now leave, and please, take every treat with you. I have more so they won't be missed. Wyatt stood up slowly, bowed his head, and obeyed with gusto the order given to him, gathering all the sweet, sweet treats on his pocket handkerchief. I obey, he said, and a second later the doors opened. Cynthia stood by the entrance waiting for him to exit. They exchanged a curt salute and he left. A moment later, Cynthia entered the room and the doors closed again. Cynthia let out a tired sigh and her expression relaxed. Well, he is unlike what I expected, which is a good thing. He tries to portray himself as someone cordial and straightforward, but he is quite selective about what he says and how to express his thoughts. A cunning man, Clara replied, lips curling up into a smile. He is as valiant as I thought, though, and has a good heart. His loyalty, however, is questionable. Do you believe he may be a potential traitor, turncoat, or spy in disguise, Clara? Cynthia asked. Clara shook her head gently. He is no spy, nor do I believe he could be at any point. He's too honest. A turncoat or traitor? Unlikely. I also doubt he'll run away when a chance presents itself to him. His heart beams with the light of a true knight. His actions that culminated in our salvation are proof of it. I'll keep an eye on him, Cynthia replied. What about the trash? Redford has been informed. Those 3 idiots did it in front of everyone. He shall punish them accordingly, I am certain. Another sip of juice was soon followed by a pleased sigh escaping her lips. However, I am interested in what he can do as a pilot. Cynthia nodded. His unorthodox tactic drove that black ship away. As Redford stated, a man of his talent was wasted in such a posting. He has already prepared a series of simulations to gauge Lieutenant Wyatt's capabilities. Inform Redford that I wish to see Wyatt in action. The fleet shall travel to Gintrax once we are in range to do so. Resupply should be done within 4 hours, and we shall have 3 days of travel until we can leave. Plenty of time to see if his tactic was a fluke, or if there is true talent beneath his actions, Clara replied. Cynthia sighed tiredly, and her judging eyes fell upon her friend. You just want an excuse to watch dogfights, don't you? Clara blushed. Shush, you. Chapter 6. To say that Wyatt was nervous would be an understatement. After his talk with Princess Clara, he enjoyed a few hours of mostly restful respite while enjoying delicious sweets and snacks that filled his heart with delight. Slowly but surely, the pain started to diminish, and his senses returned to normal scant hours after the resupply was completed, just in time for him to enjoy a restful sleep. Right after coming out of the shower, a voice coming from nowhere startled him. It was Commander Redford speaking directly to him through the Ontoro implant, as the princess called the second implant he received, now fully integrated into his cranium and ears. Lieutenant Wyatt, it seems the procedure was a success according to my readings. We shall perform a short test. Indicate to the ship's AI that you copied my message. Wyatt did so, and a few seconds later he heard Redford reply. Splendid. Report within an hour to the training area. That was all Redford said to him, a direct order with no room for debate or misinterpretation. What he didn't understand was why his commander would want to visit the chambers so early. He usually tends to his duties, sensor sweeps, and files some reports, and then exercises. I thought for sure Commander Redford was a man who stuck to a given schedule. Guess I was wrong, he muttered, while making his way to the large room dedicated to simulated training. When he arrived, he saw that all the chambers were empty but ready to be used. Also, 20 large monitors were now hanging from the ceiling. The monitors themselves displayed 20 spots that listed 20 names, his being among them. He turned to his commanding officer with a look of utter bemusement, even as nervousness ate away at his senses. "Commander Redford, why am I listed up there?" he asked dumbly. Redford turned his head Wyatt's way before answering. "Are you not familiar with the training scores?" Wyatt nodded. "I am, Commander. It's just that back at the Academy, that competition was reserved for prominent nobles depending on their paths and specializations." "Right. I forgot how the Academy tends to operate. Most fleets and Royal Command like to be more pragmatic in that approach. As commander of the fighter division, it is my duty and responsibility to oversee the capabilities of those I judge to be my best pilots and pit them against each other in a friendly competition. Ideally, 15 nobles and 5 commoners fill the 20 available spots. This time, though, only 3 commoners with sufficient promise are available to me. You are one of them, Mr. Staples," he finished with a barely perceptible grin. "Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Couldn't you have asked me first or something?" Wyatt shouted in his mind, nervousness making his innards shift with discomfort. The Academy was one thing, but he was likely going to face experienced fighter pilots, most of them damnable blue bloods, and get thoroughly humiliated in turn. "I wish I was still hauling compost right about now," he thought dejectedly. "You do not seem eager to partake in this competition, Wyatt," Redford said after Wyatt failed to say anything for several seconds. "Shit," he thought in a panic before clearing his throat. "I am merely surprised by the honor of letting me compete, Commander. My skills shall be lackluster in comparison, but I hope they will be enough to please you. As long as you perform exemplary, I shall not find you wanting, Wyatt," Redford replied. His eyes flickered for a moment, and then the AI's voice filled the room. "Pilots, the competition shall begin in a minute. Form up and enter your designated training chamber. You shall be instructed what to do inside it. All of you shall face the same 6 trials. Your results, scores, and video performance shall be streamed live to one of the monitors above you. May the best pilot win." Immediately after, people began to move around, clearing the area and taking up seats on the steps that emerged from the walls and the ground at various points in the room. "Go now, Wyatt. Show me your skills. Don't hold back anything," Redford said, patted his shoulder, and then left. Wyatt followed the older man with his gaze until he was several meters away. Sighing, he straightened up and walked up to his training chamber. Lined up next to him were the other participants, most of them showing nothing but seriousness and conviction. A few were visibly as nervous as he was feeling. He waited for what felt like ages, each second stretching time much like the event horizon of a black hole would do. Then he stiffened even more when he saw 3 familiar figures enter the room. The first was Cynthia Winfield, who then stepped aside to give entry to Princess Clara and her brother, the prince. Instantly, everyone stood up and saluted in reverence to the 2 royals. The prince made a gesture, and everyone sat down as silence filled the room. He watched as the trio made their way to where Redford was sitting, and then sat next to him in what was a private booth. Perfect. Just what I needed. Now I'm not only going to embarrass Commander Redford, but the prince too. I'll be lucky if he only takes away my rank and sends me to the brig, Wyatt thought, wincing internally. "Pilots," the AI said, startling him. "Your chambers shall open in 3, 2, 1. Please enter," the AI ordered, and left without any other choice, Wyatt entered. As the chamber closed behind him, his eyes widened in surprise, and he was unable to keep his mouth shut at what he saw. The training chambers at the Academy were little more than a VR unit. But what he was looking at was a full neural dive module. It had a pristine, white and comfortable-looking chair, a set of wires at the top, and the usual console and equipment that a line fighter possessed. He sat on the chair and sank into it with gusto. The wires came to life and quickly latched to his head, wriggling and moving as they created a direct neural interface with his brain. He grasped the handles at the end of his armrests and fiddled with the various buttons on it, admiring the graph displays and keyboards in front of him. He grinned widely, his nervousness vanishing. "This ain't the real thing, but it sure feels like it. Damn, I've missed this feeling." he muttered to himself before chuckling. So what if I'm going against experienced pilots? I'll just do my best and be done with it. Whatever happens next happens, he said, and then waited for the system to start. He didn't have to wait long, as 10 seconds later he felt his brain throb for a split second, then everything around him went black for a moment, only to be replaced by a surprisingly realistic depiction of being in space, a debris field of sorts. The voice of an AI spoke to him as if he was in a cockpit. The first trial shall be the trial of survival. There are 3 Drazen fighters in the area hunting for survivors. Avoid them until the timer runs out. Then, in front of his display monitor, he saw a 3-minute timer appear. A second later, it began to run. Without wasting a moment to be confused or surprised by the sudden start of the ordeal, Wyatt brought his engines to full max and began to dance and wedge around the debris of gutted ships. He wasn't hugely into history, but he learned his lessons well. He knew where he was. The result of an infamous battle over 1,000 years ago called the Holthen Massacre. The Drazen Collective, a warlike species of plant-based organisms that were mostly carnivorous, attacked the Principality alongside the Arabian Commonwealth, an independent human nation not part of the Pax Humanitas. The 2 allies only avoided an outright invasion to prevent other, stronger human nations, such as the Imperium and the Albion Federation, from assisting the Principality. Their raids were anything but, though their refusal to enter a full-scale war was the sole reason the Principality eventually managed to force a truce with them after this particular battle. While the Principality won a Pyrrhic victory, the Drazen, ever hateful of other species and desiring to take trophies and feed for themselves, hunted down every stranded fighter, shuttle, and life pod in the system after the battle was over. And now he was tasked with surviving that outcome. Far too easy! Wyatt barked out a laugh when he saw the Drazen fighters appear at the edge of his radar and were slowly but surely closing in on him. Checking the graphs and panels quickly, he discovered that he had 2 Hawk missiles available. No flares, no mines, and his twin linker coil guns were at 20% ammo capacity. He smirked. Alert! Alert! Enemy fighters are within firing range and are engaging. Shields at 98%, the AI warned. Excellent, Wyatt replied, and spared a moment to ponder about something. This chamber is amazing. It even simulates standard G-forces, but I'm hardly feeling anything. So that's what the Knitter implant is for. I guess the pain was worth it in the end, he exclaims excitedly, before yanking to the side as much as the ship could handle, triggering his reverse thrusters at the same time, and finally unleashing his 2 Hawk missiles at the leader of the 3 Drazen fighters. The fighters were also burning at max speed, but they were too close to Wyatt's ship to dodge the missiles in time. The 2 missiles impacted the lead fighter, triggering an explosion that destroyed it wholesale. Wyatt didn't celebrate his kill. Instead, he immediately fell upon the second fighter, showering it with a deadly barrage of focused fire. He saw the fighter's shield glow, then pop after 2 seconds of sustained fire, only to then watch how the cockpit was turned into scrap, sending the fighter veering off to the side, lost forever as another piece of debris. The third fighter reacted accordingly, turning to fire upon Wyatt. Warning, shields at 45%, the AI warned. Wyatt ignored it and began to wedge in seemingly random directions as he dodged debris and ire from the third Drazen fighter. He didn't have the ammo left to take down the third fighter like he had done the second, but he had an even better idea. As he moved gracefully at impossible speeds, purposefully taking the most hazardous paths he could find, he noticed that the Drazen fighter, being bulkier and slightly faster than his own, wasn't able to dodge all the debris, and soon he saw its shield pop, and a wing of the fighter was nearly torn completely off in the process. That's when he turned, ignoring a collision that nearly zapped his remaining shields, and fired in an arc. Most of his shots missed, but a stream of them landed on target, crippling the ship. Then he saw with satisfaction how the ship tumbled, colliding with a large chunk of what had been a cruiser, and exploded. He looked at the remaining time and saw he still had 50 seconds to spare as the countdown had stopped. Everything around him went dark, and then the view was replaced by a new vision of space, this time around a marvelous battleship as he flew in formation with other fighters. Checking his monitors again, he saw that his weapons were fully loaded. "Prepare to engage! Prepare to engage! Delta Squadron, keep formation and follow my lead," an unknown but commanding voice ordered. Instantly, Wyatt obeyed and wondered what was going to happen next. Then he saw it. A group of frigates and freighters that could only belong to the Ikanti hierarchy came into view. Unlike the Drazan, the Ikanti were an avian alien species that had once been defeated by the Principality, and then, centuries later, the Principality was humiliated by them due to sheer incompetence on the Principality's side. But he didn't recognize what was going on. The situation he was in didn't seem familiar to any battle he was aware of. "So this is either a raid or a kill and destroy action," he muttered to himself, frowning. He didn't approve of such actions. That was one of the reasons he detested pirates. But raiding alien supplies or disrupting their trade lanes? Well, he also didn't like it unless they were the Drazan. He hated them with a passion and wouldn't spare a second thought if that was the case. But he knew a few Ikantis, and he liked the smaller, chirpy aliens. "But orders are orders in this case," he said, divorcing himself from his personal feelings as the AI chimed again. "This is the second trial, the trial of obedience. Do not deviate from the orders given and fulfill them with optimal capacity." And thus, Wyatt went through the motions, no matter how much he disliked it. "He fought off the Drazan fighters," said Cynthia Winfield with apparent surprise. "It was most commendable," Clara added, her eyes glued to the screens as she admired one assault after the other. "Indeed it was," agreed Redford, stroking his chin. "Few pilots make the conscious choice to fight instead of trying to flee or hide. Fewer still pass the simulation that way." And yet, his gaze fixed itself on the timer and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Lieutenant Wyatt nearly broke the record on his first try." "Surely you jest, Commander Redford," Cynthia countered. "Have you seen the ease of his maneuvering? Almost as soon as the simulation started, he engaged his engines, announcing his presence to the enemy. He must have practiced this or similar trials extensively before, most likely in the academy." "You have yet to read my report," Redford countered while watching Wyatt obeying the orders given by the squadron leader with exemplary accuracy and without doubt. Wyatt has stated that he did not receive more than a dozen trial runs in the training chambers, and then only for the basics when he was allowed. He garnered his experience through practical means and, most likely, patrol deployments. "Preposterous," Cynthia replied, her stoic facade faltering as shock crossed her features. "That is remarkable," Clara exclaimed, unable to hide her excitement. "It seems I was correct. I have won this bet, brother dearest," she said, turning to face her silent brother. "Do not count victory just yet, Clara. 4 simulations remain. Redford, I trust you made the competition substantially difficult, yes?" The prince countered, impassive. "I have done my best, my liege, but already I can conclude that Wyatt Staples is a man of immense talent. Once the implants fully integrate with him and with more experience, we could very well have in our hands an ace or more than that," Redford replied. "Do you think he'd be capable of command at some point?" Cynthia asked, watching as the freighter exploded and the simulation ended. Above, Wyatt's score went up again, putting him among the top 5. "He does not have the training, the capabilities and calling for it. Who is to tell? I shall do my best to groom him into an exceptional commander if he is to gain another rank given the chance," Redford answered, but frowned. "I carefully devised the sequence of the simulations to test various aspects of a pilot's personality, drive, and obedience. Some test the pilot's ability for creative and rapid thinking. Others test patience, morality, and loyalty. So far, he has excelled in both fields." "Then we must watch!" Clara exclaimed, wincing when she saw a competitor's fighter get destroyed for disobeying a command for the sake of personal glory. Cynthia would have rolled her eyes at her friend's love for space engagements, but she too was fixated on the competition, especially on a particular pilot. "Another pile of scrap!" Wyatt declared with a playful, mocking laughter as he destroyed a 4th drone. After the 2nd simulation ended, the 3rd started. The objective was easy: destroy the automated drones before one of them can escape and report back to the enemy of his position. Pretty standard mission were it not for the fact that there were 20 drones, and they were sophisticated enough to divide their forces into those that stood behind to fight and those that moved at max speed, escaping the battlefield. At first, he went for the escaping drones, but the moment he destroyed one, another ran away in an entirely different direction. Now he was weaving back between kinetic rounds and laser strikes that tickled his shields. But they were bug bites that would eventually deplete them and destroy them if he wasn't careful. The drones weren't as fast as his fighter and didn't have shields, but were agile and small enough to cause even the fighter's targeting systems trouble. Not to mention that they all had short-range jammers, further complicating the situation. He smirked. But drones are drones. And drones are stupid and predictable, he thought, as he spared a glance at his screen, seeing a dozen drones clumped together behind him. He had spent a minute dodging their attacks and violently shifting directions. In truth, he was herding the drones together. "Computer, lock targets! Fire missiles! Release the mine!" he ordered, and the AI obeyed. He felt his fighter shudder as his 4 Hawk missiles and the mine's lock disengaged. 3 seconds later, the proximity mine exploded when he pressed the manual detonator, destroying the drones pursuing him in a single explosion. Then he watched with satisfaction as one by one the 4 remaining drones were destroyed when the missiles reached them. With that, the trial of extermination ended. Everything around him darkened again, and he took the moment to calm himself, readying himself for the next trial. When the view returned, he was now staring at a heavily damaged Principality frigate, and his communicator instantly detected a rescue beacon signal. "Welcome to the 4th trial. This is the trial of morality. A Principality frigate has been heavily damaged after an engagement with pirates. Render aid to them." Wyatt frowned. "Computer, perform a full sweep of the vessel and the surroundings." "Performing," the AI replied and remained silent for several seconds. "Complete. The vessel is heavily damaged and is venting atmosphere. Engines are offline. The reactor is still active and providing life support. 177 life signals were detected on board. No other gravitic, radiation, or heat signatures have been detected within sensor range." "Render aid to them," Wyatt replied, crossing his arms and thinking through his possibilities. He couldn't take anyone with him. His fighter was a one-manned vessel. At the rate the frigate was venting atmosphere, he knew he wouldn't even make it half the system away before space claimed the survivors. And there were no other ships or signatures nearby. "Wait, they were attacked by pirates. Where are the pirates?" "Computer, full power to sensors. Search for any large stationary and moving bodies." "Performing. 2 bodies detected at sensor range limit and moving away. Signatures unknown," the AI informed. "So it's not an ambush." Closing his eyes, he uttered the next words quietly. "Computer, target the ship's reactor and fire missiles." "Cannot comply. Friendly fire is prohibited," the AI retorted. "Of course," Wyatt chittered. He moved his fighter around until he got a clear shot at the ship's reactor. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger, sending hundreds of kinetic rounds directly at the crippled frigate. 10 seconds of sustained fire were enough to puncture the already damaged reactor, and with an explosion that briefly created a small star, it was gone. "This is just a simulation, damn it," he said, and all darkened again. The scene changed again, showing a pitched battle between Drazan and Principality fleets in the distance, but close enough that he could see it on the display screens. "This is the 5th trial, the trial of bravery. Your squadron has been disrupted and you're on your own. Fight on for the Principality." "For the Principality," Wyatt replied, eyes narrowing before moving in to join the battle. "I'm surprised he took the time to assess the situation like that. Most others just destroyed the ship without a second thought," Cynthia pointed out. "It seems that I have many bloodthirsty pilots under my command," Redford commented. "Given the circumstances, they shall be useful. But I concur with your assessment, Lady Cynthia. I was not expecting him to ensure that it wasn't a trap. I must confess I thought he would try to save anyone at all. A sad reality we must face in times of peril. Not everyone can be saved. Sometimes taking the humane option is all the aid anyone can expect to receive and deliver," the prince said, nodding once in approval. That being said, his skill in combat against those drones was exceptional. Even veterans have difficulty clearing that simulation successfully. Clara didn't say anything as she was too fixated on the ongoing battles across the screens. They all started roughly at the same time. though Wyatt maintained a 10-second advantage over the rest thanks to his quick victory in the first simulation. But his advantage dwindled as he took a more cautious, measured approach with the following ones. Out of the 20 participants, 5 had already been destroyed after 2 minutes of feverish battle. They performed well as they were veterans and great pilots, but that just wasn't enough to grant them victory. Another participant fell seconds later, followed by another, and yet one more in quick succession. Only when only 3 remained did she feel a hand touch her shoulder. She didn't bother to look at Cynthia as she pulled her back. Who cared about being unsightly when she was seeing something that she loved? She couldn't be a pilot thanks to her status, but she had always loved watching fighter squadrons fly through space and the atmosphere. She had a huge collection of recordings depicting dogfights, and she never missed any of the racing and fighting tournaments. Her love for it was open and on full display, and as she watched Wyatt and the 2 remaining participants do their best in their simulations, she couldn't help but smile when the scripted destruction of the Drazen flagship signaled the end of the simulation. She relaxed in her seat, sighing contently as she watched Wyatt's name go from 4th place to 3rd. Commander Redford, why is Wyatt in 3rd place? His performance so far, in my not insignificant opinion, has been most excellent and above the rest of the participants. He should be at the lead. Clara, Cynthia sighed. Your Majesty, Wyatt is a commoner, Redford answered, saying nothing more. Dejected, the princess frowned slightly. Yes, of course. How forgetful of me. I was so enthralled by the performance that Redford, no. Whatever she was going to say died in her throat when she noticed that every screen was black and all at once came to life to show the same scenario. You didn't, Redford. The prince gave out a dignified chuckle. Clara, calm yourself. It wouldn't be a competition without a true test now, would it? Through her time of service and more years being Clara's closest friend, Cynthia came to know several things about her friend's tastes, hobbies, duties, and more. While she didn't share the burning love Clara had for fighter races, shows, tournaments, and dogfights, she knew enough to recognize the 6th and final simulation Redford had prepared for the 20 pilots. ZTK 990, one of the unwinnable scenarios, she muttered. Redford nodded, his face stoic and serious. Better known as honor in death. This is the 6th and final trial, the trial of glory. Die with honor, the AI said. For his part, Wyatt couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was a lone Principality cruiser. There were no stations, no asteroids, no planets, moons, or anything else he could use as cover. Just pure, open, cold space between the cruiser and his lone fighter. Die with honor, he muttered. Then he gritted his teeth. Die with honor, he shouted, hitting his armrests at the same time. A cruiser set against a single fighter? How am I to die with honor? Honor, honor, it says. What the fuck is even honor worth if I'm dead? He spat angrily. Die with honor. What a joke. Only a petulant blue blood could come up with something so stupid. Die with honor, my ass. If I have to die, then I'll welcome it. But not like this. Not when I can still do something. Die with honor? Screw that, he chanted, his veins pumping hot iron instead of blood at that precise moment. Then he analyzed his situation. My missiles won't do anything to the cruiser. At best, the mine could weaken its shields first somewhat. My guns are useless. My only advantage is my size and speed, but that cruiser has enough missiles to swarm me. If I get too close, then the PD turrets will shred me to pieces. What can I even do? As he pondered his situation, he noticed that the cruiser wasn't doing anything. It was waiting for him to make the first move. An eternity passed, or maybe it was just a minute, perhaps more, perhaps less. Time lost meaning as Wyatt tried to come up with any solution whatsoever. Eventually, he smirked. Die with honor? I'd rather live in shame, he said, and his fighter began to move. There goes another one, Cynthia exclaimed, as the 15th participant's ship exploded. At least this one opened communications first. 9 surrendered their ship and were destroyed for cowardice. 3 more tried to negotiate and were destroyed for insubordination. 2 attempted to fight back and were destroyed for treason, Redford listed. Make that 10 surrender attempts now, he said as the 16th ship exploded. Clara said nothing as she stared at the screens, and the large, bold word now appearing on 16 of them. Defeat. She knew this scenario well, but how to beat it was a closely guarded secret that, even for her, took several bribes and favors to get the answer to that puzzling simulation. In short, you had to commit suicide, but not just any sort of suicide. To pass, you had to contact the cruiser and proclaim your loyalty toward the principality and, more pointedly, to the noble houses that ruled it. You then had to admit to the crimes you were accused of, and then, only after being judged worthy enough to do so, you were permitted to die with honor. You were allowed to commit suicide via self-destruction or by spacing yourself. Supposedly, only those truly honorable and loyal to the principality could figure out what needed to be done. It was as unfair and one-sided as it could get. Another fighter exploded, choosing correctly to commit suicide, but without the proper steps first. Thus, another defeat was in full display. The rest of the Watchers were murmuring amongst each other, doing their best to not disturb royalty, and, more so, the prince himself. But she could make out faint bets being claimed, jests, and other unsavory comments here and there. When the 18th ship exploded and was shortly followed by the 19th, her sole focus remained on Wyatt's screen. He had not moved in over 3 minutes now, she noticed. "What is he waiting for?" Cynthia questioned. "Surely even he must realize there is no winning this. No matter how talented of a pilot he is, victory is impossible in those circumstances." Redford was about to comment something when all of a sudden Wyatt's ship surged forth, quickly reaching maximum speed. "What is he doing?" he asked, astonished. "Something unorthodox, I presume," the prince said, lips curling into a barely perceptible smirk. Clara watched intently as Wyatt's fighter launched all 4 Hawk missiles, but they didn't surge forth right away. Instead, they formed up below his fighter only for the mine to be released along with its clamp. The magnetic clamp latched itself to one of the missiles, and then they ventured forth quickly. The cruiser then launched its counter-assault in the form of a dozen missiles and a series of kinetic projectiles. Its 2 railguns were just warming up and wouldn't be able to intercept the fighter for a few seconds yet. The fighter weaved and moved gracefully yet violently to avoid the incoming fire, deploying all of its flares to further confuse the cruiser's targeting system. Then, the fighter activated its emergency afterburner and suddenly tripled in speed. "Is he insane?" Redford declared, not believing what he was seeing. In truth, no one watching could believe what they were seeing. The fighter was now going too fast, and thanks to the scrambled and confused targeting system of the cruiser, it failed to take it down as it left a plume of white-hot light behind it. Seconds seemed to stretch for hours until the small fighter, traveling at impossible speeds, enough to liquefy the bones of its pilot, slammed against the shields of the cruiser with the strength equivalent of a nuclear warhead. It was more than enough to knock the shields down, but caused no more than a few cosmetic scratches on the outer hull. Wyatt's suicidal ditch effort had, it seemed, failed. That is, of course, until the missiles arrived 5 seconds after the initial impact. The cruiser and everyone watching had been so focused on the insanity of the fighter ramming attempt that they had completely ignored the missiles. Even the cruiser's missiles had flown into dark space, their original objective lost. The missiles impacted at the same time in the exact spot the fighter had been aiming for, the bridge deck. Alone, the missiles wouldn't have caused enough damage to do more than serious exterior damage. But the mine was another monster altogether. The mine exploded along with the missiles, and their combined explosive force was more than enough to destroy the entire bridge deck, crippling the ship at least for some time, and forcing it to either retreat to safety from the auxiliary command consoles or wait to be rescued. As if that wasn't enough, the display shifted quickly away from the cruiser and focused on a small, oval-shaped cockpit that had been ejected from the fighter at some point during the encounter. Most likely when the flares were deployed and the rest had been programmed automatically. Then the screen went black and a new word appeared on it, something that caused everyone, even the prince himself, to stand up in shock. Victory! Clara couldn't hide her wide, pearly white smile. That was the best performance I've ever seen, she thought gleefully. When Wyatt's chamber opened, he was instantly greeted by flabbergasted Redford. "Commander? How?" he asked without thinking. "How did that you even thought of doing something like that? And the program counted that as a victory? How?" His voice was calm and collected, but it couldn't hide just how amazed he was. I must admit, Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, that I'm most impressed too. Never have I seen such a creative take on that particular scenario, the prince said, approaching regally. Tell us, what drove you to reach such a conclusion? Yeah, I'm not about to tell him that I pretty much thought the goal was stupid now, am I? Wyatt cleared his throat. The goal was to die with honor, so I thought, what if there's another way? He paused as he saw Cynthia and Clara approach, and behind them several spectators also got closer, but keeping a respectful distance from the royals to avoid crowding them. And well, that happened, my liege. But how? A single fighter crippling a cruiser? That is beyond ridiculous, Cynthia exclaimed. What the hell is going on? They're acting as if I did something extraordinary. Ugh! I'm probably going to get court-martialed for not following that asinine objective. Seriously, die with honor? Who came up with that absurdity? Wyatt raised both hands in defense. I'm not sure that can work in an actual fight. It was just a simulation after all. I knew I lacked the fighter power to do anything significant. But then I realized that while I didn't have the power, I had the mask. So I used it to let my guns be effective. And I doubt I'd survive on an ejected cockpit for long, but it doubles as a lifeboat in an emergency. He then saluted and turned to Redford. Commander, I hope that my abilities were suitable enough to be of your approval? Suitable enough? Redford shook his head. Wyatt, look up behind you. Wyatt blinked twice, turned, and stared up to see his display screen showing the word victory. Then after a second or two, every screen displayed the score and the rank of the competitors. He saw his name sitting at the top. First place, Lieutenant Wyatt Staples. Final score, 95,690 points. 50,000 points more than the second place, Wyatt thought. Then he fainted. Chapter 7. The question we all should be asking is why the ZTK-990 simulation counted Lieutenant Wyatt Staples' actions as a victory. Does anyone at all have an inkling that that was even an option? Commander Lukacs Ishtal asked, but found no answer as he eyed his fellow commanders. Sitting around a table, the 8 available head commanders remained silent while the video recording of Wyatt's performance replayed on their personal monitor displays for the 8th time. Juliana Winfield smirked when the impossible message of victory appeared on her screen and relaxed on her comfortable seat. She eyed the rest of the commanders present. To her left and going in a clockwise pattern was Redford Kalen, a good friend and her mentor. He was silent, but she knew he was beyond perplexed. Then came the hoity-toity and smug red-haired William Hempstroke. His expression was, for once, unreadable, and it caused her no small amount of amusement. Then came the robust, strong, black-haired Hannah Tallereau. Lukacs Ishtal was next, while the remaining 3 commanders, the old, seasoned, and insufferable George Lintar, the brown-haired and scarred Frederick Anderson, and the stick-up-her-ass, bald Vivian Teravis. That should be flagged as treason, George Lintar said, frowning. For a commoner pilot to even think of attacking his superiors? How do we know he won't betray us at some point for convenience? And yet, the simulation counted it as a victory, Juliana replied. We all know the unwinnable scenarios, no matter the branch of the military, are a large mystery even to us. We should be praising Wyatt Staples for his outside-the-box thinking. I am aware that that's the reason you managed to escape the Black Ship's assault in the first place, Redford. Indeed it is, Redford replied, impassive and stoic. He tossed a compost container at the ship as a mine of sorts, a trash container turned into ordnance. Never would have believed it before that day. I'm certain that the ship's crew was as baffled as I was when I first heard of what he did. But to achieve this, I am confused. It took me over 50 attempts to figure out how to beat that simulation when I was just a lieutenant commander. We all know that the K990 simulations and how to beat them are a closely guarded secret and that we cannot share how to obtain victory. Many have more than one possible solution. And yet, Vivian Teravis hummed deeply, frowning, arms crossed. Who would have thought that ZTK-990 would have another way to be solved? And many have seen it. Keeping it a secret will be difficult. Knowing Princess Clara, she'll try to not only keep a recording of it for herself, something I'm certain she's already acquired, but spread it at some point or another. The prince himself will have to talk to her, Juliana replied, and all commanders agreed with a nod or a soft grumble. Speaking of that, Redford, how are the other pilots taking it? Hannah Talaro asked as she turned her attention to Redford. It is a mixed response. In these past 2 days, Wyatt has received as much admiration as scorn, Redford replied. Frederick rolled his eyes. Let me guess. The nobles scorn him while his fellow commoner rabble praises his deeds. Are they seeing him as a figure to emulate? Like I said, it is a mixed response, Redford replied once more. Sensing that his fellow commanders wouldn't drop the subject unless he fessed up, he sighed. Both sides scorn him and praise him for different reasons. Some commoners outright detest him. Apparently, they believe he is lording himself over them due to His Majesty's direct praise and acknowledgement in the form of his new rank. The nobles that wish to bring ridicule on him are those he directly defeated in the tournament, except for one, and those that see him as an upstart. In both groups, however, are those who judge him for his ability and show limited support. And Wyatt Staples himself? How is he behaving after his victory? Lukacs asked, curiously. Redford smirked. After he fainted, he was brought to medical and woke up an hour later. At first, he believed it was all a dream, but when he saw his score and the recording, he went silent. The impression of actually winning overpowered him. He is not a man used to being praised, nor do I believe he thinks too highly of himself. He is humble, yet he knows he's an outstanding pilot. Do you think he could become an ace? William asked, intrigued. After his display in the simulations, I do not know. Redford leaned forth. His attitude is paradoxical to me. He is eager and confident enough to enter combat, yet seeks no personal glory. He is more than capable of following protocol, order, and maneuvers, yet he is ingenious, inventive, and thinks outside the box. He is a loyal pilot and soldier, yet will do anything in his hands to win and survive. Truth be told, I think we may have the makings of a new lone wolf within our ranks. You must surely be joking, Redford, George proclaimed, while William and Frederick nodded in agreement. A commoner cannot be a lone wolf. He lacks the training and the connections necessary to be one. Commoners serve, and nobles lead. That has always been the fundamental cornerstone of the principality. And yet, there have been exceptional commoners who have risen to a noble status, minor or grand, inconsequential or impactful. It has happened, Vivian replied, eyes wandering to Redford. House Kalen is one such an example, and no one doubts it's more than 1,000 years of noble bloodline, correct? True, but the sheer thought that a garbage hauler and a lowly pilot could achieve such a status. Preposterous, George countered. I won't object to the decision of the prince, but Wyatt Staples is a wild card that we know little about. Until we know where his loyalty lies, we should take measures to ensure he won't outshine those of purer blood again, or remove him if he becomes a threat. I agree, but only after a thorough investigation, we will decide what we shall do, Juliana remarked. Redford, I trust that you, as commander of the fighter division, will know how to best use Wyatt's abilities? I do, and it is another point of difficulty for me. He doesn't have any sort of training in commanding roles at all. He can lead a squadron of fighters easily, but anything beyond that is out of his current capabilities. I'm certain he will learn. The fourth simulation proved he can make measured, level-headed decisions. Losing a pilot with his innate talent would be wasteful. Crossing his arms, he leaned back. As to ZTK-990's dilemma, I believe I have a theory. Wyatt's actions, I insist, should be flagged for potential treason at the very least. There was no honor in his actions, George began, but was cut off by Vivian. And yet, he uncovered a second path to victory none of us knew about. Even the prince was surprised. What is your theory, Redford? She asked, glaring at the oldest commander in the room. Each unwinnable scenario has a nickname. For example, GVK-990 is known as Beyond Fury, BPK-990 is the infamous Murder House, and ZTK-990 is Honor in Death. Think about that nickname, Honor in Death. What does honor imply? Is it even the point of the simulation? The only command given is to die with honor, but how to achieve it? A mere suicide doesn't cut it. Fighting back is pointless, or so we thought, and proving your loyalty beyond doubt was the only viable solution. You're dancing around the subject, Redford. What is it that you're trying to say? Lukacs asked impatiently. Juliana processed what her old mentor had said, and as she stared at the still screen, a realization dawned on her. Well, I'll be. That was an option all along. All eyes turned to her, Redford's dull gray irises beaming with pride. The objective is to die with honor, right? You can either accept your death and be granted that honor, or fight against overwhelming odds and still win somehow, keeping your honor intact. If that were to happen in real life, Wyatt would die in his ejected cockpit in a few hours, but he'd die on his terms with a smile on his face, knowing he stuck it up fate's ass. Barbaric, Frederick muttered with disgust. This is precisely why I rolled out of the Navy. Uncultured brutes such as Wyatt are such a detriment, a blemish that shouldn't be allowed to pollute the honorable ranks of the military in any way. The Army knows about true diligence and honor. Juliana wanted to roll her eyes at Frederick's response. Being the highest-ranked noble in the room, his entitlement was more than palpable. Suddenly, they all received the same message directly into their brains.
Arrival at Gintrax successful. All personnel, report to your stations.
It seems our reunion will have to be concluded earlier than expected, Redford said as all 8 commanders stood up at the same time. Juliana, a word if you will? Juliana gave her mentor a curt nod and waited until the rest left the room. Once their privacy was ensured, she asked with a raised eyebrow. What is it, Redford? I've received reports that state Cynthia has been training with Wyatt. Have you authorized this? He asked gently. Juliana was momentarily stunned, then chuckled full of mirth. No, I didn't. I'm sure Clara has something to do with it. What sort of training is my sister giving your new star pilot, Redford? Hand-to-hand combat, marksman practice, and endurance training so he can get used to the Kinetor implant. He paused, frowning. What they did to him is unacceptable. I must thank Cynthia for filing a complaint herself. Juliana nodded. And you took a gamble by vouching for him to get those implants, Redford. It seems it paid off. Another chuckle escaped her lips. How is my sister treating the budding lieutenant? Don't tell me he is also a prodigy in those fields? Redford laughed. If defeat is a learning experience, then Wyatt has been receiving an intense data stream upload these past 2 days. Cynthia shows him no mercy. Juliana smirked widely. As it should be. Again? Cynthia ordered as she stood over the panting man that was Wyatt Staples. Give me a moment, please, Wyatt begged and was not ashamed to do so. His lungs burned, his muscles were sore, and he was sure he'd sprained muscles he didn't know he had before. 2 days. 2 days of this torture. Training. This isn't training. This is agony, Wyatt thought as his chest heaved with exertion. After his surprising victory and everything that brought with it, he found himself being metaphorically dragged by the blue-haired woman to the gym area. There, she proceeded to teach him several warm-up routines that he found satisfying despite not focusing on his physical training all that much. Then, the terror began. She was a predatory bird watching him obey her commands, push-ups, sit-ups, weightlifting, treadmill running, focused breathing, and more just to test his endurance. It was the amount and the speed at which she wanted her orders fulfilled that were a torment to meet, and worst of all, every mistake was met by a thwack of her rod that hurt like hell, but left no bruises behind. After the endurance training, she wanted to test his hand-to-hand skills, of which he had none. He was never good at fighting with his fists. Martial arts were puzzling at best, and anything more elaborate than throwing a punch, kicking something, or headbutting was beyond his capabilities. As a result, Cynthia handed him his ass every time. Their first duel ended before he knew what had happened. It wasn't particularly fair either, as she never took off her armor, and he was forced to do everything in training shorts, a tank top, and sports shoes. My only saving grace is my skill with the rifle, he thought as he struggled to stand up, knowing he'd be back down before long. He wasn't a particularly good shot, but he wasn't terrible either. He was no marksman or sniper, but he knew how to shoot a gun. Shaking his head, he stood up to shaky feet. He then brought his arms up, his hands curled into fists, taking a defensive stance. Cynthia sighed. Your posture is horrible. Part your feet more, lower your back, and take a firmer stance. Did you learn nothing about combat in the academy? Obeying her commands as best he could, he replied, I was never fond of using my fists to fight. Using something like a plasma cutter, a sword, axe, or any sort of melee weapon only endangers me and those around me. I can still throw grenades and use firearms as you've seen, Cynthia, he replied. Why does this matter anyway? What if you're challenged to a duel, Wyatt, or you don't have a gun in the middle of a fight? You may be a fighter pilot first and foremost, but you are still a pilot, and you may be required to fly other vessels. You need to be prepared, she said, relaxing her posture, and so far I'm not impressed. Now come at me. Challenge to a duel? Why would I ever accept that? I'm not a noble, and even if I was, I would never accept a duel. I'd just shoot the guy and be done with it. And if I don't have a gun, I'll run away or hide, he thought tiredly. He was grateful to Cynthia for teaching him how to endure the pain and discomfort the implants put him through. More than that, she was a noble that he could respect. But she was still a noble, and like a noble, honor, pride, and ego were great concerns to her. With a deep breath and a slow exhale, he lunged forth, throwing a punch at her face that she easily dodged. Moving quickly, he stepped to the side and delivered a second punch to the side. He'd been beaten over 100 times in 2 days, and he'd learned some of her moves. Not that it did any good, and she simply blocked his fist, grabbed his wrist, and the next second he was on the air before hitting the mat with his back again. "Gah!" he cried out and gasped for air. "You lasted half a second longer this time, Wyatt. Get up, again," Cynthia commanded. Wyatt wasn't sure if she'd praised him or insulted him, but that didn't matter. He stood up, ready to kiss the floor again. Suddenly, all activity in the room ceased, and the two of them froze as they received a message through the ship's AI.
Enemy ships detected. All personnel report to battle stations. This is not a simulacrum. All personnel report to battle stations.
Then, before he could do anything about it, Wyatt got a second message coming from Redford.
Lieutenant Wyatt, report to the launch bay immediately. Gear up and be ready for deployment.
Nothing else followed. Wyatt and Cynthia exchanged a look and nodded. They ran in different directions to fulfill their duties. Chapter 8. The prince stared at the tactical display as the fleet moved in unison in a direction that best eluded the 12 opposing ships, trying to remain as far away from their weapons' effective range as possible. While they had the numerical and strength advantage, he wasn't willing to take his chances so brazenly. The Principality's usual tactic to engage head-on when possessing an overwhelming advantage had gained it many victories and dozens of humiliating defeats in its history. The information the ship I sent as a scout and what Lieutenant Wyatt told us about Gintrax correlates, except for this ship, he said, pointing at the largest dot in the map. A battlecruiser. Princess Clara stood next to her brother while Cynthia silently watched over her from a few feet behind her. The princess narrowed her eyes and turned to her brother. They knew we were coming this way? There were no intercepted transmissions originating from Faldo, so they were not warned of our coming. That battlecruiser must have been dispatched here just in case we took this route. The other ships are corvettes and a few gunships, outdated and in dire need of being refitted. Wyatt's information was correct, the prince said, eyes narrowing. They must know they can't win, and yet they are shadowing our movements, Clara pointed out. Are there any other vessels in the system? Dozens upon dozens. All of them are civilian grade. Freighters, haulers, shuttles, and defense gunships, the prince answered, pointing with a finger at the map and the several dozen dots moving to a large station partially masked by a moon. That must be Woodshaft. My liege, Cynthia spoke up. Should we conscript the civilian ships for this fight? The prince shook his head gently. I will not allow this conflict to evolve into a civil war, Cynthia. The fact that the enemy fleet has not issued demands or orders to the civilian ships means they are following similar protocols. He clenched his fists bitterly. Duke Draymore wishes to eliminate or capture me as swiftly as possible to end this succession dispute in his favor. Wise of him. I still don't understand why our uncle is doing this. He never showed any real interest in the throne, nor was he outspoken against our father, his brother. What changed? What of our cousins? Have they sided with our uncle? Or do they see his coup for the madness it is? She closed her eyes for a moment, then snapped them back open with determination. I don't want to harm Gabriel or Veronica, brother. Neither do I, Clara. But for whatever reason, our uncle has come to this move. We can't allow him to succeed. He has committed treason. 2 years, Clara. He had been preparing for 2 years, possibly much longer than that, and we never suspected a thing until discrepancies in his financial and material reports were uncovered. He is a traitor, Clara, and like a traitor, he shall be severely punished alongside his conspirators. What about Duchess Emerald of Trinar and Duke Ionati of Vault? Clara asked, hopeful. You rarely keep me updated with the ongoing political turmoil, brother dearest. The information we receive is scattered and fragmented. The whole principality is in chaos and disruptions are commonplace. Almost the entire principality is now aware of the coup attempt. Duke Draymore has lost the element of surprise and will be forced to act more directly. However, I can at least confirm that House Ionati and House Emerald have declared neutrality in this conflict. I expected this from Uncle Oscar, but Aunt Sylvia, I was sure she would side with us. There is turmoil, intrigue, and deals that I am blind to. Our father held many secrets and he shared precious few with me. As I stand now, I can't do anything. It is frustrating. We shall stand victorious, brother dearest. Uncle Cornelius will be defeated and we'll get our answers, Clara reassured her brother, the prince, before silence fell between them for several long, cold moments. Only the idle noises of the bridge crew members working at their stations echoed in the room, all orders and reports passing through the ship's network. She could access it, but there was nothing she could do to contribute. She had no military training, her strategic and tactical skills were lackluster, and her abilities in diplomacy were useless, as long as the enemy fleet refused to open any communications with them. I've given orders to deploy fighter squadrons. We shall deal with the battlecruiser while the fighters hunt down their ships to cripple them rather than destroy them, if at all possible, the prince suddenly announced. Admiral Damien, I leave my fleet under your command. Understood, my liege. May I ask, do you wish that vessel captured, crippled, or destroyed? The older man asked with respect. Has the vessel been identified yet? The prince asked in turn. Not yet, my liege. Signatures indicate that it is part of the Third Fleet, but nothing else is. Please ignore my previous statement, my prince. I have just received confirmation that the battlecruiser in question is the rightful path of House Caiston. It is most certainly commanded by a main bloodline of the Caiston family, perhaps by Andrew Caiston, the heir of the house. In that case, cripple the vessel and then order a boarding assault, the prince commanded. If we capture the heir of House Caiston, we may learn some of their secrets. It shall be done, your majesty, the admiral replied, before focusing his full attention on the coming battle. On the tactical display, Clara and Cynthia watched as 24 tiny orbs formed around their fleet, each one representing a squadron of fighters. Like raindrops, they spread in several directions, all heading to the same objective. All they could do now was wait and see the battle play out. How I've missed this feeling. The training chambers are good, but nothing beats flying an actual ship. And I'm flying a Line Raptor fighter. Wham and Weskull won't believe it when I tell them. His cheery mood dropped as the faces of his brothers flashed before his eyes. That is, if I ever see them again. When was the last time I spoke to them? To Mom and Dad? Hell, when was the last time I sent them a message or got one in return? 2, 3 years? I wonder how they're doing. He pondered for a few moments, then shook his head violently. No, don't think about them. They're safe and they're just middle-class commoners in an almost worthless dirtball. Focus on the now, Wyatt, he said to himself to rein in his wary thoughts and focus once more on the objective. It's not just your life on the line now, Wyatt. You're now responsible for 4 more, he muttered, regaining his composure and watching the display monitor with 4 names on it following a coded tagline. The first was Epsilon 2, another Raptor fighter piloted by one ensign Gregor Undaj. Epsilon 3 followed, piloted by Warrant Officer Leopold Dakar. Epsilon 4 was next, piloted by Sub-Lieutenant Abacus Reed. The 4th life under his charge was Epsilon 5, piloted by Ensign Noltar Olkara. Meanwhile, he was Epsilon 1, the leader of Epsilon Squadron. Commander Redford had thrust him into that position without much fanfare or warning, but for once he had some experience in that regard. Wyatt relaxed on his seat and rolled his shoulders, feeling the dampening suit that further allowed him to withstand high G-forces and movements that would render an inexperienced person unconscious. Or worse, within moments. It was tight but not distracting or obtrusive at all, but that was not the reason he rolled his shoulders. The reason was that he was no longer sore nor tired after enduring Cynthia's torture session barely an hour earlier. A chuckle escaped his throat. The Dulaxis implant works marvels. No wonder the richest nobles back in the academy always looked so damn crisp and full of energy all the time, he muttered to himself before checking his tactical display. He and his 3 partner squadrons were still far away from their objective, a rundown corvette on the outer shell of the enemy formation. He could already see the few fighters the beast of a battlecruiser had at its disposal deploying, but were not moving to intercept any fighter squadron so far. They would wait within the protective umbrella of the ship's PD cannons and turrets before engaging the stragglers. Simple, but effective. He frowned at the display, seeing the fleets slowly moving and the Prince's fleet peel a few ships, mainly frigates, 2 destroyers, and a light cruiser to start harassing the battlecruiser. Why are they even fighting? Are they just delaying us, or do they have suicidal orders? What's their game? His thoughts were interrupted when his radio chimed in. Epsilon, Nu, and Omicron squadrons, this is Delta 1. Squadron leaders, report in. Epsilon 1 reporting, he replied almost instantly, hearing the other 2 reply shortly after one another. This is Nu 1 reporting. Omicron 1 here. Systems nominal. We have our orders. Cripple our objective and move in to assist where needed after that. This will be a cakewalk. Fly with honor and fight for the Prince and the Principality. Try not to get shot down, Delta 1 said. For the Principality, Wyatt replied enthusiastically, feeling his blood pumping as the prospect of battle grew closer. In truth, he was afraid. Everything had shifted around his life so abruptly. Redford Kalen was the first noble that had ever given him the least modicum of respect. But not only that, he treated him fairly. Cynthia was in that same category, and he was sure that her training sessions, which would continue for as long as events permitted, were a result of his victory in the competition. Then there were the prince himself and his younger sister, Princess Clara Astor, who treated him like a person, not a mere commoner. Maybe that was their way of showing gratitude, but he didn't ponder it. It had been just a little over a standard week since that eventful cross of fate that turned his world upside down. There's no excuse for failure, he said to himself, muttering one of the military tenets he learned by heart. Computer, time before we enter the Corvette's PD range? 41 seconds and counting, the AI replied. Wyatt hummed deeply, thinking about which approach would be the most effective. He wasn't worried about the main weapons of the Corvette. The spinal-mounted railgun, heavy laser turrets, and the plasma cannons were meant to fight and destroy all sorts of enemies. Except for fighters, be they piloted or drones. Fighters lacked true firepower to stand alone against anything bigger than a poorly armored and armed freighter. The armor plating was there mainly to hold the ship itself together and protect from micro-impacts. The shields were enough to withstand a few shots, but were, as an instructor once put it, paper thin. And the weapons, while effective, couldn't do much damage on their own except for the tactical mind. But for each downside, there was an advantage too. The size of a fighter made it next to impossible for any ship bigger than another fighter or a bomber to target it with anything besides missiles and PD weapons. Then there was the speed and maneuverability it possessed, making missiles almost equally useless since a fighter could outrun them, destroy them, or avoid their detonation with ease. It took a particularly green pilot or a heavily damaged fighter to get taken down that way. Finally, stealth. As long as the fighter killed its engine, radars would not detect it. Only scanners would be able to pick up the metal alloys and electrical components that made up the vessel. And that was the beauty of a fighter in Wyatt's humble opinion. Alone, they represented no real danger, but in vast numbers, they were deadly to anything but the most heavily armored and shielded vessels. This meant that in the Principality, being the backwater that it was, precious few ships could stand up against a swarm of fighter squadrons, or so many believed. He was of a different take regarding the effectiveness of a single fighter. While he agreed that swarm tactics reigned supreme and were deadly, there was nothing more devastating than a single fighter or single squadron of them. Making use of their advantages to the fullest of their potential could and had spelled the doom of heavyweight ships and stations in the past. Many fighters were a problem. A few or just one would be overlooked or ignored, and that was a deadly line of thought to have. 10 seconds for contact, the AI spoke. This is Epsilon 1. Engage standard formation. Lock your targets on the PD turrets, Wyatt ordered as he did the same. Locked! Acknowledged! Locked! Ready to fire! His squadron reported immediately. The second they crossed the effective range of the Corvette's PD range, it began to spew fire in all directions. But 8 PD turrets were scant protection against 20 Raptor fighters. Volley! He ordered, and saw with satisfaction how his display was illuminated by 2 Hawk missiles being fired from each member of his squadron, joining the 30 other missiles of their fellow squadrons. The PD turrets changed targets, and counter missiles were launched from their tubes in an effort to destroy the incoming barrage. Out of the 40 missiles fired, 17 were destroyed either by counter detonations or successful hits from the turrets, but 13 hit their marks. Just like that, their shield flickered, 8 effective PD turrets became 5, their antenna was destroyed, and 2 small gaping holes were left on the hull of the Corvette. Measuring 800 meters long, 200 in width, and 150 in height, the ugly box-like ship refused to give up. 2 fighters fell out of formation and were struck down by their turrets. Another was caught by a missile and was turned into slag, a fair trade-off by all measures so far. Epsilon Squadron, cripple their engines while Delta Squadron does its work, Wyatt ordered, moving with his wing behind the Corvette. From his monitor, and thanks to the external cameras, the several hundred-kilometer distance between them and the ship was all but inconsequential as they quickly moved into effective range of their coil guns. Another 3 PD turrets were destroyed by New Squadron, followed shortly by the last 2 and the collapse of the ship's shields by Omicron Squadron. Virtually defenseless now, Wyatt and his squadron pounced at the chance until they were less than 2 kilometers away from the Corvette. There was no need to get any closer as they could just pepper the engines at a safe distance. So close that if he had a window, he would be able to see the ship with his naked eye. Maintain distance and focus fire on their engines. Cripple it, he commanded and squeezed the trigger. The rattling of the coil guns made his fighter vibrate, and he watched with satisfaction how a deluge of white-hot pieces of accelerated metal slammed against the side of the Corvette's engines, slowly chipping at it and ensuring an eventual tearing effect. Alert! Epsilon 4 is moving out of formation, the AI warned. Wyatt watched his tactical display and saw that indeed Epsilon 4 was moving in closer to the Corvette. Epsilon 4, return to formation immediately. What do you think you're doing? I can't stand it anymore. Taking orders from you is humiliating. Why would Commander Redford put you in charge of the squadron? I won't let a filthy commoner take the glory for this victory, Abacus Reed replied. Wyatt gritted his teeth. Return to formation, Epsilon 4. That's a direct order. Epsilon 4, Abacus Reed, return to formation immediately. Epsilon 4 has deactivated his transmitter, the AI informed him. What is that stupid idiot thinking? Take all the glory? What glory? Commander Redford is the one who will be taking any credit whatsoever from this. I'm hardly calling the shots here. Arrogant, lousy, stupid piece of... Wyatt's train of thought was cut short when he saw what was Abacus's plan to take all the glory for himself. Idiot! He shouted in rage and disbelief. All fighters retreat, clear off, now! He shouted in a desperate attempt to prevent any major losses. Luckily for him, almost every other fighter listened and quickly turned away at max speed. 3 seconds later, the explosion happened. Abacus Reed, in all his wisdom, had decided to take out the ship's engines in a single strike by using his tactical mine. The moment Wyatt saw that his mine was activated, he knew what was going to happen. The funny thing about the tactical mines was that they were pretty resistant to heat to prevent any accidental triggers, enough to withstand the heat emanated from the fighter's engines or the thrusters of missiles. They were nasty and effective pieces of work and packed quite a punch after they were armed. So what happened when a mine was armed and thrown at a ship's active, roaring, hot plume-spewing engines from less than 500 meters away? Fireworks. A huge explosion blinded the external cameras for a few seconds, but when it was over, the Corvette's engines were offline because half of them were missing. Alongside it, the signal from Epsilon 4 went red and silent. 2 unfortunate fighters from New Squadron were also caught in the blast, unable to veer off in time despite his warning. Insufferable glory-seeking self-righteous blue bloods, Wyatt half screamed in pure anger, unable to vent his fury any other way. Taking a moment to assess the situation, he managed to suppress his fury in order to fulfill his role as squadron leader. Epsilon Squadron, damage report, he ordered, opening the channel. Epsilon 5 reporting. No damage sustained, Lieutenant, came the shaky response from Noltar Olkara. Epsilon 2 reporting. My computer indicates that my engine suffered minor damage due to shrapnel and will only operate at 80% efficiency, Gregor Undaj reported. Epsilon 3 reporting. Systems ready and undamaged, Lieutenant, Leopold Dakar said, unable to hide the tremor in his voice. Wyatt sighed. Understood. Epsilon 2, return to base. You're still able to fight, but I won't risk any unforeseen malfunctions on your vessel. Understood, Lieutenant. Disengaging, Gregor Undaj said, and soon Wyatt saw on his display that his fighter was peeling off and heading back to the Exalted Virtue, the Prince's cruiser and flagship of their fleet. This is Delta 1. Hairwire Mine's detonation in 3, 2, 1. Wyatt heard him count, and a static haze washed over the cameras for a moment. The Corvette was dead in space, and the Haywire mines ensured that they wouldn't be able to overload their reactor in an attempt to avoid boarding and capture. The objective has been successfully crippled. Head to the following coordinates. Understood. Epsilon Squadron shall move as... Wyatt was cut off when the sudden chime and alarm of missiles locking onto his ship rang inside his cockpit. Evasive maneuvers, he ordered before moving to do precisely that himself. Computer, who launched those missiles? Unknown point of origin, the AI replied. A sudden tremor of dread filled his heart, and he snapped a growl. Computer, calculate the vector trails of the missiles and draw approximate points of origin, he ordered as he weaved and turned, outrunning the two missiles chasing him. Thanks to his tactical display, he noticed that every fighter in his squadron and the other three had also been targeted and were doing their best to avoid the missiles. They moved and danced to an unheard tune, and one by one, the missiles were destroyed. A volley of shots rained past his fighter's side, and the two missiles were safely destroyed. Looking at his screen, he saw that Epsilon 5 had shot the missiles down. Thank you, Epsilon 5. I owe you one. No need, Lieutenant. Happy to help. Where did those missiles come from? Noltar Olkara asked. My computer is unable to find a point of origin. Everyone, order your computers to trace the vector trails of the missiles. If I'm right, then there's one of those black ships prowling the battlefield, the same kind that was hunting down the royal yacht, Wyatt replied. No need for that, Epsilon 1. I have a visual. Linking feed, Nu One said, and a moment later a small window on his video feed showed the inky black hull of the black ship that was only visible thanks to the barely noticeable plume of light behind it. Got visual confirmation too, Omicron 3 chimed in, also sharing his video feed. A third one is present, Leopold said, adding a third window depicting the prowling predatory ships. Wyatt narrowed his eyes. The ships were identical to the one he faced before, but smaller. Much smaller than the Corvette class he first encountered. It was smaller than a frigate, but if it shared more than mere design with its larger counterpart, then it was bound to be powerful and highly technologically advanced. Their firepower would be limited by their size, but could prove deadly if they acted recklessly. As luck would have it, he was familiar with their weaknesses somewhat. Listen, everyone, those damn ships will be fast and highly maneuverable, but their hull and shields must be weak. We have to focus fire on them and... Wyatt ordered. You're not the leader of this wedge, commoner, Omicron 1 countered. We can discuss that later, Delta 1 interjected. He's the only one who's faced these ships before. He has veterancy, like it or not. Wyatt, what are your orders? Undeterred by the interruption, he answered. Screen those bastards. Pick your targets and stay on them. The closer we are to them, the weaker they'll be. Their strength comes from their stealth capabilities and surprise assaults. I was able to knock one much larger away using a compost container and blow it up on their faces. It caused enough damage for the crew to turn tail and run at the very least. Don't bother using the missiles. They won't lock onto their... Shit! They're firing again. Evasive maneuvers. After that, hunt those bastards down. Don't let them escape for the Principality. For the Principality. Wyatt then focused his attention on fulfilling his duty. Now, with more forewarning, he was able to dodge the missiles headed his way easier than before and intercept the pair heading for Leopold using one of his missiles in turn. Again, they avoided taking casualties, and were now closing in to the black ships that, noticing they had been discovered, moved to try and make a run for it. But it was too late for them. If they were anything like the Corvette-class black ship, then these ships would also be capable of keeping up with the Royal Yacht in terms of speed, and seemed to be armed with plenty of missiles despite their relatively small size. Clocking at 200 meters set them between being a patrol gunship and a frigate, but still maneuverable enough to outpace every damn ship in the Principality and dance around them with ease. The outer hull, whatever material it was made of, was delicate, but it prevented the ship from being locked from afar. All things considered, he couldn't help but admire Duke Draymore for getting his hands on such ships. But where did he get them from? I've never heard of stealth ships like that before, Wyatt muttered to himself as he closed into the nearest black ship. They were fast, yes, but they were still no match for a fighter set on hunting an enemy down. Once he was close enough to the ship, his computer confirmed that it had no dedicated PD defenses except for 4 coil gun turrets that proved to be ineffective against the small, nimble fighters. He watched as the black ship targeted by Omicron 3 exploded after being peppered by a barrage of coil gun fire. The second black ship didn't fare much better, and mere minutes later, it was dead in space, drifting aimlessly with its deck destroyed and venting atmosphere from multiple points. That only left the third and final black ship to deal with. Closing in on the objective, his 2 remaining teammates and he poured sustained fire on the ship's engines. It didn't take long for the plume to die out, followed by an explosion that all but tore the ship in half as the bullets punctured its reactor. "Those can't be the only ones," Delta One said through the radio. "Well done, Wyatt. Do you know how to detect them before they engage?" "No, I don't understand how their stealth systems work, but it is highly effective." How did Duke Draymore and his forces get a hold of vessels like that, and for what purpose? Wyatt questioned himself again, unable to come up with a logical answer, and trying to decipher what role, aside from pursuers and performing ambush tactics, those black ships could provide. "Figures. An uneducated commoner can't be trusted with any leadership position," Omicron 1 replied. "You can't even answer a trivial question decisively." "I'd like to see you come up with an answer yourself, Tayo." New One joined the conversation. "Isn't it obvious? That damnable traitor has no honor. Who else but a weakling and a backstabber would make use of shameful ships like these?" Omicron 1 replied with not a single ounce of doubt in his statement. Wyatt felt like facepalming at the sheer absurdity of what he'd just heard. Victory cares not about honor, you high and mighty blue blood. Go ahead and fight with honor all you want, but you'll get dead before long and join that petulant idiot of a Bacchus sooner or later, he thought angrily. And at that moment lamented the loss of the 2 pilots that died due to Abacus's wounded pride. Be that as it may, the battle is still raging and we must move to our next objective. Delta One cut through before a fight could break out. "Wait, I'm getting a report from Commander Redford. Oh no. Another 8 black ships were detected and engaged, including a cruiser-class one. The Pride of Axtal, Raging Absolution, and Justice Herald have been destroyed. Another 2 ships, the Front of Honor and the Peerless Glory, have been crippled. That damn cruiser-class ship wreaked havoc on our formation. 6 of the black ships were destroyed. The cruiser class and the surviving small one have managed to disengage and are running away. Goodness gracious, a cruiser shouldn't move that fast. Where did those come from? They were waiting for us. How could this happen?" Wyatt was paying no attention to the discussion taking place as his mind connected the dots. The Caiston's fleet movements now made sense. They were drawing their fleet into an ideal ambush where those black ships were waiting. Expanding his tactical map, he saw that the original Caiston fleet, aside from the now heavily damaged battlecruiser, was either destroyed or crippled. Another dot vanished from his map. A destroyer had been struck down by the largest black ship as it retreated to safety. "Computer, calculate that ship's possible vector route and destination." "Calculating," the AI replied, and 3 seconds later it showed 4 possible routes, with the most likely being the one closest to his current location. "Everyone, head to the marked location, half thrust and with minimal output. They want to play hide and seek? Then so shall we. Sharing possible paths and coordinates," he said, sending the results from his computer with the rest of his comrades. "Interesting. What do you have in mind, Epsilon 1? Delta One asked. Epsilon, Nu, and Omicron squadrons still have our tactical mines. 8 tactical mines in total. We'll set a trap using the mines to block that vector, and we will lie in wait further out. If that cruiser-class ship heads to that vector, we should be able to cripple it or destroy it. We can't let that thing escape to hound us again if we can help it, Wyatt said, and for once, none argued against him outright. A few seconds of silence later, a voice came through the speakers. "And if the mines fail to take it out?" Leopold asked. "Then we'll use our remaining missiles. We won't be able to lock onto the ship, but we can set them on a predetermined course. Even if the mines fail to take the ship down, they will cause severe damage. The missiles will then either finish the job or ensure that ship won't be a problem in the future. Hopefully," Wyatt said, admitting that his plan was far from perfect, but desperate times called for desperate measures. "And if the ship heads to another vector?" Omicron 1 countered as the marker for the black ship blinked out. They were now blind to its movements and could only guess. "Then our ambush will be for nothing and we return to base. The battle is already over and all we can do now is try and cripple that cruiser," Wyatt said. "I've forwarded your plan to Commander Redford. He's giving us the green light to proceed," Delta One said. "Using missiles as torpedoes? Setting up an ambush against a stealth cruiser using only fighters? You're insane, Wyatt." "I'll take that as a compliment," Wyatt replied, portraying a confidence he lacked within himself. As he and the other 12 fighters moved to position, only a single thought crossed his mind: that those black ships were ready and waiting, and that the Caiston fleet, lackluster as it was except for that battle cruiser, was more than ready to sacrifice itself, was not a delaying action. It was meant to slow them down and inflict serious casualties. A third of their fleet was now gone, and the survivors were being rescued, as well as boarding actions were taken to gain as much information as possible from the high-ranking officers. Frowning, he pondered a dark thought. They were waiting for us. This wasn't just a preemptive measure. That battle cruiser and the number of black ships, there's no way Duke Draymore has that many ships at his disposal. So either he's capable of seeing the future, or there's a traitor in the fleet. Chapter 9. In Wyatt's opinion, the worst part about ambushes was the unsteady waiting. Every second felt like it could stretch into hours, while at the same time passing faster than the blink of an eye. The only thing around him was the cold silence, that maddening companion that could drive anyone into making a hasty, thoughtless action. After placing the mines on the vector trail, all fighters pulled back to create a bubble around the area, safely far away from the mine's possible blast radius and that of the black cruiser if they were lucky enough to destroy it outright. Each 20-meter-long fighter floated suspended in space several kilometers apart from each other, but within near instantaneous communication. Though at that moment it didn't matter. They were dead in space with only life support systems active. Unless the cruiser directly set its scanners in their direction, the sensors wouldn't detect them without any form of radio or heat signatures. A part of me wants to be wrong and return base. But if it comes this way, then we have to take it out or cripple it. This is my first real battle, and yet it feels no different than the odd patrol routes back in the academy. What did that one idiot instructor say? Ambush tactics may be useful, but they are dishonorable. A true pilot should never use them willingly. An open engagement is always the honorable thing to do, he thought silently, smiling at the pleasant memory of him beating said instructor by being stealthy and ambushing him over and over again until she finally conceded defeat. Heh, that got me a week's worth of cleaning duty, but seeing her enraged face was so worth it. I will never understand why most nobles believe that trickery, ambush, stealth, and deception are unworthy or dishonorable in combat, yet they happily use them everywhere else. You either win or you die in a battle. Simple as that. Pirates and the Drazen sure as hell don't care about being honorable. Wyatt sighed, checking his vitals and the life support system for the umpteenth time in what felt like 5 minutes. Dark scenarios played across his mind, picturing the black ship appearing suddenly only to destroy them all in a counter-ambush. The idea of his homeworld, Volantis, falling into infighting sent shivers down his spine. Whatever would happen to his brother, to his parents, what about his neighbors? The kind old lady that always fed the local galas, the grump old fart that was Mr. Warlow, always complaining about the nobility but ready to share some of his homemade meals with everyone. Would the local shelter have to close because of tax increases? Would conscription be enforced? Stop thinking about it, Wyatt. Stop it, he muttered to himself, hands shaking slightly. They'll do their part. They'll survive. Trust the prince. Duke Draymore will be defeated, and peace will come back to the principality. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. This isn't a civil war yet, he grumbled, clenching his teeth tightly. Why must you always be such a damn pessimist? He asked no one. Then he chuckled darkly. No, I'm a realist. I'll leave the doom and gloom thinking to someone else. Until things become clear, I'll do my best to aid the prince in achieving victory. But I do wonder, though, why did Duke Draymore stage a coup in the first place? Most nobles are power-hungry, glory-seeking, and self-righteous by nature, but Duke Draymore was always portrayed as a level-headed noble. He asked himself, then shrugged 10 seconds later. It doesn't matter now. All that matters is stopping him as soon as possible. His eyes wandered to his black tactical display. Eyes narrowed. Pride of Axtell. I saw that name once or twice in Commander Redford's reports. A heavy destroyer, if I remember correctly. What were they trying to achieve? Humming deeply, he crossed his arms. I'm sure the prince is going to order boarding teams to capture any survivors and find out how and why there were so many ships waiting for the fleet's arrival. With any luck, he won't blame me for this debacle, and if he does, well, I just hope it ends quickly. Several more minutes passed in relative silence as he tried his best to remain focused and calm until the AI chimed. Alert! Proximity sensors have detected a faint heat signature approaching quickly. Wyatt felt his heart jump to his throat as he placed his hands on the controllers. Activate external cameras only. Focus on the heat signature, he ordered. And a few seconds later, his display monitor showed the smooth black exterior of the black ship that faintly reflected the light of the distant star, masking it as a mere reflection to all but those who knew what they were looking for. He stared at the 3-kilometer-long ship with apprehension. Despite its size and mass, it was still relatively sleek, shaped in that now familiar arrowhead design. Even the powerful engines that propelled it forward were barely detected by his sensors. Silently, he reactivated his tactical display to show the ship's vector route, and he smiled when it was still heading in the same direction. It was now the time for the most dangerous part of any ambush, the execution. On his display, the ship moved steadily toward the waiting tactical mines. A scanning sweep would reveal the existence of the mines and the fighters at the distances they were currently at. But scanning something not only required a ship to remain as stationary as possible, it also consumed a lot of energy, computational power, and basically acted as a distress beacon that more or less revealed you were there. Come on, just a little closer, keep moving, Wyatt muttered, eyes glued to the display, refusing to blink. Then, all as one, the tactical mines activated and detonated all around the cruiser. The intense brightness of the explosions reflected on the ship's black hull until the ship flew past the lingering clouds of plasma and energy left behind by the mine's detonation. The ship was visibly heavily damaged, as several hull breaches could be seen across its structure. Atmosphere and internal fires were being sucked into the vacuum of space as it moved, and its engines were considerably weakened, but not disabled. All squadrons, engage! Delta One ordered as communications returned. With a single command, Wyatt brought his fighter to life in full and turned to pursue the ship. The mines didn't slow it down. Nothing would until something forced the ship to slow down or was captured in the gravitational pull of a stellar body. But now it would be unable to keep its acceleration up anymore. Even better, the explosions had forced it out of its original route, making its escape an even less likely scenario. Epsilon Squadron, prepare your missiles for a volley, Wyatt ordered as he ran quick calculations that would hit the damaged ship without the need to lock onto it. New One reporting, we're ready. Omicron 1 here, ready. This is Delta 1. On your word, Epsilon 1. Wyatt felt his throat dry all of a sudden as the idea of sinking the ship crossed his mind. He'd killed before, pirates mostly, and a few Drazan raiders, and he shed no tears for them. But this was different. How many people were on that ship? How many had died already because of his plan? How many more would die? Hundreds? Thousands? Epsilon 5 reporting, Lieutenant. Ready to fire, Noltar Olkara said. This is Epsilon 3. Ready. Leopold Dakar's voice came through a second later. Wyatt shook his head, dispelling his doubts. The nobles and commoners aboard were his enemies. They sided with Duke Draymore, and thus they were traitors to the Principality and the Prince. He wasn't stupid either. He knew that most commoners aboard the cruiser, and in every other enemy ship for that matter, were only following orders, unable or unwilling to go against their superiors, or, like himself, found themselves embroiled by forces beyond their control. But like them, he had a duty to uphold, vows to honor, and orders to follow. It wasn't personal nor vindictive. It was simply the nature of battle. One side wins, the other side loses. You either live or you die. "Volley!" he commanded, and the missiles were released. He watched from the tactical display as the volley of missiles lunged forth unimpeded and without changing direction. All the while, he and what remained of the wedge moved in random directions outside the range of any possible PD turrets and other countermeasures the cruiser was equipped with. A wise choice, for as soon as the missiles entered the effective range of the cruiser's theoretical defenses, Wyatt detected no less than 20 PD turrets coming to life across the undamaged hull's structure. A dozen counter-missiles were also launched, but explosions followed soon after from the launch tubes. The tactical minds had done their job and had vastly limited the capabilities of the cruiser. And yet what survived made his stomach clench in worry. "I would not want to fight one of those things head-on, not by a long shot," he said as he noticed that the cruiser fired almost blindly at the incoming barrage. 26 Hawk missiles turned into 20 and then 16 before they reached their destination and impacted the damaged cruiser. 2 missiles missed entirely, veering off into space until they detonated once their fuel ran out. From his monitor display, the hull was lit again in the light of explosions that further wounded the ship. One explosion, though, outshone the rest, and a good chunk of the ship suddenly disappeared in a great ball of fire and superheated metal. One of the missiles had entered through one of the gaping holes on the cruiser and had struck an ammo storage unit. The cruiser's engines died, and the ship stumbled freely across the cosmos like a corpse. "Delta One, should we move in and finish the job?" Wyatt asked, relieved and happy that his plan had worked as well as it did. "No, I won't risk it. We don't have any missiles left, and we don't know if they are just playing dead, waiting for us to come in close. I'm trying to scan that monster, but my targeting and sensor arrays bounce off its hull even as damaged as it is now. Where did that treacherous bastard find these ships anyway? I've heard of stealth ships before, but nothing like this," Delta One replied. "Then what are we to do, Delta One?" Omicron One asked. "With that thing out of the way, I can contact Commander Redford, and then he'll decide what to do next. I'm sure he'll want to send a boarding party over and find out." Delta One's words died in his throat when every display monitor was suddenly illuminated by a large explosion that gave Gintrax a second star for a few seconds. "Cowards!" Omicron One shouted. "I can't blame their tactic. Standard procedure. Better to scuttle the ship than be captured," New One said, frustration evident in his voice. "At least we achieved our objective. That ship won't trouble us in the future anymore, but who knows how many more are out there." "Duke Draymore can't have that many stealth ships at his disposal. With any luck, we took down the strongest of those black ships. This attack was meant to cripple our fleet as much as possible," Wyatt replied. "Your orders, Delta One?" "I'm forwarding the result of the ambush to Commander Redford and awaiting further instructions," Delta One replied. 2 minutes passed in relative silence until he spoke up again. "We are to return to base." The first thing Wyatt noticed when they were close enough to the fleet was the sorry state it was in. A third of it was gone, and another third showed damage that ranged from light to heavy. He allowed himself a sigh of relief when he noticed no damage whatsoever had been inflicted upon the exalted Virtue. Moving to the hangar bay, one by one, the surviving fighters landed safely as mechanics and engineers moved it to repair any damage taken and run diagnostics. Unhooking his helmet and opening the cockpit, he received a message from Redford. "Wyatt, Captain Salazar Reed is heading to the hangar. Do not fall to any provocations. I am on my way." Wyatt suppressed a growl of annoyance, but was thankful that Commander Redford had warned him. "I bet the captain will try to blame me for the actions of that idiot. Wouldn't be the first time I'm used as the scapegoat for some petulant noble's misdeeds. Let's get this over with." As he stepped out of his fighter and joined the rest of his squadron, lining in wait for the commanding officer to render a personal report, he saw a fuming, brown-haired man in his 50s, his dull gray eyes showing nothing but contempt and fury as he approached, flanked by a detachment of Marines behind him. His uniform gave away that he was with the Marines, and he was not happy at all. Sparing a quick glance at his comrades, Wyatt saw that they were not at all surprised to see the man heading their way. Ensign Gregor Undaj was the shortest of the group. His slightly grayish hair and his chubby physique made him look unthreatening, but his posture was firm and proud. Warrant Officer Leopold Dakar had short black hair, his eyes brown as he was a commoner like he was, and was pretty average in both appearance and build, though the nasty scar on his neck and left cheek was pretty notable. Finally, Ensign Nultar Okara. His hair was shoulder-length and with a greenish hue. He wasn't particularly handsome either, as his factions were sturdy and devoid of any grace, but the smirk on his lips and his posture were more relaxed than the rest. "Lieutenant Wyatt Staples," Captain Salazar Reed called a good 10 meters away, gaining some attention as he stepped forth with heavy, angry stomps. "Sir," Wyatt saluted, followed by his companions. The 2 surviving pilots from New Squadron, the 3 from Omicron, and the 4 from Delta also saluted, but kept their mouths shut, watching in silence. "Explain to me why my younger brother is dead!" Salazar demanded, throwing any sort of protocol out the airlock. "Your idiotic and lackluster commanding skills have caused my noble house dearly. Explain yourself now, commoner filth." "Sir," Wyatt replied, not bending nor backing away from the accusation. Inside, he was fuming, but it was a manageable anger. He'd dealt with stupid accusations before, though none involved a dead noble. "I regret to inform you that I did everything in my power to prevent the unauthorized and disruptive actions of Abacus Reed. Alas, the sub-lieutenant did not heed my orders and acted on his own accord, sir," said the lieutenant, putting extra emphasis on Abacus's faults. Salazar gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in rage. "Liar! My brother would never do something so stupid as to break formation. Surely you ordered him to perform a suicidal action? See? This is what happens when an unworthy commoner is given any sort of important leadership position. Abacus should have been the leader of your squadron after the death of the previous leader, but no, he was disgraced and shoved aside in favor of a commoner that got him killed. I shall not stand for this insolency. You shall be severely punished for the disgrace and dishonor you've brought upon the noble house Reed, Wyatt Staples." Even though he couldn't see them, he knew that the other pilots were likely biting down their tongues. Noble standing and military rank made for a convoluted mess of protocols, honorifics, rules, and exceptions that he couldn't be bothered to learn whatsoever. But he knew that no one was allowed to speak out against an officer of higher standing, much less so a noble, unless directly spoken to. "I tried to save your stupid brother, you arrogant blue blood, but I have to stall for time now." "What can I do?" Wyatt thought, and a second later an idea popped into his head. Falling to a knee, he bowed his head before the Salazar. "I dare not insult you or your noble house, Lord, but I must object to your decisions, Lord," he said, avoiding saying threats. "Your brother, Sub-Lieutenant Abacus Reed, acted on his own accord and against my orders. His actions caused the deaths of 2 pilots from New Squadron, and all of us have both visual and audio recordings to prove that what I say is true, Lord. I once more lament the loss of a precious life of House Reed, but I am faultless in this regard, Lord. You won't get more than that from me, you damnable blue blood. Your stupid brother killed 2 other good pilots and nearly cost us more. You and that worthless pride and ego will have to accept reality," he thought, never allowing his feelings to show. "Falsehood, surely," Salazar replied with a growl. "Then again, what can anyone expect from a lowly commoner? You know nothing of the virtues of honor, glory, and respect. I shall have you flogged for daring to lie to me, you—" "He's not lying, Reed!" The voice of Nultar Okara suddenly cut through, and all eyes shifted to him. "Your stupid brother couldn't handle being under the command of a commoner and got himself killed, taking another 2 with him for it." "Okara, you dare insult the memory of my brother in such a manner?" Salazar countered, fuming and ready to throw a punch. "What's more, you dare speak out of turn and to a superior officer? How am I to do otherwise when your claims are not only unjust but false? We have the evidence, we have recordings. Accept reality and swallow your pride for once, Reed, Nultar said, eyes narrowing. Then he smirked mockingly. Not that you much of it in the first place, now is it? Wyatt stared dumbly at the interaction of the two nobles. He'd seen a few confrontations before, but none had been so brazen as the one happening before his eyes. As soon as Salazar reached for his holstered pistol, though, his escort tensed, and Nultar's eyes focused on the offended noble. "Commander on deck," a voice announced. Like that, every shred of hostility was dispelled as Salazar had to turn around to salute Commander Redford, flanked by two Marines. "At ease," Redford commanded, and everyone obeyed. "Captain Salazar, may I inquire why you're hounding one of my pilots?" "Commander Redford," Salazar began, undeterred but showing respect to his superior. "Lieutenant Wyatt's actions resulted in the death of my brother. I claim retribution by right of honor." "Denied!" Redford's single utterance was heavy and left no room for debate. "My lord," Salazar insisted, "a commoner has caused the death of a noble. He must be punished, and I request to be the one carrying the sentence as the affected party. Captain Reed, I have already read the report and reviewed the footage sent, not by Lieutenant Wyatt's feed, but by the Wedge Commander, Lieutenant Commander Siegfried Now. Your brother acted out of pride and a wounded ego, Captain Reed. It led to his demise and that of two more pilots. Wyatt's timely order to retreat before your brother's rushed and pig-headed actions went to fruition saved more lives. Henceforth, your requests are denied and barred. This conflict is over. Normally, such actions would receive a penalty to the House. However, given the circumstances, I am willing to forego disgracing your family's name as a reward for your loyal service." Salazar Reed closed his eyes, teeth gritted, and bowed his head once. "Understood, Commander Redford. I accept your verdict. House Reed nor I shall pursue this issue further." "Splendid." Redford Kalen placed a hand on the captain's shoulder and offered a friendly smile that was anything but. "Word of advice, Captain. If a similar incident were to ever happen again, remember your division and report any grievances to your commander. Avoid bringing shame to your family yourself." "I understand, Commander. Forgive me. I have duties to attend to," said the captain as a saving face measure, and then departed. Wyatt, though, was smiling internally. "Oh, that was beautiful. I've never seen a tongue lashing so satisfactory since I was in the academy. Best part was that I wasn't the target of said lashing. Ha ha! Take that, your high and mighty pain in my ass," he thought with gusto while maintaining a stoic expression, or as stoic as he could manage it. With that done, Wyatt stood up and gave his commanding officer a crisp salute. "At ease, Lieutenant Wyatt," Redford ordered. "I've reviewed the report given to me by Lieutenant Commander Siegfried Now, and I must congratulate you for your successful kill, Lieutenant Wyatt. That stealth cruiser destroyed 3 of our ships before we could react to its presence and ran away before we could counterattack. That ship won't be the last of our problems, but it is a victory nevertheless that it was destroyed. Commander Redford, everyone in our wedge contributed to its destruction. It was not my kill alone," Wyatt retorted seriously. Redford nodded once. "Indeed. But it was your plan that brought its demise. Everyone shall receive a skull as proof of your veterancy. However, you are to receive the most credit for it." He placed a hand on Wyatt's shoulder and patted him twice. "Be proud of your achievements, Wyatt. Now rest. All of you," he said, turning to face the rest of the pilots present. "I have other wedges to see, but be ready. Boarding teams are already on the surviving enemy ships, and it will be some time before they are done." "Sir," all the pilots present said in unison, and saluted again before Redford moved to another section of the hangar. Once he was gone, the small crowd that had formed dispersed, and the pilots finally relaxed. "What were you thinking, Nultar? Do you want to get yourself killed or what?" Leopold asked, punching Nultar's shoulder. Gregor rolled his eyes. "It's not like I have much to live for as it is, Leo. Besides, Salazar got that coming. We all know Abacus let Tristan die just so he could take his place. I would have killed the bastard myself, but hey, he did us a favor. Shame about the other 2 guys," Nultar answered, arms crossed. "You still took a high risk, Nultar. Abacus surely deserved to pay for his crime, but you just don't talk to a superior like that," Gregor said, checking his suit and then pointing at Wyatt. "Even Wyatt here knows better than actively antagonize those of higher standing." "I merely spoke the truth," Wyatt remarked. Huh, they are more relaxed than I thought they would be. At least now I have yet another reason to don't feel any pity for that idiot's death, he thought, sitting on a large crate, joining his comrades. Excellent work out there, though. Shame I couldn't stick to the end. Sounds like hunting that black ship was a highlight of this battle, Gregor lamented. You know, I had my doubts about you, Wyatt, but after today I think you'll make a good squadron leader. Same, Leopold added, smiling. Now I'm not the only commoner in the squad. Although that's not saying much since you're kinda like a pseudo-noble, Staples. Wyatt huffed. Please, we both know that's hardly the case. But hey, the prince has more siblings in danger. Save one and you may get a promotion too, Wyatt replied, relaxing a bit more. Gregor and Leopold chuckled, while Nultar merely stared at him with curious eyes. Thank you for trying to defend me, Ensign Nultar. I agree with your companions that your actions were reckless, but your sentiment is appreciated. Nultar nodded. No need to thank me, Lieutenant. Any reason to see a Reed get what they deserve is enough to make me happy. Helping out was just a happy coincidence, he chuckled. You may not recognize me, but I also participated in the competition. I can finally congratulate you on your victory. Excellent performance, he said, offering a hand. Wyatt stared at his outstretched hand and then up to him again. You're a noble, are you not? Nultar rolled his eyes and brusquely took Wyatt's right hand and squeezed it, shaking it firmly. Disgraced noble, technically speaking. I know commoners and nobles aren't supposed to shake hands, but hey, who cares if I do it? Pleased to meet you, Wyatt Staples. The pleasure is mine, Nultar Olkara, Wyatt replied, surprised but pleasantly so. He then stretched a hand to Leopold once Nultar released it. The two shook hands in silence. Then he turned to Gregor, but was unsure if he would accept his gesture or not. Deciding for the latter, he nodded once. Cautious, Gregor said, returning the nod. I can respect that. Just admit that you have your head up your ass already, Gregor. Leopold barked out a laugh. We've been in the squad for over 2 years, and he's never once shook my hand. Not even after I saved his life back in Honduras 5. Nobles, am I right? Excuse me, Gregor said, offended. Has your commoner brain finally rotted? I believe it was I who saved your worthless life in that battle. In your dreams, perhaps, Undaj. Or did you get banged in the head good this time? Leopold countered. Wyatt could only stare as the two pilots started to go back and forth, claiming feats and insulting each other at every turn. And yet, none of it sounded malicious or cruel. Are they always like that? He asked softly. Better get used to it, Lieutenant. Once they start, very little can shut them up, Nultar answered. Wyatt nodded in response and waited for further orders, whatever those may be. Don't get attached to them, Wyatt. You might die, or they might die in the coming conflicts. Better to keep them at arm's length. Chapter 10. The hot water of his shower hit his skin, shedding the tension and stress away from his body. Commander Redford had dismissed every fighter pilot after 3 long hours of waiting. The boarding parties had been successful in capturing several officers and securing a couple hundred commoner crewmen who had surrendered and even aided the boarders. Everyone else would be summarily executed for their treason once the salvage efforts were over. All of them would either be spaced or simply destroyed alongside their now useless ships. It was a harsh decision, but one that he could understand. The fact that the prince himself gave orders to spare those who surrendered reassured him that he was on the right side. But it made the loss of so many lives weigh no less in his mind. Before leaving for his quarters, he heard that the only 2 support and maintenance corvettes in the fleet were scouring the useful parts of the gutted ships. Hullbreaker teams were hard at work patching the wounds the damaged vessels of the fleet got, and medical wings were full of wounded, as well as performing funerary rites for those that were lost, both those whose bodies could be recovered and those that couldn't. Turning off the water, he grabbed a towel, dried himself off, and then allowed the drying routine to get everything else and cleanse his shower. Water was precious after all and needed to be recycled as much as possible in case harvesting was not an option. Stepping out of the shower, he quickly changed into a fresh uniform and sat on his bed, thinking about nothing and everything at the same time. After several minutes of silent contemplation, he glanced at the door. I guess the prince doesn't believe I'm a traitor, he sighed tiredly. I don't know what's worse. The chance that Duke Draymore has so much foresight despite the distances at play here, or that there may be one or multiple traitors hiding in the fleet's crew. The thought alone was disconcerting and opened so many dark possibilities that it made his head spin. And here I am, a mere lowly commoner that can't do anything except shoot things. His stomach chose that moment to rumble. I wish I still had some of those sweets Princess Clara gifted me, he muttered, barely able to stop his mouth from watering. After 2 more minutes of silence, he suddenly stood up and cracked his neck. Since I was dismissed, that means I can do whatever I want. If that's the case, then I'll make the most out of it and go to the training chambers. Now that I can use them, there's no excuse to not sharpen up my skills, right? His question went unanswered. His trip took only a few minutes, and when he arrived, he found the place busier than usual. Several judging eyes fell upon him, and murmurs became more prevalent. Mixed within those glares, there were also eyes of approval and even some mild admiration. It was an odd mix, but the latter was surpassed by the former. Still, he found an available chamber and opened it. He was about to enter it when a hand grabbed his shoulder and shoved him aside, almost making him tumble. Turning quickly, he saw that a tall, black-haired man had been the one responsible. His tank insignia put him as a lieutenant commander, a noble. "I'm terribly sorry, Lord. Did you want to use the chamber yourself?" Wyatt asked, saluting the noble in question, while his mask was strong, hiding his annoyance. The noble in question lost the smug smile he had after hearing his response and turned to face him. "So you are Wyatt Staples. You are lackluster, to say the least. I was expecting someone more statuesque, impressive, in words you can understand, for someone who has gained so much attention since your promotion. I believe I am at folly for expecting anything dignified from a mere commoner. I am not surprised in the least by your persona, Wyatt Staples. And you're not exactly a shining beacon of exemplar model either, Blue Blood," he thought, his mask never crumbling. "I aimed not to fill expectations, Lord. I am a simple pilot, nothing more, nothing less. Am I excused, or does your lordship require something of me? I have orders to complete a series of simulations, Lord." Technically a lie, but hey, he doesn't have to know that. Seemingly frustrated, the noble, who was a good head taller than him, leaned over, making use of his bulkier frame in an attempt to intimidate him. "Be aware of this, commoner. Many of us know what you're up to, but you will fail. Remember that. We are watching, and we do not like filthy, opportunistic upstarts. Now get out of my sight before I remove you myself, commoner." Wyatt bowed his head once, saluted again, and moved to another training chamber without uttering a single word, only to be rebuked a dozen more times by nobles of various ranks and divisions. Finally, he got into a training chamber after 10 minutes of searching and waiting. As he sat down and the neural link was created, his mask broke and his expression turned sour. "At least now I have more motivation to tear up things in the simulation," he whispered to himself, gripping his handles tightly. "Upstart? My plan? Are all nobles that insecure about their positions and the standing of their houses? Who am I kidding? Of course they are. So it's not just a wounded pride I'm dealing with, but they see me as a threat, and they farted up me as some kind of master manipulator in their heads?" he said, each word laced with disdain. "I don't know if I should laugh or find it flattering that they see me like that. Do you want to know what my plan is? Oh, high and mighty nobles," he said as he clicked on a random simulation. He was too annoyed to care at the moment. "My plan is to survive, aid the prince, restore order across the principality, and carry out my military career until I can retire. I don't care about whatever your imaginations scrounge up." Letting a final growl, the simulation started. As luck would have it, it was an open battle. "That is unfortunate to hear," the prince said, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. "Are you certain nothing more could be extracted?" Lukacs Ishtal, commander of the intelligence division, shook his head, sharing the frustration of the prince. "Regrettably, our assumption that the rightful path was commanded by a main bloodline Caiston, possibly the heir himself, was wrong. The rightful path was commanded by Baron Linaro Caiston, second bloodline but nowhere near high enough on their succession ladder," he scoffed. "That damnable Caiston knew next to nothing, and the systems within their ship were purged utterly. What little information we could extract from the other ships is useless. The only thing of worth that the captured prisoners revealed was that they didn't know about the black ships being in the system, except the cruiser that was destroyed. Their orders were to engage and harass us at maximum range. They were used as decoys to allow the black ships the chance to pounce on us. Which, I must admit, was more than successful, Admiral Damian Valto said in no uncertain terms. Every ship targeted was a ship of the line. That leaves us with only 3 ships as the fighting backbone of our fleet. 2 destroyers and the Exalted Virtue itself. The rest are support, cargo, and transport vessels. Defended, armed, and ready to provide light assistance, but nothing more. It is imperative that we travel to House Finnegan territory as soon as possible, my prince. I concur with our esteemed admiral, Vivian Terabis, commander of the Logistical Division, said, gaining the attention of her fellow commander, the Admiral, Princess Clara, and the Prince. The supplies we picked on Faldo are intact, and our transport shuttles suffered no significant damage. However, we lack ships. We need more, and we need any spare equipment we can salvage if we are to see Marchioness Amelia Finnegan. We don't know if another assault is being prepared by the traitors or if they have the capabilities to do so soon. We are almost blind and deaf thanks to the jamming outposts of House Caiston. Once we leave Gintrax, we will know more about the current situation across the Principality. For now, I suggest that we conscript the best and most capable civilian-grade ships in this woodshaft. Perhaps there will be mercenaries we can call to arms, Gregor Lintar, commander of the Communications Division, offered. I believe we don't have an alternative in this case, as much as it pains me to admit it, Commander Redford said, looking at the prince. We lack fighters, my prince. We have many pilots, and despite our recent losses, some of which are more regrettable than others, my fighters are ready to fight for you until the end. Nevertheless, we can't rely on them to bring us victory without proper support and numbers at our side. Juliana Winfield, commander of the Marines Division, nodded in agreement. My Marines are eager and ready. The boarding assaults only saw a few deaths among the commoner auxilia, and just 2 proper Marines fell in the process. For proper assaults against traitor stations and, Prince forbid, battleships, I will need more. The prince wore an unreadable expression before giving his answer. I was afraid that was the case. This ambush cost us dearly. But between the black ships destroyed and the battlecruiser, we inflicted more damage to them than they did to us. Redford, I take it your report was correct and was in no way motivated by favoritism? He asked, though he already knew that wasn't the case. Redford nodded once and noted that George Lintar, William Hempstroke, commander of the Mechanized Division, and Frederick Anderson, commander of the Infantry Division, tensed slightly. His other fellow commanders, except for Juliana, remained stoic and focused on their respective duties. Even Hannah Talaro, commander of the Royal Orbital Strike Forces, or ROSF for short, only allowed herself a short chuckle. But while brief, he caught that botch Clara and Cynthia perked up, just enough to let his trained eye notice the minute changes in their expressions. They had read his report already, he was sure of it. My liege, I assure you that my report is as clear to the factual evidence as possible. To ensure veracity, only the perspective of Lieutenant Wyatt Staples was not taken into account. All relevant information was gathered through the footage, recording, and testimonies from the surviving members of the wedge he was part of. Level-headed and direct, yet cautious and decisive? You were not exaggerating when you described him as a paradox, Redford, Juliana commented. I am starting to regret not extending a formal invitation for him to join my house as a knight upon his arrival. Wyatt Staples certainly has talent. He is resourceful and a quick thinker. I shall grant him that much praise, said the bald commander with a tiny smirk across her lips. But is he loyal? How do we know he didn't lie to the prince and set us upon this ambush? George countered, hiding his disdain behind a curtain of suspicion. He was directly responsible for the destruction of that stealth cruiser, George. I don't trust the boy in any regard just yet, but even I can see that in such an accusation he is faultless, William replied, crossing his arms. You seem quite certain of that decision, William, Frederick countered. Oh, sure, a commoner warrant officer hauling compost is the perfect spy sent to infiltrate our fleet by saving Princess Clara from capture or worse. Faultless strategy. Exceptional foresight on the part of Duke Cornelius Draymore, Rely on a commoner who knew nothing of the coup in the first place. I can't see any flaws in such a stratagem, Hannah replied, her mocking tone thick and steady. Enough, the prince said tiredly. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples performed admirably during this battle, and if nothing else, it confirms that his victory in the competition was not a fluke. Turning his gaze to Redford, he continued, If need be, take him under your direct care, Redford. Do not coddle him, but ensure that he remains strong and loyal. Not only has he earned a personal debt on my behalf, but his talents must not be wasted. We will need all the exceptional, loyal, and talented people we can gather regardless of status or origin. Loyalty is its own reward. Loyalty is its own reward, everyone muttered after the prince. With that cleared, let us discuss the next topic of interest, Woodshaft and our next actions. I will be blunt. We will need to conscript ships and quite possibly take with us many of their mechanics, engineers, menial staff, extra supplies, and local law enforcement equivalent to bolster our ranks. I will, however, forbid any hostile actions to be taken that are not in self-defense. His expression hardened, showing his burning determination. I will avoid butchering my people as much as possible. Our enemy is Duke Draymore and his conspirators. Remember that, everyone. Everyone was silent for several seconds until Clara spoke up. Brother dearest, she began, I believe I can help you in this regard. If you are to permit me to solve this problem within my capabilities, then I shall arrange a satisfactory, mutually beneficial exchange. The prince stared at his sister for several seconds, processing her request and offer. He glanced at Cynthia, who stood behind her. The blue-haired woman slowly blinked in response. The prince hummed deeply and straightened himself. Very well. You have free rein, Clara. Do what you must. Your orders shall be like my own. Clara bowed her head. Thank you, brother dearest. With a smile, she stood up. Apologies, but I must retire now. I have much to think about, much to plan and organize, and little time. Juliana and Redford exchanged a glance, confused. Wyatt Staples was immersed in the simulation, grinning madly as he took down his 20th Drazen fighter alongside a full wing. He wasn't the leader either, not even the leader of a squadron. He was a mere pilot doing his best to win the battle and avoid being taken down. Suddenly, just as he was about to add another tally to his score, the simulation paused and a familiar voice called within his mind. Wyatt, Princess Clara summons you. Met me in the hangar in 5 minutes. Do not be late, Cynthia ordered. Then, she added, do not forget about your training. I have not. It shall be resumed without fail. Is it too late to choose desertion? He muttered as the simulation resumed, only for him to be destroyed a few seconds later. Chapter 11. Of all the things Wyatt was expecting to see upon arriving at the hangar, seeing 30 Marines lining up before a shuttle was at the bottom of his list. Locating Cynthia proved to be an easy task. As he approached, he noticed that her posture was firmer than the previous times he'd seen her. Is she preparing to board a ship? He asked himself as the presence of the Marines left little room to think of anything else. I thought the boardings were already over. Do they need me to escort the shuttle? Cynthia turned to him as he entered her field of view, making him uneasy. He still wasn't used to her firm gaze, and her features clashed against her attitude fiercely. Still, he stopped a few steps in front of her and saluted. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples reporting, Lady Cynthia. Cynthia nodded once. Good. Captain Milcades, you may commence, she ordered, and the Marine at the head of the formation simply made a hand gesture. A moment later, the group of Marines began boarding the shuttle. Congratulations are in order, Lieutenant Wyatt. Taking down a cruiser is no easy feat for a group of fighters, less so when dealing with ships and enemies that we know little about. It was a team effort, Lady Cynthia. I thank you for your praise, nevertheless, Wyatt replied cordially before taking a moment to see the Marines. May I ask which ship is to boarded, Lady Cynthia? None, came her dry, on-point reply. None, Wyatt repeated, confused. Am I not here to act as an escort for your shuttle? He asked, sparing only a quick glance at the sidearm hanging from her waist and the sword strapped on her back. You are here to fly the shuttle, Cynthia replied as the passenger door closed and sealed itself. Come, we take the front. I obey, said Wyatt, puzzled and surprised by her answer. With no other choice to make, He followed Cynthia to the front section of the shuttle. The two entered the cockpit, although he wasn't sure if calling it a cockpit was the right word for it. The shuttle was larger than his old hauler, since it was more of a troop carrier than anything else, but in design was similar if only more pleasing to look at and more advanced. The cockpit was as large as his quarters, and he was certain it was larger by a good amount. And there were 8 available seats to take, 2 for the pilot and co-pilot if need be, and 6 for other important passengers. His mouth ran dry when he saw the beautiful blonde princess sitting in one of the passenger seats not wearing her elegant dress. Instead, she was wearing an armor set similar to the one Cynthia was wearing, but purple in color, matching her eyes. Unlike the blue-haired bodyguard, she carried no weapons, and a helmet laid peacefully on her lap. His cheeks blushed when she noticed their arrival and offered him a pleasant, friendly smile. Immediately after, he bowed his head. "My princess," he greeted and moved to the pilot seat, sitting on it without hesitation while the door closed and hissed, sealing them entirely. The next few minutes passed in silence while he ran diagnostics, checked the integrity of the outside cameras, and waited for the mechanics and technicians to give him the clear for takeoff. "Are you always so quiet, Wyatt?" Clara asked softly all of a sudden. "Only when performing routine diagnostics, Clara," Wyatt replied curtly. Several seconds of silence passed until Clara spoke up again. "Does my presence make you nervous, Wyatt?" "What do you expect me to answer?" "Yes, of course you're making me nervous. For starters, why are you here? Why am I here to fly this shuttle? Where are you going? What's with the Marines? Knowing what's going on usually helps, you know." He thought in a panic, but his face remained professional. "Never, Clara. I'm just surprised and confused as to how am I to serve you." Clara let out a dignified huff. "Please, Wyatt, you don't have to be so formal, remember? I'd like to believe that we can be friends, or at least be friendly to each other." "In that case," he swallowed nervously. "Clara, what's going on? I'm very confused." "Secrecy is always necessary in the world of royalty and nobility, Wyatt. Every action has to be taken to ensure a modicum of style, presence, and deniability all packaged into a single moment. It can be tiring and absurd, but, as I stated earlier, necessary," she revealed with her same friendly yet serious tone. "Cynthia, if you will." Cynthia approached and handed Wyatt a small tablet. "Follow these coordinates. Take us in at regular speed," she ordered. Wyatt took the tablet and immediately read through the information presented on it. It was a navigation path leading to Woodshaft that avoided a clear route from the fleet itself. It would mask their arrival as merely one more of the dozens of ships heading there, or already docked at the station. She wants to go there? Why? Wyatt pondered as some questions were answered, but others formed. Bowing his head, he uttered, "I obey," and took his position on the pilot seat. Cynthia sat next to Clara and waited for the technicians to finish their jobs. Half a minute later, he was given the clear to depart, and so he brought the engine to life. 2 minutes later, the shuttle was far away from the exalted Virtue and the rest of the fleet itself. Silently, Wyatt punched in the coordinates for the first point and relaxed in his seat, keeping an eye over the sensor monitor just in case. "Now that we are away from unwanted ears and eyes," Clara began, her voice relaxed and holding a tone similar to the one she had during their private chat. "Wyatt, humor me if you will." "Ask and I shall answer, Clara," he replied, unable to stop himself from feeling relaxed in her presence for some reason. "Tell me, what do you think about the battle? What are your honest opinions about it?" she asked. Again, this uncertainty. Is she trying to test me, or is she just being friendly? Are all royals like her? I can't read her like I read other nobles. That's downright scary. Focus, Wyatt. Just answer her honestly, Wyatt thought before turning around and allowing the autopilot to take control of the shuttle. That's a difficult question to answer, Clara. But if I am allowed to be completely honest. Clara nodded while Cynthia eyed him closely. There's no way those ships were there by coincidence. It was a trap at worst and a desperate ambush at best. My brother believes the same. So do I, Clara replied. Be assured, Wyatt, that he does not blame you for this assault. The black ships and the battle cruiser were unaccounted factors, but your information was correct regarding everything else. Tell me, Wyatt, what do you believe is the cause for their presence in the first place? Wyatt felt a knot forming in his stomach as words poured out of his mouth. that either Duke Draymore has such immaculate foresight and a strategic genius so far beyond our own that fighting him will be pointless, or that there is a traitor in the fleet. Possibly more than one feeding his forces information, he replied, crossing his arms. I pray, and do forgive me for saying this, that we are dealing with the latter. For if it is the former, then we have no hope of success with our limited forces, Clara. An astute observation, Wyatt. It is a conclusion I share with you, but I have the benefit of knowing more of my uncle than you do. Duke Cornelius Draymore of Camrim is a great strategist, a veteran soldier and a superb administrator, but not even he can be everywhere nor account for every possibility. We would not be having this conversation otherwise, Clara replied, sighing tiredly, her eyes reflecting the pain of betrayal and uncertainty. I do not know why he has staged this coup. I doubt it is the thirst for power alone that motivates him and that strikes fear into my heart. Clara, Cynthia said, reaching to hold her friend's hand for a moment. Clara gave her friend a smile before continuing. Take this battle into account. My uncle couldn't order this assault. The distances are too great. We were on the run for nearly 3 weeks before you saved us, Wyatt. There were no communications detected from Faldo, nor any other originating from the fleet itself. And yet we were ambushed. How so? She's right. The fleet has been under a strict communication lockdown ever since we arrived. Common protocol to elude detection for as long as possible. If that's the case, then how could a traitor communicate with others? Wyatt thought about her words long and hard for several moments before he spoke up. The only way a traitor could avoid detection and also give enough time to nearby forces to mobilize would be through the use of a quantum entanglement communicator. But those are ruinously expensive. Clara nodded once. I'm glad to see that you are as intelligent as you are cunning and brave, Wyatt. Yes, that is the only way a traitor could pass on information without our notice. The fleet's communication has been subjected to containment protocols and only ship-to-ship laser communication. Blushing at the praise he got, he continued. A communicator like that can't be easy to hide, and who could even afford one in the first place? Or who could be so deceptive or loyal to the Duke's side to have earned the trust to take one? Are we looking at a single traitor hidden among us, or at multiple ones working in conjunction? He fired question after question, and then he sighed. Just thinking about it makes my head spin. It is a dilemma that we're looking into, a dire one. We were expecting traitors within our ranks, but not in such a manner, Clara admitted, and certainly not to operate with such efficiency. Am I to aid the prince in such a task? He asked tactfully. Unless your direct intervention is needed, then no. Like it or not, Wyatt, you've become a prominent figure within the fleet. Any traitor would steer clear from trying to recruit you to the Duke's side and their cause. Your loyalty has already marked you as innocent in our eyes and a trusted individual we can rely upon. Hence why I requested you to be my pilot during this mission of mine. She finished with a knowing, playful smile. Wyatt bowed his head slightly and chuckled to himself softly. I am honored and humbled to hear that a princess entrusts her safety to a commoner such as I. Think nothing of it, Wyatt, Clara countered with a wave of her hand. Now that such a bothersome topic is out of the way, I shall inform you of the reason I am heading to Woodshaft. Simply put, I shall arrive incognito and arrange a meeting with whoever rules the station. I will then handle negotiations that should gain us as many capable ships, crews, and extra supplies as can be gathered and spared, as well as passage to House Finnegan territory. And you, she said, pointing a dainty armored finger at him, will be our guide. Wyatt nodded. Makes sense. I'm the only one in the fleet who even knows about Woodshaft. I shall do everything in my power to aid you, Clara. I am pleased to hear that, Wyatt. You can begin by telling us why the station is called Woodshaft in the first place, she asked, leaning in curiously. Next to her, Cynthia shook her head while a faint smile spread across her lips. It's not an exciting story, but I obey, replied the lieutenant. Over 1,000 years ago, there was a military station that was decommissioned but never dismantled. A group of pirates called the Woodshaft Plunderers took over the station and turned it into their base of operations. They thought that, since the station was there to oversee the common exit and entry FTL jump points between Caiston and Finnegan territories, then they could get a fortune by performing repeated raids on passing cargo freighters and other ships. They were right. but not in the usual way pirates tend to operate. "I thought you said Woodshaft wasn't a pirate den," Cynthia remarked, crossing her arms. "Don't jump to conclusions so easily, Cynthia. Let him finish." "Go on, Wyatt," Clara interjected, eagerly waiting for him to continue. Nodding and smiling internally at Cynthia's impatient outburst, he continued. "Turns out that the reason the military station was decommissioned was because the threat of Drazen raids had been all but neutralized, and more civilian ships could transit the system. More than any pirate group could ever hope to hit. So the leader at the time decided that instead of raiding ships, they would simply demand a toll for safe passage. It worked. A little too well, in fact. Within 2 years, the pirate group disbanded and instead became a criminal syndicate that focused on smuggling, trafficking, and information brokerage. The name Woodshaft stuck around, and as time went by, the syndicate transformed until it also disbanded as they stopped engaging in more criminal activities. Today, Woodshaft is just a smuggler's den. A big one, though. A smuggler den that sounds more like a regular commerce station. Am I to assume that the reason it remains illegal is due to certain products available and the means to acquire them?" Clara asked, eyes beaming with curiosity. "On that note, how is it possible for this station to be so big without official support from the Principality shipyards?" "You are correct on that assumption, Clara. And to answer your second question, it is rather simple. They use wrecks, scrap, and other junk to make repairs, keep expanding, and provide a crude anchorage for larger ships," Wyatt added. "Cheap, effective, but dangerous, but it works, so there's that." Cynthia frowned. "Why has House Caiston not done anything about this Woodshaft? Criminality is to be expunged regardless if they are traitors or not. Surely the Third Fleet, lackluster as it is, should be more than capable of ending such an operation. I wonder if she's asking out of a sense of justice and order or out of noble pride and ego," Wyatt asked himself before replying. "Simply put, Cynthia, why should they?" "Why should... explain." Cynthia's stoic expression broke to show confusion and interest. "Woodshaft's overseer, whoever they may be at any given point in time, have a treaty with House Caiston. They get a share of the goods and profits, and in turn, they allow Woodshaft to operate freely. Woodshaft isn't defenseless either, but instead of wasting resources on removing a good source of income, illegal as it may be, the Caistons and other minor noble houses benefit from it, not to mention commoners and other organizations." He shrugged. "They're smugglers and petty criminals, not pirates. Such minor offenses can be overlooked as long as they don't call upon the ire of the Caitons or other prominent houses. It is disgraceful regardless of any pittance the Caistons and those lowly nobles receive from such activities. To deal with criminals of any sort is an insult to the Principality as a whole," Cynthia remarked while Clara covered her mouth to hide a giggle. "And now you're going to deal with those criminals to ensure a quick passage to Finnegan territory, Cynthia," Wyatt thought, allowing himself to enjoy that sweet irony. "It has been over a year since my last visit, though. I do not know if Uriel Hoax is still in charge. If he is, then you can expect a fairly balanced deal with him." "Splendid!" Clara exclaimed, clapping her hands together. "Now, Wyatt, what can I expect to find in Woodshaft? What objects can be found there?" "All sorts of things. Engines, ship parts, commonplace appliances, weapons of all sorts, food, crops, repair services, electronic parts, information. If you look deep enough, you'll likely find what you're looking for. Not just human-made, too," Wyatt replied. A ping alerted him that the first navigation point was about to be reached. He glanced back at the monitor to ensure everything was in order before returning to the two passengers. "In regards to violence, Woodshaft is still a criminal den, so I'll advise against publicly stating that you're royalty. Less so given the circumstances." He smiled at Clara, giving her an approving nod. "Do these commoners not know the punishment for assaulting a noble?" Cynthia asked, though her tone showed concern rather than outrage. Wyatt scoffed before he could refrain from doing so. "Oh, they know all right. Most of them don't care. And not just the commoners. There are bastards, exiled, and disgraced nobles, too. Who is there to uphold the law that isn't the one applied within Woodshaft itself? There are no enforcers or guards there to defend any visiting noble. You're only safe if you already have an established base within Woodshaft, or you carry enough protection with you to deter any would-be assaulters." Cynthia groaned. In other words, Woodshaft is just a step above from being a common den of scum and villainy? Wyatt tilted his head slightly, unable to hide a, "You said it, not me." "We'll be fine as long as we're cautious," Clara added. "I wish to deal with this overseer regardless of anything, although you've opened my eyes to new perspectives and now I can adjust my plans accordingly." "Thank you, Wyatt," she said before leaning back on her seat. "There's something I've been wondering about, Wyatt, and I wish for you to give me an answer. I ask you not as a princess, but rather as a friend. You are not forced to answer if you don't want to." "We both know that that's a lie, Clara. You're pleasant and amicable, and I can respect that much. But you can't expect me to believe those words," he thought as he bowed his head in return. "The last time we spoke, you mentioned that the reason you became a pilot was due to your desire to see the stars and serve the Principality. Does that mean that you desire glory? Renown?" Clara asked softly but firmly while her purple eyes pierced his brown ones. Wyatt sighed tiredly and pointed a finger at himself. "Clara, I'm a commoner, not even one of high standing. I do not need glory or renown outside of what I earn for myself. I do not seek it nor crave for it. And yet your actions so far have claimed much of it. Finding a new way to beat ZTK 990 and being the one responsible for destroying that stealth cruiser on top of saving my princess's life? I do not know if I should be reassured that you're an honorable man or worried that you seem to lack ambition," Cynthia pointed out. "Ambition? What a funny word," Wyatt retorted. "I won't deny that ambition, when it is measured and focused, is a good thing. It was what led humanity as a whole to the stars, and what eventually founded the Principality. I know my place in the world, Cynthia. I do not lack ambition. I simply know what I want." "What is it that you want, Wyatt? What great ambitions do you desire fulfilled?" Clara asked pointedly. "Serve fully within the military until I can retire with honors and reap all the benefits that come with it. Marry, have kids, enjoy my life, and be content with what I was able to achieve," he replied honestly. But inside, he wanted to kick his own ass. Why? Why am I being so open with them? I've never felt so comfortable sharing this with anyone but my brothers before. I don't even know them that well yet, and one's a noble and the other a princess of the Principality. But I can't help myself. Have I craved for someone to hear my sincere thoughts all this time? Clara's expression dropped, and a faint sadness crossed her features. "Is that all you aspire to achieve, Wyatt?" He shrugged. "It may sound selfish or pointless to you, Princess, but to a commoner like myself, the prospect of having security in life is a most valued treasure. I could have entered a merchant piloting school or become a scavenger to see the stars. But serving the Principality was by far the better option. I proved my worth, and despite my posting, I never complained. The benefits of an eventual retirement were too good to pass up." "You wished to serve the Principality for your benefit?" Cynthia asked, perplexed, as if that was an option that had never occurred to her before. "What's not to like about that?" Wyatt replied. "The healthcare program alone is worth it. Add to that a stable pension, military service rights, protection, preferences, and the right to pass on my career to my offspring are some of the best things a middling commoner can ever hope to achieve. If all I have to do is serve my nation faithfully and to the best of my abilities in return, then I'll happily do it." His shoulders slumped and cracked his neck in frustration. "Or rather, that was my plan until this coup began. Now I'm not sure. There's no guarantee that I'll survive long enough to see the end of this conflict. I shall stand by the prince's side. That much I can assure you, Clara." Clara blinked twice, then tilted her head to the side as she tapped her chin repeatedly. "Wyatt, be honest with me. Do you hate the nobility and, by extension, the royalty?" "Clara," Cynthia exclaimed, flabbergasted, "this is it? This is how I die? If I talk out of my ass, I'm dead. If I lie, I'm dead. If I tell the truth, I'm dead," he thought as a tiny smirk spread across his lips. Despite the dread pounding in his heart, he felt a wave of humor and relief wash over him. Steeling his heart, he made his decision. "I obey," he began. "I won't lie to you, Clara. I hold no love for the nobility. I certainly envy certain aspects of being a noble. What commoner doesn't? But I'm not a blind idiot either. I know the struggle of nobility, their role, and the dangers involved with it. Most nobles abuse their positions and love to put commoners down just to get a kick out of it. Regardless of every reason I have to dislike nobility, I do not hate anyone who does not deserve it. Same goes for respect. Royalty, however, is a different story. So far, I can only feel respect and admiration toward the prince and to you, my princess. Clara nodded, beaming with a sincere smile. Would you like to become a noble, Wyatt? Good heavens, no! Wyatt barked out a laugh. I know my place in the world. I'm a pilot, and that's all I'll ever be. You shouldn't put yourself down like that, Wyatt. You may lack the knowledge and education needed to be one, but with your current skills, you could become an exceptional knight, said the blue-haired woman. My sister is considering offering you a vacancy in our house. Knighthood, the unofficial and honorary noble title that a commoner can achieve either through merit or by buying the title, Wyatt thought, as if a long-lost dream had come to slap him across the face. If Lady Juliana offers me such an honor, I don't know if I could accept it. I've never aspired to be more than I am. Many would crave such an opportunity, but not you, Clara interjected, her expression shifting to one of understanding. Commoners, nobles, royals, we all have our roles to play and rules to abide by, limitations to endure, fates to fulfill. In that regard, I can't deny that she's right, he thought in agreement. Many commoners believe that nobles can do whatever they want. It is partially true when seen through a single perspective, but nobles also have to worry about more than their own lives or that of their family, he scoffed. But not having to worry about your next meal, the damn taxes rising, offending someone by breaking a petty rule, or not kissing someone's ass enough must be nice. Clara and Cynthia nodded, much to his surprise. Each of us lives within our prisons, Clara said. Gilged or ironed, it matters little. 2 minutes of cold silence passed between them until Wyatt spoke up again. How about we break some of those bars? He asked, smiling. Pardon? Clara asked, blinking twice in confusion. Cynthia said nothing but was equally stunned. Would you like to know what it feels like to pilot a ship, Clara? He asked sincerely. I'm likely dead anyway. After what I said, she'd think of me as a potential traitor for my lack of blind loyalty. Might as well see how far I can take this. Clara, blushing profusely, turned to Cynthia. Did you tell him? No, of course not, Clara, Cynthia replied, color draining from her face as she raised her hands before her. Now it was Wyatt's turn to be confused. What? Clara, still blushing, turned to face him again and stared into his eyes for several seconds until she looked away, fidgeting nervously as she did. How did you figure it out? Okay, what? Figure what out? Did I break some sort of protocol or something? Great. Wyatt Staples, pilot and master idiot everyone, he thought, genuinely put off by her reaction. Clara, my princess, what are you talking about? He thought someone's face couldn't become redder, but Clara proved him wrong. Helpless and wanting an answer, he turned to Cynthia while Clara covered her face with both hands. Cynthia sighed, patting her friend's shoulder gently. Clara, I swear I didn't tell him anything. Clara whined, too ashamed to uncover her face. And let's be perfectly honest, my princess. The love for your hobby isn't precisely well hidden, Cynthia added. Clara removed her hands to reveal a pouting expression. I know, but it's still embarrassing. I'm a princess. Hobby? Royalty? I can have hobbies? Wyatt asked himself, stunned at the unintentional revelation. He wasn't a close-minded man. He never saw nobles as anything less than human despite their advantages and how insufferably arrogant, prideful, and cruel they could be. He was well aware that any commoner was capable of those same faults. They were human, after all. But it had never occurred to him that those in such privileged positions of wealth and power could have hobbies like any other commoner. It was a humbling experience, and it changed his opinion of the two women in front of him. Then, the pieces came together in this mind. Clara's interest and fixation on his experience as a pilot, her presence during the competition, and her reaction to his offer led him to conclude one thing. Clara, he began, and the two women slowly turned to him only to see his bemused smile. Are you interested in piloting? Clara's face, red as it was, turned dangerously close to looking like the surface of a red dwarf. I know it's unbecoming for a princess to like such things. Wyatt chuckled. Clara, I am not judging you, and I am no one to do so. I am merely surprised to have discovered it. Piloting isn't something to be ashamed about. That may be the case for you, Wyatt. Cynthia pressed on, supporting her friend as she slowly regained her composure. But for royalty, to show interest in something that is considered to be beneath them, it can become a grave point of insult or exploitation by any rival. Of that, I do not know nothing about. But what I do know is that if it is a harmless diversion, then you shouldn't be ashamed of it. His cheeks flushed slightly, relaxing his posture. Take me, for example. I have not done it in quite some time, but I like wood carving. I also like painting, and as silly as this sounds, knitting. Knitting? Clara's face suddenly brightened. You know knitting? Mom always wanted a daughter, but she only had my brothers and me. She used me as a knitting partner in preparation for her future daughter. But she never came, and I ended up liking it. It's relaxing and peaceful, Wyatt replied. It's only fair that I share my own embarrassing secret since I pretty much discovered hers on accident, he thought defeatedly. It seems we have that in common, Cynthia said, joining the conversation with a mild blush present on her cheeks. I too enjoy knitting, and not only because every lady needs to learn it for the sake of etiquette. In that case, Wyatt clapped his hands and stood up, to celebrate this embarrassing moment, why don't you take on my offer? Clara looked apprehensive at first, but then slowly stood up and made her way to the pilot's seat. Wyatt stepped aside, giving her all the room she needed to sit down and sink into the seat. He froze for a moment when he saw the wide, vivid smile of the princess as she shakily put her hands on the controllers with a familiarity that was both fearful and longing. She knows how to hold them, but she's clearly a novice. What sort of piloting is she interested in? Going against his better judgment, he placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. She wouldn't feel it through the armor she was wearing, but the pressure was enough for her to turn at him with wide, worried, excited eyes. Do you have any experience whatsoever, Clara? He asked cautiously but firmly. She shook her head. All my experience comes from watching videos of all sorts regarding fighter engagements, shows, tactics, and model rundowns. This is my first time touching the controllers of a real spacecraft, she confessed. You're interested in fighters? He asked, letting go of her shoulder and taking a seat on the co-pilot's seat. Yes, she let out excitedly. Larger ships may be powerful and other vehicles better armored or more versatile. But the nimbleness of a fighter can't be matched. The speed, the grace, that wonderful sensation of freedom and the strain a pilot experiences when flying one in the vast expanse of the cosmos, it must be an exhilarating experience. Wyatt smiled sincerely. Clara Astor, second princess of the Principality, had described the reason he loved being a pilot. Even if it costs me my life now, I don't care. I'll let her experience some of that joy herself, he thought, unable to look away from the beaming princess. It isn't like that all the time, Clara. Being a pilot is more than just enjoying the ride. You have to be aware of every detail and information available to you. A single mistake can cost you dearly. As the ancient saying goes, before you run, you must learn to crawl. For a pilot, before you learn to fly, you first need to spread your wings, he said. And before Clara's expression could drop, he continued. Computer, disengage autopilot. Disabling, the computer replied. A second later, there was a shudder before Clara yelped in surprise, and all she learned through countless hours of watching all manner of videos and guides on the subject came to the forefront of her mind. With a firm hold, she stabilized the shuttle's path, and calm returned. How unfortunate, Cynthia called out from the back. It seems some debris hit us. Unfortunate, Wyatt repeated, quickly marking the incident as such. Now, take it easy and just follow the path. Take note of your sensors and be ready to take any course corrections if need be, Wyatt instructed the nervous but smiling princess. It may not be a fighter, but this is the best that I can do for you, Clara. Thank you, Wyatt. Sincerely, thank you, Clara replied softly, her sing-song voice showing nothing but gratitude. Tell me, is it that much different when you're engaged in battle? Wyatt nodded. Incredibly so. The world around you doesn't matter anymore. Just the now, your enemy, your allies, and the chance that you may die. It is always a possibility. The rush of combat is hard to describe, truth be told, but once you dominate it, you will become a great fighter pilot. During the competition, We noticed that you were eager to engage the enemy. Do you enjoy battle, Wyatt? Do you seek the glory of defeating your enemies? Cynthia asked. Wyatt went silent for a few seconds, his mind calm and focused and debating if he should tell them or not. Opting for the former, he let out a soft sigh. I do not seek glory, but I enjoy the thrill of battle against the scum that tried to harm me and my home. I've seen what the Drazen do to their prisoners. Pirates are only a step above and just as bad in most cases. I feel a sense of accomplishment and the vindication that I put down an enemy of the Principality for good. He paused for a moment. And yet, I would be happy if I never engaged in battle again. That's why I didn't complain about my posting as a compost hauler, no matter how monotonous and boring it was. The satisfaction of a job well done is what I take pride in at the end of the day. Loyalty is its own reward, Clara muttered. But loyalty to who and to what? Wyatt thought as the travel continued. Much to Wyatt's surprise, he only intervened one time and spent the rest of the time teaching Clara how to sit properly, how to read through the display monitors quickly, and what information was relevant and which she could safely ignore. The fact that he was more or less instructing a princess how to fly a shuttle wasn't as mind-blowing as he thought it would be, but he enjoyed the experience. They switched places only when Woodshaft was mere minutes away. A ping signaled the station was trying to communicate with them. Wyatt opened the channel, and a feminine voice, gruff and throaty, came to life.
Transport shuttle, the fuck are you?
She asked. Woodshaft, transport shuttle D-22 requesting permission to land. I repeat, transport shuttle D-22 requesting permission to land. Wyatt spoke to the communicator.
Cargo and business?
An escort of Marines, and we seek diplomatic dealings with the Overseer, he replied, internally wincing as he followed the orders given to him.
You with the dim-witted Castons?
Negative. Then welcome aboard, but no funny business. Land on Hangar B-11. Someone will be waiting for you to take you to Uriel Hulks. With that, the connection ended. Such improper conduct! So crude! Cynthia exclaimed, outraged. Not a single show of respect for protocol at all. Disgraceful! Honestly, what did you expect from a criminal stronghold? Juice and sweets? He asked himself, finding the situation funny. Following the instruction previously given, he flew to the B-11 hangar and landed. After pressurization, he stood up and the shuttle's engines died out. As he turned around, he saw Clara and Cynthia putting on their helmets. He put on his and opened the door, allowing the two women to step into Woodshaft. He was mildly surprised when he saw a group of a dozen armed guards set around the only unarmed figure before them. The Marines disembarked and quickly formed up without drawing their weapons. Seriously? 30-odd Marines as an escort? The man asked through his speakers. At least that confirms you're not with the damn Castons. All right, who's going to meet with Uriel? That would be us, Cynthia stepped forth. You three, eh? Fine. Your escorts can follow, but you better keep your damn grubby paws where I can see them. People be having a twitching trigger finger ever since the Castons tried to Armstrong us. Dumb idiots got blown up real good. Saw the battle from the long-range sensors. If you want, you can visit the shops and kiosks after Uriel is done with you lot. You'll get a discount on the house. I appreciate your offer, but we won't stay long, if you please, Cynthia said, and the man shrugged, signaling his guards to lower their weapons and clear a path ahead. As they walked through the ugly, gray, poorly illuminated pathways and sections of Woodshaft, the mismatched nature of its construction and expansion was exactly how Wyatt remembered it. Some parts once belonged to a ship, others to stations. Some were of Drazen, Yikanti, and even Tilgor design. People gave them a wide margin once they entered the more populated areas, and he could see a few Yikanti among the humans looking at them with suspicion. He couldn't blame them. Their guide wasn't precisely subtle that the Castons had tried to do something against Woodshaft, and it wasn't every day a significant force of Marines came to their doorstep. It seems the tour is canceled, he muttered to himself when noticing that security was tight. Shame, I wanted to stock on dried meats and toasted beans. Dried meats and toasted beans? Clara asked curiously through his implant, nearly startling him. Opening a private channel, he replied, Clara, how are you talking to me right now? That's a small secret I'll keep. But since I'm your commanding officer for now, I thought I might as well make some small talk. Trust me, the worst part about any diplomatic meeting is the build-up. She paused for a moment, looking around her surroundings. Such a shame, too. I would have liked to see more of this station, but it seems they are dealing with their own problems. Putting that aside, what were you talking about regarding foodstuffs, Wyatt? Wyatt stared at the princess from behind the safety of his helmet as intensely as he could. But try as he may, he was unable to see her curiosity as nothing else but sincere. What are you playing at, Clara? If you're playing anything at all? Or am I just paranoid? He asked himself before proceeding to reply to her question. Chapter 12. The prince stared at the monitors with unshakable stoicism, each of them displaying chart upon chart of reports significant enough to reach his attention. Casualty reports and number of injured, reports of possible deserters, estimated time until significant repairs could be completed, number of captured enemies, and above all else, the empty monitor he awaited to flicker to life more than any other. Cynthia is with her, my prince. She will first die before allowing a single harm come Clara's way, Redford replied as he stood behind the prince in his private quarters. Ain't that the truth? She will turn to mincemeat anyone stupid enough to glare at Clara the wrong way, Juliana said, smirking. My prince, would it not be easier to receive the information directly to your brain? It would be, the prince replied, unmoving. But I prefer to read the information with my own eyes, if at all possible. He hummed deeply. Perhaps I should have not agreed with Clara's plan. Dealing with criminals is not the same as dealing with noble houses and corporations. True, dealing with criminals is generally safer and more straightforward than dealing with nobility, Juliana retorted, earning a single nod from the prince. If I may be so bold, my prince, Redford asked, and waited for the prince to give his approval. I believe that Clara's intentions are good, risky but good. She's calm, collected, and keen. She will do whatever is best for our cause and what may benefit you the most, my prince. I trust her explicitly. As do I. Of all my siblings, Clara is the only one I would entrust with negotiating in my stead. She may appear innocent and reserved, but she's a fierce political animal, a superb orator, and not ashamed to incur tactics that most others would deem disgraceful. And yet, I am her older brother. I worry about her as I care for my other siblings. More so thanks to this debacle. The prince rubbed his eyes and let out a long, tired sigh. Juliana, my prince, have you found anything? He asked, turning around, his expression cold and regal. Nothing yet, my prince, Juliana replied with a frown. I have already ruled out the possibility that Gregor, Lukacs, and Vivian are the traitors in our midst. Gregor, insufferable as he is loyal, stubborn, stuck to his ways, and your usual commoner loathing noble, but loyal. Lukacs was the first target, but he too is loyal without a doubt. House Ishtal may have sided with Duke Draymore, but not all of them share his brother's decision. Trust me, he, above everyone else, is eager to bring the traitors to justice. And Vivian led an exhaustive investigation that ended not 10 minutes ago. She executed a dozen commoner crew members and 2 nobles for gross insubordination and confirmed sabotage attempts. I shall congratulate Vivian for her efforts personally once this situation is over, the prince said, nodding to himself. Is there a lingering ghost AI in our systems? A stealth beacon, perhaps? Redford shook his head. Thankfully, that is not the case. The system was checked thoroughly, and all of our AIs have found nothing. They searched through the code, the channels, and dismantled everything segment by segment, but they couldn't find garbage data, any errors in processing, unexplained energy consumption, or dents in their firewalls. In regards to cyber warfare, we are at top efficiency. The prince remained silent for half a minute before speaking once more. Any ship we have not detected? Redford shook his head again. Even if one of those black ships was following us outside our radar and sensor rangers, the time delay from them informing any possible ambushers to forming an actual response does not match up. Besides, they may be stealth ships, but no ship, no matter how advanced, can mask a warp signature, be it before or after a jump. I had hoped against hope that I was in the wrong, the prince replied. My uncle, he has proven to be more cunning than I realized. My greatest worry may be the risk of our nation entering into a civil war that will leave us fragmented and weaker than we already are. But my second concern is these black ships. Who made them? Is another human nation backing my uncle? Did he simply buy them? How many of these ships are at his disposal? I wish I could answer those questions, my prince, Redford replied. Such is the burden of the prince said weakly. Juliana, you may commence doing random inspections. Start from the bottom up as regulations dictate, but move quickly. Inform Lukacs to ease the process and find that damnable QEC. The sooner we find it, the better. What of the traitors? Juliana asked. Interrogate them, then execute them. I will not tolerate traitors within my fleet, no matter who they are, the prince ordered with deadly seriousness. It shall be done, Juliana replied, smiling. In the meantime, Redford spoke up, I shall conduct a personal investigation, my prince. Regarding? The prince asked, raising an eyebrow. After Clara departed, a few technicians informed the staff master that they found hampering and signs of sabotage among a few fighters. The sabotage was so minor that it could have been explained as mere stress use. However, the number of damaged fighters was too great to be a simple coincidence. In addition, one vessel showed more signs of sabotage than the rest. Let me guess. Wyatt Staples' fighter? Juliana asked, her smile vanishing. Redford nodded. I think I will have a pleasant talk with Salazar Reed. Why do you assume it was him who caused it? Redford asked. After the stunt he pulled, you doubt it is not him? Juliana growled. I always advised him to control his idiot, glory-seeking brother better, but he never listened. So his brother, a stupid death like the stupid fool he was, and he blames an innocent just to sate his ego and thirst for compensation. I do not doubt that he's responsible for that sabotage attempt. I do not believe he's behind it, Redford countered. Before Juliana could speak, he continued. After I dismissed him, he returned to his quarters, and after a 2-hour break, he went to the gym and was there venting his frustrations until half an hour ago. There were no messages delivered from his person to anyone else in that time frame. Juliana's smirk returned, and she crossed her arms. Do you make a habit of keeping an eye on officers from other divisions, Redford? Only on those that may cause a threat to my pilots, Redford replied with a passive expression. Whoever is responsible for these sabotages is likely linked to the traitors we are searching for and are now targeting Wyatt. I'm afraid that his recent exploits have marked him as a potential threat. The prince nodded in agreement. Why let a small nuisance today become a major threat tomorrow? Do you think these attempts will persist in the future, Redford? If left unchecked, I'm sure they'll escalate. Do I have permission to proceed, my prince? You do, the prince replied, turning to face the black screen once more. Our forces are limited. We are scattered, disorganized, and incommunicated. We can ill afford to lose talented individuals, less so to the one I owe a debt of gratitude. Ensure that his life is not at risk outside combat. I may not be able to show preference, but I will not stand watching and do nothing. My prince, the two commanders said at the same time. Wait here, the man leading the welcoming party said as he opened a door and closed it behind him. The guards on both sides stood silent, though the Marines proved to be the true professionals while the woodshaft guards shuffled every now and again. Wyatt stood next to Clara while Cynthia took the head of their little group, making it as if she was the most prominent noble present. Clara had asked him several questions regarding anything and everything she could think of asking. Why did he want to buy dried meats and toasted beans? What did they taste like? What did he usually eat? Did he miss his old job? What was it like hauling a garbage hauler? And many more trivial questions. He answered all of them, of course, and he was glad that he could ease her nerves even if just a little. But after their guide announced that they were nearing their destination, she politely ended their private conversation, and all that was left to do was the wait. He looked at the princess and noticed small details about her. She was constantly clenching and unclenching her hands. She bobbed her head up and down slowly, as if she were muttering something only she could hear, and her posture was rigid like a slab of rock. Cynthia, on the other hand, was staunch and firm, unshaken, unbreakable. And here I am, trying to prevent my heart from bursting out of my chest. Clara was right. The buildup is killing me. Is this what diplomats deal with all the time? I suddenly am less envious of their cozy posts, he thought to himself. 10 seconds later, the door opened and their guide returned. All right, you three may enter. The Marines must wait here. Uriel says you can keep your guns, but if you draw them, you'll be a goner, understood? Crystal, Cynthia replied. The guide then fully opened the door, allowing them entrance to the sealed room behind it. The blue-haired woman signaled her companions to enter after her, and they followed. Once inside, the guide closed the door, and a cleansing process began, followed by a pressurization period. Then, the door in front of them opened to reveal a large room. Stepping into the room, Wyatt immediately recognized it as a heavily retrofitted deck that once belonged to a cruiser. Several odd sculptures adorned the walls, along with paintings, a few strange plants, and most odd of all, a large fish tank with several fishes happily swimming inside it. Then in the middle of the spacious room, a desk stood in the middle as several screens dangled from the ceiling, all of them pointing at the lone figure sitting at the other side of the desk. The clanging of the door closing behind them made the lieutenant turn back, only to find that their guide was not to join them. Turning his attention forward again, he focused on Uriel Hoax. In truth, this was the first time he'd seen the man directly. He saw him once in a video recording, but that was it. All he knew about the black-haired man was that he was cunning and brutal, but reasonable and a surprisingly fair dealer, as long as you played by his tune. Seeing him in person further confirmed that. He was a towering man well past 2 meters tall, but he wasn't muscular, rather he was physically strong and lean. His long black hair flowed like a cascade from the back of his head. His facial features were smooth and polished but stern. His eyes were gray and dull, and his skin was slightly tanned, which was surprising given how far they were from any habitable world. "Take a seat," Uriel commanded, signaling to the 6 empty chairs before them. The trio walked down to the seat directly in front of Uriel and then turned to Clara, offering it to her. This caused Uriel to raise an eyebrow in surprise, and more so when the bodyguard and the pilot refused to sit down, preferring to remain standing behind the princess, flanking her and protecting her. "Looks like I'm dealing with a big shot," Uriel chuckled, leaning on his seat and picking a cigarette from a box resting on the desk. His left index finger suddenly split apart to reveal a small flame with which he lighted his cigarette. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled through his nose. "You must be a diplomat sent by the Royal House Astor, are you, girly?" Wyatt almost choked when he heard the clenching of Cynthia's fists, but nothing worse happened. He spared a glance at Clara, and his eyes widened. Her posture was now relaxed, yet firm. There were no signs of her previous nervousness, and he could have sworn she looked bigger for a brief moment before he blinked. Where did this change come from? "I'm afraid you're not dealing with a mere diplomat or a speaker, my dear Uriel Hoax," Clara replied with a serious, icy, dignified tone. She reached for her helmet and slowly removed it. Uriel Hoax stared at the face of the princess for several seconds until he burst out laughing for nearly half a minute. Oh, ho, this is too good, too rich. An Astor, a real Astor has deemed it necessary to step into my home. Shit must be worse than I thought for a royal blue blood to come preen her feathers here." He's not entirely wrong, Wyatt thought while glancing at Cynthia, who was struggling to keep her cool if her shaking fists were any indication. "As it is, yes, you are correct. The situation across the principality is dire. However, my presence here is not a display of weakness, but rather a show of force and respect, Uriel Hoax," she said sternly, her face stoic, unmoving, and firm. "Seriously, where did this Clara come from? I thought she was too delicate for something like this. But here she is, standing her ground like I've never seen anyone do before. She's terrifying," Waite thought, but also did his best to maintain his composure. "A show of strength?" Uriel chuckled, and his laughter finally ended. "I saw the battle play out from here, Princess. Yes, you gave the Caiston a pummeling, and I'm mighty happy that you did, but you also got your teeth kicked in. Where's this so-called show of strength coming from? It comes from the fact that I am here, ready to negotiate with you instead of conscripting every vessel, crew member, and living being aboard Woodshaft," Clara replied in that same unshakable tone. "You must be aware that my brother, the prince, is waiting for my return at the heart of our fleet, and so you must know that I speak the truth." "Woodshaft isn't defenseless, Princess," Uriel replied, taking a deep inhale from his cigarette. "I am not defenseless either," Clara replied, her voice colder than before. Uriel stared at her for long moments until he began to exhale the smoke through his nostrils. "Those Marines, I see. I've fallen right into a trap without realizing it. They're Royal Marines, aren't they? Royal Marines, Wyatt thought, and small bits and pieces of information connected in his brain. I knew there were a few Royal Marines on board to protect 2 royals, but over 30 of them? How many more are there? Now it all makes sense. The way they walked, how they never talked. Royal Marines. Woodshaft doesn't have anything that could stand up to 5 of them, let alone 30. Indeed they are, Clara confirmed. But worry not. They shan't take hostile actions unless I am harmed, or unless I give them the order to do so. Do you plan on giving me a reason? I am not a suicidal fool, Uriel replied, sinking into his seat, defeated. What do you want, Blue Blood? I wish to negotiate, Clara replied, her tone warming up. With 30 walking, thinking killing machines at your beck and call? I hardly call that terms to negotiate, Uriel countered, frowning. They are my insurance that you will not do something stupid, Uriel Hoax. Believe it or not, I do not intend to harm you or anyone else, nor do I seek unfavorable deals, Clara replied. Let's say I believe that you, he said, pointing his cigarette at her, aren't just going to take whatever you want from my station. Take away my people, my resources, and my ships, all to fuel your little war against Duke Draymore. You hardly have anything we could want or desire within your fleet. On the contrary, we have many things that you will find exceptionally interesting and worth your trouble, Clara remarked. Princess, do not take me for a fool. I know a bad deal when I see one. How do you think I was able to take control of Woodshaft in the first place? My father, damn be his name, wasted the wealth of our house on bad business practices until I made deals behind his back. I saved my house from bankruptcy. He repaid me by exiling me. I was just a bastard. I wanted to prove my worth, and when I did, he kicked me out. House Hoax is no more today, all thanks to him, and I only kept my name as a reminder of what happened. He inhaled from his cigarette again and exhaled quickly. You offer me nothing and can demand everything. Should I refuse, I'm certain that your lapdogs will pounce and kill me. His eyes landed on Cynthia and smirked. I'm certain that one is a Winfield, the most loyal dogs of the Astors. The other one? Not sure, but if he's with you, then he's just another glorified blue blood. He thinks I'm a noble? Why would he? Oh, right, my rank insignia, Wyatt realized, frowning. He was new to being hated or looked down on, but it was the first time he felt directly spat upon by someone thinking he was a blue blood. The irony that a deposed blue blood was the one doing it didn't escape him either. Must I repeat myself, Uriel Hoax? Said Clara, sighing and for the first time showing any real measure of emotion ever since taking off her helmet. I have much to offer, and yet my show of respect is met again and again with derision and vulgar mockery. You are fortunate that I am a patient woman. Uriel closed his eyes for a moment and set his cigarette down, ignoring it for the time being. You can demand without repercussion, and yet you don't. Perhaps you are speaking with more honesty than the damn Castons, Princess. You may be criminals, but you are still part of the Principality. It is within my right to enforce the laws of obedience upon all of you in these dire times. However, what would that gain me? Hatred, resentment, invalidation, and festering thoughts of treason. Instead, I offer you a peaceful transaction, unlike House Caston apparently tried to do, she replied. So far, you've done far better than they have, that's for damn sure, said the black-haired older man. Fine, I'll bite. What do you want and what do you offer, Princess? But before you say anything, keep in mind that this is my home, my station, and should you try to take it away from me by force, which I know you will succeed at, we won't go down without a fight. Or I could simply have you removed and place another more amicable and intelligent man aligned with my ambitions and goals, Clara threatened, smirking coldly. Uriel Hoax smirked, picking up his cigarette. In that case, let's play, Princess. You may move first. Wyatt blinked in confusion, and doubly so when he noticed that Cynthia relaxed her posture and unclenched her fists. What just happened? Did I miss anything? He asked himself, bewildered, amazed, and scared all at the same time. Gladly. I'll be blunt, Uriel, we need ships. As many as you can provide that are capable of at least providing screening or escorting duty. We will also require at least 2 large freighters filled with as many electrical components, tools, repair material, spare scrap, replacement parts for engines, armor, controls, and prime resources that can be fitted within their compartments and cargo bays. She paused. Can you provide any of that? The sum will be hefty, but that can be arranged easily. Woodshaft always has an overabundance of such materials and more. Hell, I can probably fit a third freighter if you can afford it, Princess. But the fight-capable ships, those are another story. He paused to take a long puff at his cigarette. Woodshaft is largely protected by static defensive turrets and weapon emplacements. In space, several defensive satellites bolster our defenses. Most of our ships are lightly armed, and that's including civilian ships and merchant vessels. But we do have a small fleet at our disposal. 3 light destroyers, 10 corvettes, and over 30 frigates and gunships. Not much, but it works, Uriel answered, silently eyeing the princess. We will take you up on the offer of 3 freighters, and we wish to claim your destroyers, nothing more. Are there no mercenary groups in the station? She asked. Only 2 groups remained before this whole disaster broke out. The rest ran when the Castons tried to force Woodshaft to pledge allegiance to Duke Draymore under the rights of patronage, he chuckled. Luckily for us, the Castons were never our patrons. They only turned a blind eye to our operations for a cut of the gains. Greedy, shifty bastards. So I told them where they could shove it a few hours before you lot arrived. I see. That is indeed fortunate. And the mercenaries? Clara pressed on. No good. Greener than my plants over there. They're planet-siders, Uriel replied. Clara sighed. They'll serve a purpose, I suppose? Are there any individuals of renown? Princess, this is a smuggler den, not a recruitment center. Anyone worth a damn left when they could. Although, are you only looking for meat for the grinder? He asked tentatively. No, soldiers are most welcome, but anyone with talent will be highly sought after, no matter their role, rank, profession, or status, she answered. In that case, there is one such guy here. He's a technician, wacky, short-tempered, and a pain in the ass. But if it is broken, he can fix it. The only problem is that he's a Yikanti, Uriel said, smirking. If he agrees to come, or we can establish a labor contract, then I will happily welcome him on board. They are rare, but there are aliens serving within the Principality's military. I see not why a Yikanti should be an exception, she replied dryly. I'll contact him after we discuss the most important thing of this transaction. He took a final drag of his cigarette and took his sweet time exhaling the smoke slowly. Payment. Certainly, Clara agreed and brought up her left arm. A section of her armor beneath her forearm parted open and a scroll of paper and a data chit emerged from it. She took them and then placed them on the desk. This paper, she began, tapping at the paper twice, grants Woodshaft full salvage rights to the vessels that survived the battle on the Caston side, which includes the battlecruiser. Uriel's eyes went wide at the declaration and reached for the paper, reading it quickly. Why don't you claim it? He finally asked after a minute of silence. The vessel would be a fine addition were it not for how heavily damaged it is. It would take us considerable time to repair it, scour for sabotage attempts made by Draymore loyalists, and bring it back into full service. Time is a luxury we can't ill afford right now. Instead, we'll let you keep it and the other remaining vessels as prized salvage in exchange for the requested supplies. She paused for a moment, then continued. That includes, of course, the lives of those trapped in those vessels. What makes you think I care for the lives of the blue-blooded scum that tried to seize my station in the first place? Uriel asked, eyes narrowed. Do with them as you wish. I care not for the lives of those traitors, but what about the commoners? Those forced to serve against their will. Some have gladly joined our side, but the rest? Are you going to abandon them to their fate for the decisions made by true traitors? Clara asked, slightly leaning forth, her purple eyes piercing Uriel's gray ones. She's treating lives as currency. That is, I don't know how to feel about that, Wyatt thought, only slightly turning his head at Clara. On one hand, it left a bad taste in his mouth that the otherwise amicable princess was so casually treating thousands of lives like that. But on the other hand, he recognized it as a merciful act. The ships and the crews would be destroyed regardless, so now she was using them in her favor and potentially saving those lives. Inside, he felt another notch of respect grow for the princess. As part of the main Astor bloodline, the lives of every commoner and lesser noble were hers to do as she pleased. And yet she chooses a path of mercy that benefits her, but mercy nevertheless. Deciding to trust what little he'd seen of Clara so far, he relaxed and continued to pay close attention to the exchange. Clever, Princess. My implants and my education were all I got from my worthless father. I've always seen myself as a commoner more than asshat noble. Leaving those men and women to die. He hummed deeply and tapped at his desk a dozen times before continuing. The battlecruiser alone covers the cost of what you desire, even with what you already scavenged from it. Naturally, Clara replied, not missing a beat. But the lives of so many people? Very well, Princess. You have yourself a deal. The freighters and the destroyers are yours. Will they be crewed by your people? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Hopefully that won't be the case. We are stretched thin as it is, Clara replied, now turning to the data chit. Will you inform the mercenaries and that Yikanti technician of my offer? Already done, Uriel replied, smirking. Jincho already accepted. So have the mercenaries. Should I tell them where to meet you? After we are done with our business here, Uriel. For now, let us move to our second topic of discussion, said the blonde woman. Ah, Uriel let out, eyes narrowing. So that's why you offer me the survivors. You wish to take personnel from Woodshaft, but since you don't want to resort to conscription, I assume you have another offer on the table? Clara nodded. Within this chit is an authorization and royal warrant that'll give Woodshaft complete and total autonomy under the banner of House Astor itself. We won't be your patrons, but Woodshaft shall enjoy our protection, credibility, and legality needed to operate freely, without having to pay fees outside a binding contract of loyalty, she replied, stoic and firm, while Uriel and Wyatt mirrored the same shocked expression. It also confers the overseer of Woodshaft the right of succession, be it a bloodline or by mentorship. I'm certain you can appreciate the security of not dealing with potential usurpers taking away your throne at any given moment. She tapped the chit again. Additionally, it also offers every soul currently living and operating in Woodshaft a royal pardon for minor crimes committed and an invitation to join our cause and end the threat of Duke Draymore. Clara paused for a moment. In exchange, we need an alternative jump point for us to use leading into Finnegan territory. Unless, of course, you can assure me that there won't be Caiston or Draymore loyalists waiting for us on the other side of the regular route already? Uriel looked at the chit with incredulous eyes, then up at Clara, then down at the chit again. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he leaned back on his chair and let out a long, hard exhale. It seems I am checkmated. That offer is too good to pass up, he smirked, leaning forth and staring into Clara's eyes. I'm surprised you didn't try to offer me a noble title, Princess. Otherwise, I would have rejected you on the spot. Not only a pretty face, but a brilliant mind behind those cold eyes. Then, he raised a finger. However, I have one condition you must agree with before I accept. Checkmated, but not powerless yet. If we are to start this relationship on the right foot, then let's rub our shoulders a little more, shall we? It depends on what you have in mind, Uriel, Clara retorted, unflinching and unwavering. Wyatt was at a loss for words, but thankful that he was given the chance to see Clara in action. Is this the sort of thing a princess deals with? Let me shoot at pirates any day before I get to handle this sort of stuff. You have a way with words, son. Maybe you should consider joining the diplomatic corps instead, or needlessly risking your life, he thought, remembering the words of his father back on Volantis. A screen lowered itself on Uriel's left, coming to rest a few inches above the desk, so that his three guests could have a clear view of it. Then the screen came to life, showing a rough tactical display of Woodshaft, the moon it was orbiting, the nearby planet, and the full extent of its sensor range, which was considerable. You see, Princess, the Caistons were up to something before you arrived. I wasn't aware those strange stealth ships were even in the system. Too many ships come and go for us to register every warp signature we get. However, the battlecruiser is another beast entirely. When it arrived, it didn't head to the rest of the fleet right away. It moved in another direction, suddenly stopped, and turned back mere hours before you lot arrived. As he spoke, the display showed the movement patterns of the battlecruiser. Then another dot appeared next to where the prince's fleet waited. As the dot began to move at ludicrous speed, he continued. Does it look familiar? Wyatt stared at the moving dot, made a quick note of its point of origin, the vector it was heading, and spoke up out of instinct. "That's the black ship that survived the battle, isn't it? Give the lapdog a prize." "Yes, that's precisely it. Now watch closely," Uriel said in a playful tone. The dot on the display kept moving, and soon reached the same vector the battle cruiser was heading towards, quickly matched it, and moved forth until it finally came to a halt, only for it to vanish. Roughly 20 minutes ago, the trail died. How were you able to track it in the first place? All of our sensors bounce back unless we are close enough for the cameras to detect the plume of the engines, Wyatt asked, surprised and eager to know if there was a way to counter those ships. You're right. Whatever those blasted ships are made out of makes them nearly impossible to scan, lock on, or keep track of without direct visual confirmation. This ship, though, got unlucky. One or two lucky hits got it good. The trail we detected is leaked radiation. My sensor array operators nearly discarded it, but the speed of the trail gave it away. The display zoomed in to reveal a small station bored into an asteroid. The station itself was barely visible due to the distance and the limitations of the telescope, but it was there. I have no records of that station ever existing, so it is either a new one or a closely kept secret. Probably a military station or a repair docking station, Uriel added. Take over the station, place it under my command, and you'll have your safe access. Well, as safe as an unstable jump point can be, but no ship has been lost in over 10 years. I see, Clara replied, while her eyes were focused on the screen for 5 eternally long seconds. Then, she turned to Uriel once more. If the black ship is there, and we take it, we shall keep it, along with any other potential vessel stationed there, and any valuable equipment and information. Uriel shrugged. I only care about the station itself. Woodshaft can always use more space and landing docks. Saves me the trouble and money to create one from scratch. You can take whatever you want from it. In that case, we have a deal. You'll get your station, Uriel. Clara stood up and put on her helmet again. Until then, picking up the chit, she placed it within her armor. I'll keep this. Pleasure doing honest business with you, Princess, Uriel replied, taking out a second cigarette. I would hurry if I were you. Who knows what the Castons may do if you dilly-dally. The three left the room by the time Uriel was halfway done with his cigarette. Only after he was alone once more did he dare reach for the piece of paper resting before him and give it a second read. Now, with a cooler head and less frantic heartbeat, he noticed something that was missing from it, a royal signature. He chuckled to himself. Clever, Princess! Wyatt expected Clara to head back to the shuttle and organize an attack on the station. Instead, she asked him to guide her to the market stalls. He did so, of course, but after the meeting with Uriel was over, the two women had not spoken to him since. It had only been 10 minutes, but their silence was starting to worry him. Did I screw up by speaking out of turn? I hope I didn't bungle Clara's plan or anything like that. The one time I had to keep my mouth shut and I had to open it, Wyatt thought, wanting to kick himself for being so stupid. Behind the trio, their escort of Royal Marines followed closely and everyone gave them a wide berth. The only indication that Clara wasn't as mad as he thought she might be was the way her head turned from side to side, checking the stalls with mild interest. She'd stopped a few times, but didn't approach to any. That is, until she came to a sudden halt and slowly made her way to a stall selling tools, replacement parts, display screens, and, oddest of all things, several models of ships, tanks, and action figurines. He followed the princess closely along with Cynthia until she stopped in front of the stall. The owner, a sleazy-looking older man, leaned forth at the prospect of clients. Why, welcome, welcome! See anything catching your eye there? I assure you these be high-quality stuff. You ain't gonna find better prices and pieces in all of Woodshaft. I highly doubt that, Cynthia replied through a private channel. Wyatt? You are correct, Cynthia, Wyatt replied, and felt relieved when he didn't detect any hostility in her voice. Most of what I'm seeing is junk. There are a few good things here and there, but I think Clara isn't looking for equipment, he pointed out, and sure enough, Clara's focus was on the models. Before he could say anything, he watched as she lifted her right arm and pointed a finger at a model of an old Kenkyo Mk2 fighter, the ancient predecessor of the modern-day Raptor fighters. I want that one, Clara announced. Oh, this one? The shopkeeper asked, taking the model from the shelf. You have a keen eye, lady. This here model was found on an ancient cargo ship, part of a collection that belonged to Luminor Tintar, the first lone wolf himself. This be a rare model and a part of history. I mainly keep it for show, but if you wants it, I think I can let it go for 4,000 credits. I'll take Eep, Clara replied without hesitation, but was cut off by Wyatt taking a step forth and slamming a hand on the counter, startling her. "Do you think you can take us for fools?" Wyatt asked, with a serious voice. "If you don't want it, you can move along. This is a dear piece close to my heart," the shopkeeper replied with a smug grin. "Like hell it is. That thing can't cost more than 300 credits, 400 tops, and you're trying to scam us?" Wyatt pressed on. "I have a business to run and you noble lot can afford it. Besides, I ain't lying. Look here," he said, and turned the model upside down to show a small carving with the letters LT under one of the model's wings. "I speaks the truth, don't I? It belonged to Luminor Tintar. That alone is worth the price I ask for." Wyatt inspected the carving for several moments, and he had to admit that those weren't made recently. The tear and wear of the model matched the chipped edges to the crude carving. "So am I to take your word for it? LT could mean anything or have belonged to anyone else but the first lone wolf. If it belonged to him, you wouldn't be selling it for so little. I offer 1,000 credits for it. 3,000, 1,200, 2,000 and a half, 1,300, 2,000, 1,500, and that's my final offer," Wyatt leaned forth. "Unless you think you can get lucky and have someone buy it for that much ever again." The shopkeeper smiled widely. "Deal. For a noble, sir, you know how to haggle. I can respect that. Here you go," he said, handing Wyatt the fighter model. In turn, Wyatt took out his credit chit and presented it to the shopkeeper, who also brought up his. The two touched, and a second later, the transaction was over. "If you need anything else, you know where to find my stall," the shopkeeper said, unable to hide the joy of a good profit. Wyatt stepped back, and with him the two women. Once they were several meters away from the stall, he turned to Clara and presented her with the model. "Here, it's yours," he said through a private channel. "Wyatt, 4,000 credits are nothing to me. I could have easily paid for it," Clara replied, using the channel instead of talking directly through his implant. He shrugged. "Maybe. But everyone here is a ravenous clixel and will lie, cheat, and betray one another for a chance to earn a single credit more in any deal." He paused for a moment. "Besides, think of it as my way of saying sorry for meddling during your dealings with Uriel. You think you overstepped?" It was Cynthia who spoke up, confused. "Do not know the roles of a diplomatic entourage are to play? There are roles for that?" Wyatt asked, baffled. Then the soft giggling of the princess cut through the channel. "Oh, Wyatt, I was surprised you spoke when you did, but I am thankful that you did so. Truth be told, I had no idea what he was showing us initially. You saved me from a rather embarrassing moment of having to ask Uriel what it was." "Thank you, Wyatt," she replied and reached for the model, clutching it delicately in between her hands. "I've been looking everywhere for this model. They are so rare. Once you safely return, I shall pay you back for it." "Think nothing of it, Clara. Since you gave me those sweets, giving you something in return is the polite thing to do," he replied. "In that case, I shall not insist." "Thank you once more, Wyatt," Clara said. "Cynthia, I have decided on our course of action. We'll return to the shuttle, and from there you will proceed." "My princess," Cynthia replied, turning to face the Royal Marines. Wyatt didn't hear what she told them, but they all simultaneously saluted and turned around. As they followed their escort, something Clara said finally clicked in. "Wait, did she say once I safely return?" This part contains depictions of blood, death, and violence. Please consider now if you would like to change the video. We will now continue. "Are you nervous, Wyatt?" Cynthia asked. "Yes," Wyatt replied from his seat. "I've never been part of a boarding action before." "Just follow my orders and stay close to me," Cynthia remarked. "If we had boarding pods, your presence wouldn't be required. But you're the best pilot available to us. I trust that your skills will be sufficient to get us there safely. It's my first time doing a hot drop, but I will do my best. It won't be pleasant, though. A sudden turn and a burst of deceleration can kill people even with dampeners," Wyatt replied. "Our implants and augmentations will ensure our survival. Were it not for the Kinator implant you received, I'm sure Clara wouldn't have tasked you with this important role. Do not worry. I received strict orders to protect you as if you were my princess herself during this mission. Remind me to thank Clara for that once we return, he replied, not wanting to think about the other likely possibility. Speaking of our princess, I'm surprised you didn't object to her ordering you to lead the assault. You're her bodyguard after all. My princess commands and I obey without question. I am her bodyguard, her advisor, her friend, and her closest confidant, but I will never object to an order I know she wouldn't make without merit. 10 Royal Marines will be more than enough to ensure her safety against any potential criminal scum that may dare try to harm her. She smirked slightly. Of that, we can both agree. Royal Marines, I never thought I'd see another one in my life, Wyatt commented. You knew they were Royal Marines? Cynthia asked, raising an eyebrow. Not at all. I thought they were regular Marines until Uriel Holtz brought it up. I saw one during my training days in the academy. He fought unarmed and without armor against 20 fully equipped Marine recruits. That was the first time I saw what exposed bone fractures looked like in real life. The fight was over in less than half a minute, Wyatt said, shuddering at the memory. Part of him felt guilty that the recruits, being all nobles, were all crying and asking for help after the fact. But another part of him found it refreshing to see nobles getting their asses handed to them so thoroughly. You were fortunate. Royal Marines rarely leave House Astor territory, and when they do, it is to deal with dangerous threats. To have one visit an Academy outpost to display their tactics, strength, and training is a rare occurrence, Cynthia remarked, not at all surprised to hear his tale. I guess, he replied, and silence returned for several moments. Cynthia, is Clara always like that? She has to be, Cynthia replied, her gaze shifting to her lap. My princess wears many masks, and she finds it hard to be comfortable around those that she does not trust. I am astonished that she has found you to be an individual with whom she can be herself and not feel constrained by her duties and the problems this coup attempt has caused. She doesn't trust people that easily, but I believe your rustic charm and your straightforwardness are something she appreciates. As a matter of fact, I too like those aspects of your personality. How do you know I'm not just trying to gain Clara's favor through a convincing act of friendliness? He asked seriously. Because Wyatt Staples, you'd be dead by now if that was the case. You're not like many other commoners are. You're neither opportunistic nor a resentful beast wishing the demise of his betters or an usurper wishing to take their place. You are sincere, honest, and dutiful. You'd be surprised how few people can fit that description. Her expression softened and turned to face him, offering a sincere, beautiful smile that made him blush. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart, for doing what you did when we were at the market stalls. With that final act, I know I can trust you as an ally, and if you'll have me, as a friend. Wyatt blinked, confused, and his blush vanished. I don't understand. I just intervened because that guy was trying to scam her. And yet you stood up for her to defend the honor of my princess. It is not the same as saving her life, but what you did was a noble act, silly as it may sound. She paused, and her expression returned to her usual stoicism. We all wear our masks, after all. Some do it better than others. But Wyatt noticed that an invisible barrier had been shattered. He no longer saw that cold, near-emotionless, but admittedly beautiful face of Cynthia Winfield. Now he saw emotion in her features, and a small dose of respect directed at him in those blue sapphires she called her eyes. At that moment, a part of him felt guilty that while he was honest with them, he wasn't entirely so. He also hid behind a carefully crafted mask that he rarely took off. Left without further explanation and still wondering why helping Clara get a simple model would mean so much to both women, Wyatt focused his attention on the task at hand. Several minutes went by until he straightened up. Activating the intercom, he spoke. Everyone, prepare for a hard turn. Hot drop in T-minus 10 minutes. Are we close? Cynthia asked before putting on her helmet. Wyatt strapped in and put on his helmet too. Killing the engines in 3, 2, 1. At that moment, the lights dimmed and only basic navigational sensors, a display monitor, and life support remained active. We'll be breaching their sensor range in 20 seconds. After that, well, let's hope they don't activate their scanners or we'll be blown out before we know what hit us. A second later, the ship groaned, and everyone on board jerked to the side violently as the shuttle made a hard 180-degree turn and stopped just as violently. The following minutes were tense, and Wyatt never took his attention from the tactical display, watching how they were slowly approaching the station. A minute before impact, he activated an external camera to get a better view of the quickly approaching station. All in all, it didn't look to be that special. A common, hollowed asteroid barely big enough to house an outpost station meant for quick repairs, refueling, or a transitory harbor. But the three ships docked to it were another story altogether. He noticed that one ship was a corvette, a standard model but heavily cannibalized. The black ship that escaped was there, and he could faintly see the damage it had sustained. The third ship was an oddity, though. It shared the same surface the other black ships had, but the design was different. Instead of being an arrowhead, it was more akin to a spear tip, with two wings extending near its rear. A chill ran down his spine at the thought of having to face another type of stealth ship. Furthermore, he noticed that the monster was around 1,800 meters in length, making it a full-blown destroyer in size alone. "Hot drop in 10 seconds, Wyatt announced, feeling every muscle in his body clenching up in preparation. He gave Cynthia one last glance and she returned it, nodding once at him. "Prepare for hot drop," he announced, and the engines came back to life in full force and well above safety parameters. The entire ship protested against the sudden change with a growl of metal threatening to bend and break. Wyatt and Cynthia sank into their seats, the kinetic dampeners doing all they could to withstand the enormous strain of G-forces shifting violently. Wyatt felt lightheaded, consciousness threatening to leave him, and his whole body ached with pain from the ordeal. He was sure he would have fainted right from the start were it not for the Kinetor implant. Still, he managed to retain his consciousness until the shuttle impacted precisely where he had aimed their landing to be. A storage bay. The groan of metal echoed all around them, and the shuttle crashed against several containers, destroying them but also softening their landing and further decelerating them. The engines died 5 seconds after their landfall, and the shuttle came to a crashing halt when it collided against a wall. Not a second later, Wyatt heard the faint sound of the shuttle's doors exploding outwards, and a deluge of gunshots following next. "Come, Wyatt. Stay close to me and move out. We have a station to take," Cynthia called out, removing his straps and helping him to his shaky feet. He followed Cynthia outside the cockpit, only to be greeted by a gnarly scene. The storage bay wasn't empty of human personnel, and their abrupt entry left many broken bodies and red stains all across the path the shuttle had taken. Furthermore, more bodies now lay on the ground thanks to the Royal Marines' quick initial assault. The blaring of alarms began to sound no long after, and he followed Cynthia without uttering a word. Cruel, but Clara gave her orders. No prisoners, no survivors, he reminded himself, knowing it was a necessary, if sad, conclusion. Even if the personnel and any potential crew members were innocent, they were in a station belonging to the Kayston and were on the Duke's side. The duo left the storage bay soon and quickly moved through the illuminated grayish hallways of the station. Twice, they were intercepted by panicked, confused Kayston guards who were quickly taken down by precise shots coming from Cynthia's pistol and his rifle. They stopped at a crossroads, and suddenly Wyatt's helmet's HUD was updated by a detailed map of the station. A second later, the alarms stopped blaring. It hasn't been more than 2 minutes since we arrived and they already hacked the station? No wonder Royal Marines are considered to be the best among the best, he thought with genuine praise, and thankful that he was on their side. Paying more attention to the display as he followed Cynthia's lead, he noticed that the Royal Marines had divided themselves into teams of 2 or 3 and were quickly scouring the entire station with brutal efficiency and speed. Cynthia suddenly stopped and turned to him. "Wyatt, take out the 2 guards on the left. I'll take care of the rest. They've formed up at the end of the corridor," she said, drawing her sword from her back. Wyatt examined his display and found that she spoke the truth. A group of a dozen guards had managed to barricade the path right in front of them 300 meters away. A quick examination revealed that they were blocking the fastest way to the station's command center and a direct path leading to the elevators heading to the docking area. Rather than hear it, Wyatt turned to Cynthia when he felt a surge of energy cracking to life, and the edges of her sword sparkled with an intense emerald glow. She crouched for a moment and then broke into a sprint, aided by the lower gravity. Wyatt followed her, rifle at the ready, and aiming at the objective she had given him. But he couldn't help but be in awe of her. She's running faster than an angry Clixowl, and is she... His thoughts were interrupted when her shields flickered, absorbing the attacks coming from the entrenched guards. She then began to zigzag, evading most of their fire, until she jumped on a wall and ran alongside its surface for several meters before jumping to the other side, continuing her run. Wyatt took a knee and brought his rifle up, scoping the panicking guards desperately trying to take down the blue-haired woman. He lined up with one of his targets and took a shot, killing her instantly. He lined up on his second target and pulled the trigger, dropping him a moment before Cynthia reached their line. Through the scope, he watched her twirl and spin in midair, her blade swinging along with her movements, creating a whirlpool of red and emerald green. 3 guards were decapitated before she landed, and with 2 cleaving swipes, 5 more guards fell dead as she stood up, cut down as if they were wearing nothing more than tissue paper for armor. 2 of the remaining guards lunged at her with combat knives, but Cynthia took them down within the span of an eye blink. The final guard broke down and cried out, running away. Cynthia aimed her pistol, and with a single shot, the path was cleared. The entire exchange had lasted no more than 10 seconds, if that, and 12 bodies now littered the ground. Wyatt stood up and ran as fast as he could to catch up to Cynthia, who had deactivated her sword and put it on her back once more. Note to self, do not make Cynthia angry. Ever, he said to himself as he tried to not step on the growing pools of blood, and felt pity for any fool unlucky enough to face her in combat. Change of plans, Wyatt. We'll head to the destroyer. Captain Milcades is heading to the command center as we speak. We are the closest to the ship, and it is powering up its reactor. We cannot allow it to escape or destroy this station, she commanded, and broke into a run with Wyatt barely able to keep up with her. The lieutenant followed the bodyguard once more, encountering little resistance that was dealt with swiftly. A few minutes later, took up an elevator leading to the docking area and straight up near the destroyer. With the station's systems hacked, the clasps were in place and prevented the ship from using the armament at its disposal, but a ship that size had a few hundred personnel at the very least. Something that proved to be correct when they were forced to take cover as around 300 guards, armed crew members, and a few Marines clustered around improvised barricades in front of the boarding umbilical cord that connected the dock with the ship. The surprise assault and the swiftness of the Royal Marines prevented them from preparing explosives, so this was likely their last line of defense in an attempt to allow the ship enough time to power up and escape, or self-destruct in the worst-case scenario. "What are we going to do? We can't fight against all of them," Wyatt replied, while laser and kinetic rounds impacted the reinforced wall he was cowering behind. "We wait," Cynthia said, unsheathing her sword once more. "That's fine and all, but what exactly are waiting for? It's not like they are going to run out of ammunition soon. What is that?" Wyatt argued in his mind, but shut up when he noticed a dozen dots quickly ascending all around the area where the defenders stood their ground. Again, he felt Cynthia ignite her sword, and everything around her distorted, giving her a glitching effect. Then she charged without a second doubt. "Wait, Cynthia!" he cried out, not believing what the blue-haired had done. "We are not to take prisoners," Cynthia replied coldly. Marines suddenly appeared all around the defenders, jumping over the railings as the plume of jetpacks died behind them. The next 30 seconds passed in a blur as screams, curses, pleas for mercy, gurgling cries of pain, and gunfire echoed across the docking bay. When Wyatt stepped out from the safety of his hiding spot, the defenders were all dead, and the Royal Marines, along with Cynthia, were standing unharmed. The pilot watched as Cynthia gave the Royal Marines orders through private channels, and soon they all charged into the ship while she turned to face him, sheathing her sword in a quick motion. "Come, Wyatt, hurry!" "My hands aren't clean, but being a pilot is a lot less gruesome. How much carnage has she seen for this to be normal to her?" he asked himself, feeling suddenly queasy at the sight of so many dead bodies that had been, for all intent and purposes, butchered without mercy. "I obey," he uttered, following her once more. While the Royal Marines did their work, The duo made their way to the command bridge. When they arrived, unopposed for once, they found roughly 50 crew members already on their knees and with their arms raised. All except for the man wearing a crisp uniform and bearing proudly the Caiston emblem on his chest. The man was tall and relatively handsome, with brown, short hair, gray eyes, and a stern expression on his face. "Stop," he commanded. "What is left of my crew surrenders to you." "We are not to take prisoners," Cynthia replied in a cold tone. "Let them be your prizes instead, if you can best me in single combat," the man drawing a sword hanging from his hip. "I, Samuel Caiston, challenge your champion to a duel," he proclaimed proudly. "For the honor of my house and yours, will you accept my just challenge?" he asked, staring directly at the pilot. Wyatt frowned and brought his rifle up. Before Samuel or Cynthia could say anything about it, he fired a clean shot that pierced Samuel's chest. The noble screamed in pain, falling to the ground, shocked at the suddenness of the attack. But the rules of chivalry, honor dictates that you can't. The standing of your house, Samuel protested, coughing up blood before Wyatt approached and then shot him again, this time piercing his skull, killing him in the act. "I'm not a noble, Caiston, and we hardly have time to entertain your delusions," he said, turning to Cynthia. "Sorry for shutting him up." Cynthia didn't reply right away. Instead, she stared at the fallen Caiston, then at him before answering. "I suppose your lack of manners and disregard for traditions can be excused this one time. He had no hope of victory regardless." Wyatt turned to the now very much terrified crew members and sighed. "What about them?" "Our orders were clear, Wyatt," Clara replied, uncompromising. I don't think I can kill them in cold blood, Cynthia. The Caiston was different. They are unarmed and are practically shitting themselves. Besides, what if they know something about this ship that we may not figure out? What if they sabotaged components, tampered with electronics? Do you know how this ship operates?" Cynthia glanced at the surrendered crew members for several seconds. Then she holstered her pistol. "You bring up a good point. Very well, I shall take them as prisoners until my princess says otherwise. If they don't cooperate or prove to be a detriment, you shall be held responsible. Are you willing to take that responsibility, Lieutenant?" Wyatt glanced at the frightened crew members for a few seconds, then turned back to Cynthia. "I am. Let that be so," she replied. "I'm going to regret this decision, aren't I?" Wyatt asked himself, and turned to the prisoners one last time. They were still afraid, but relieved that they were not being killed on the spot. Chapter 13. Wyatt stood in front of the 57 personnel he had vouched for, all of them sitting in a small circle away from any panels and controls. 6 Royal Marines silently worked in conjunction with Cynthia across the bridge's terminal as they tried to do something with the ship, but an hour later they had not moved from their positions. He wasn't a particularly impatient man. He was a pilot, and he had been trained to be both patient and act rapidly depending on the situation, but the wait was killing him. He turned to the red-haired lieutenant commander, the highest-ranked officer among them, and spoke. "Are all of you nobles?" The lieutenant commander was surprised by the sudden question, but nodded. "Lord Samuel didn't trust commoner operators with the command of his ship." "Makes sense," Wyatt replied, glancing at Cynthia. She didn't stop working to admonish him, so he continued. "What is this ship?" "We don't know," the man replied. "This ship, the Samuel's Glory, was delivered to this station 6 months ago along with 3 additional ships, similar to the frigate stationed on the other dock." "That thing is a frigate?" Wyatt asked, surprised. "I thought that given their size, they would be heavy gunships." "You fought them?" the lieutenant commander asked, confused and surprised. "You're not a Royal Marine?" "I'm a pilot," Wyatt replied dismissively. "And yes, I fought against those ships when we arrived in the system." "Why didn't you?" The man tensed and shared quick glances with his comrades before replying. "Then, you really aren't a noble? You're just a commoner?" Wyatt frowned behind his visor. "Ashamed that a mere commoner saved your lives, blue bloods?" "No," he replied sincerely. "What is your name?" "Wyatt," the pilot answered. "Yours?" "Lieutenant Commander Galt Tyrone," Galt answered, dipping his head. "I thank you for saving the lives of my comrades and I." And you'll live so long as you don't do anything stupid, Wyatt remarked. Now answer my question. Why didn't this ship participate during the battle? We were resupplying when your fleet arrived. We didn't have time to finish, Galt said, pausing for a moment to look at Cynthia and shudder. Lord Samuel planned on striking at your weakest ships before you arrived. We were scheduled to leave in 2 hours. A lucky strike then. Having you perform hit-and-run attacks would have been bothersome to deal with, Wyatt breathed out, grateful that they had taken down the ship before it could cause any trouble. After a pregnant silence that lasted for a minute, he asked, "You lot don't look terribly bothered that your commanding officer is dead." Lord Samuel was a good captain, dutiful, loyal, and honored the rules of combat and etiquette. But he was also arrogant and punished anyone who didn't obey his strict orders. He won't be deeply missed. Look who's talking, Wyatt thought with mild disdain, but then relaxed. Cynthia had interrogated them, mainly focusing on how the ship operated, and they confessed to each of her questions with minute detail. It was possible that they were lying, but so far their claims that they did have enough time to sabotage anything, place explosives, or purge their systems rang true. But alas, they only knew the surface level of how the ship's systems worked. Only Samuel Caiston had a deeper understanding of the ship, making his seemingly honor-bound request for a duel nothing more than a ruse. He knew he had no chance against a Royal Marine. He was planning to die from the start and take his secrets to the grave. He never cared about their lives. I think I can believe them when they say that they won't miss him, Wyatt reasoned, looking back at Cynthia for a few seconds. At least she wasn't mad about me killing the damn Caiston, and that worried him immensely. "Wyatt, may I ask, why did you vouch for us?" Galt asked, and all eyes shifted to the pilot. "I don't like killing innocents," he replied, eyeing them carefully. "You were unarmed, surrendered, and your commanding officer pretty much put your lives on the line. Besides that, my reasons for keeping you alive were valid. You were fortunate that this ship is unlike anything we've seen before, and taking anything for granted would be foolish. Regardless, I thank you on behalf of all of us that you saved our lives, if only for the time being. Maybe I shall see my daughter again," he said, and almost every other captured noble shared his same hopeful expression. "Why did you betray the prince?" Wyatt asked after a few seconds of silence. "Your nobles. You could have said something against the Caistons. Many noble houses have declared neutrality in this conflict. Why not you?" Galt sighed deeply. "It is not as simple as that. Being a noble is not as straightforward as many commoners may believe. You seem smart enough to realize this, Wyatt. Otherwise, I doubt you'd be here right now." He extended an arm to the rest of his fellows. "Most of us here are fourth or even fifth offsprings, belong to branch bloodline houses, or have little influence within our houses. We are expendable. More than that, all of our houses are just minor and lesser, subservient to House Caiston or to one of their primary banner houses. As such, we don't have the luxury to disobey a call to arms." Wyatt paused and looked at them firmly, searching for any indication of deceit, but found none. He wasn't ignorant to the struggles and roles nobles and their houses played, but he was ignorant to whatever internal feuds, hereditary systems, and whatever ties bound them to serve their betters in turn. He chuckled ruefully. "And this bastard thinks that a commoner has any choice whatsoever compared to his? If this succession dispute devolves into a civil war, all bets and laws will be off. And who do you think will die in droves just so that you nobles can retain your power?" Perhaps I shouldn't have interjected, he thought with disdain, already regretting his choice. His ire was momentary, however, and as a second gave way to another, he regretted thinking that. His fear was true, of course. Outside the military branches, most commoners had even less power to oppose their noble rulers. But nobles were, at the end of the day, people, no matter how much he wished them not to be. They had families waiting for them. They were fathers, mothers, siblings, children. Killing innocents in cold blood was not something he enjoyed. Our situations aren't dissimilar, but you can still choose. What choice does a commoner have but to obey? If we don't, we get lashed, sent to the gutter, beaten up, exhorted for what little we have, or simply killed. Wyatt glared at them. his voice still calm as a controlled rage filled his chest, barely managing to contain it and keep a neutral tone. Don't come to me crying about how unfair your situation is, because as bad as you have it, many more have it worse, gulped Tyrone. All of them under your status. Maybe so, Wyatt, but as you are under the command of nobles, we are under the command of those greater than ourselves, Galt retorted, eyes narrowing. I am no fool. The Castons are strong enough to have refused the Draymore call to arms, but they happily joined their masters. How long has this coup been brewing? I know not, but do not accuse us of betrayal. We are loyal to the Principality first, our duties and houses second, and ourselves third. Wyatt felt his anger dissolve after hearing Galt's words, and how close they mirrored his own line of thinking. Instead, he scoffed. I got involved in this conflict by chance. I am fighting for the prince. My loyalty lies within the Principality. You chose to obey traitors. That's the difference. And now everyone else on this station is likely dead. If you want to live, I suggest you tell me anything and everything you might be concealing from us. Dropping to a knee to see Galt and the other prisoners at eye level, he continued. Unless your honor and loyalty towards a house that dragged you into this position is more important than your lives and those waiting for you back home. Your mental games won't work on any of us commoner scum, a woman said abruptly. You may be wearing a lieutenant insignia, but you know nothing of true honor and duty. Even if we knew anything else, we wouldn't tell you, she finalized with a glare that showed nothing but contempt. You're nothing more than an ignorant, uneducated wretch who knows nothing more than to wait to be fed by your overbloated master. I know I am better than a filthy traitor, Wyatt said, raising his rifle and aiming it at the noblewoman. The prisoners flinched, and Galt moved in front of him, protecting the woman. Please, Wyatt, we truly do not know anything more. I swear upon my honor and that of House Timor that I speak the truth. The only one that knew anything more intricate than the basic functions of the ship and the operation of its systems was Lord Samuel Caston, Galt pleaded. Wyatt stared into the eyes of the red-haired man for several seconds and sighed. Lowering his weapon, he stepped forth and shoved him out of the way. The rest of the nobles froze, and Galt stared at him with impotence. Around the pilot, unnoticed by him, the Royal Marines and Cynthia had slowed down, and their attention was split between their work and seeing what the pilot and the prisoners would do next. Wyatt grabbed the woman by the scruff of her uniform, and before she could protest against it, he punched her with all his strength, knocking out a few teeth, busting her lower lip, and causing a glob of fresh blood to spill across her uniform and some of her companions. He let go of her a moment later, and she fell to the floor unconscious but alive. Anyone else have something to say? He asked coldly. The prisoners remained silent for several moments, until a weak but resolute voice broke the uncomfortable silence. The encryption key is within Lord Samuel's possessions in his chambers. The code to enter without triggering the explosive trap is safeguarded here, Galt replied, reaching into his uniform to pull a data chit out. Presenting it to Wyatt, the noble looked at him with a grateful expression. You saved us yet again. Let this be my show of gratitude, and allow me to carry the burden and shame of betrayal to my lord's last wishes. Wyatt blinked in confusion. He stared into Galt's eyes yet again, and found a broken will behind them, but also genuine gratitude. Wordlessly, he took the chit and slowly made his way to Cynthia. When he stood next to her, he noticed her fingers working on a panel while wires protruding from her armor connected with the console she was fiddling with. It seems your assumption was correct, Wyatt, Cynthia said through a private channel. Wyatt looked at the data chit before replying. Fortunately for me, yeah. What was that even about? I knocked out that annoying harpy and Galt thanked me for it. I only wanted the satisfaction of shutting her up myself without killing her, he chuckled. It's the first time I punched a noble, too. I won't get in trouble because she's a traitor, right? Cynthia paused for a moment before replying. It can be overlooked. You are rather unorthodox, yet sensible at the same time. Paradoxical, she said, much to Wyatt's confusion. Nevertheless, if what Galt said is true, then we will be able to break through the encryption easily now. Wait, that's what you've been trying to do? You've been trying to hack into this ship's systems? Wyatt asked, astonished. The Royal Marines had broken through the station's cyber defenses within moments of their arrival. Yet more than an hour had passed since the capture of the vessel, and they were incapable of taking full command of it yet. That confirms it, doesn't it? His question was rhetorical as he clenched his teeth tightly. If you're referring to the origins of these black ships, then yes, this confirms it. This ship, along with the damaged one and its sister ships, the cruiser and the one that pursued the royal yacht, were not made within the Principality. Duke Cornelius Draymore of Camrim acquired them from outside the Astorian Principality, Cynthia replied, frowning. Her fingers stopped working and the wires detached themselves from the panel, returning to the confines of her armor. Come with me, Wyatt. We were able to get basic information about the ship, including a layout map. We shall go to the captain's quarters and extract the encryption key. I obey, Wyatt replied, nodding and presenting the chit to Cynthia, who took it and stored it safely within a compartment of her armor. When they were outside the bridge and making their way to their new destination, he found his voice again. Are you going to kill them? Unless it was all a ploy on your part to make them give you information you suspected they withheld, then no. They are your prisoners, Wyatt, Cynthia replied. My prisoners? Hardly. They are at your mercy, not mine, he said back. Have you forgotten, Wyatt? Cynthia said with a touch of amusement in her voice. I said that I would protect you as if you were my princess herself. That includes listening and considering your requests, such as taking them as prisoners. And their actions are my responsibility, Wyatt said, feeling a headache forming. That's just fantastic. They're Cynthia's prisoners, but I am the one to decide their fate until Clara says otherwise. This could not possibly get any more bothersome. Their lives are of no consequence to me. The traitors that put the life of my princess and that of the prince in danger deserve no consideration. Traitors, all of them. However, circumstances are to be taken into account. Their cooperation after your intervention shall grant them leniency if my princess deems it so, Cynthia replied. Perhaps she will show them leniency. Perhaps not, said Wyatt. Cynthia turned her head slightly to Wyatt. You do not seem surprised by that. Wyatt bit his lower lip for a moment as he formulated a leveled answer. Clara is unlike any noble I've met before, but she's royalty. She needs to do what needs to be done during these troubling times. I do not believe she could ever be cruel, but that doesn't mean she'll be kind or forgiving either. Such is the burden of royalty, Cynthia agreed. What would you do with them if you were in her position? Wyatt shrugged. Send them to prison and put them under trial. His eyes narrowed. Galt had a point. Most of them were dragged due to laws, codes of honor, and bonds of servitude that tied their houses to House Cayston. They had little choice in the matter. Who among them are true traitors and who are only following orders? He replied with as much stoicism as he could manage. Would you treat them differently if they were commoners, Wyatt? Cynthia asked in a softer tone. He shook his head. I don't know. Maybe? Just because I'm a commoner doesn't mean I see every other commoner as faultless. I'm not blind nor ignorant. His eyes narrowed. I've seen what commoners can do, even those with wealth and power. They're not my people. Then who is? Whose side are you on? She pressed. My loyalty is to the Principality, to the Prince, to those that I can respect, be they nobles or commoners, it doesn't matter. I care for my parents and brothers, for those I knew growing up in Volantis, but everyone else right now is either an enemy or an ally. And I will do what I must, just like you have to, just like Clara has to, Wyatt replied, feeling a weight on his shoulders being lifted. Cynthia didn't reply as they walked down the pristine hallways that contrasted against the near pitch-black exterior of the ship. Everything inside was clean and well illuminated, with whites, grays, dull greens, yellows, and blues scattered all over the place to mark stations, caches, or directions. As Wyatt continued to admire the ship in silence, from the architectural standpoint, it was obvious that whoever constructed it was beyond the capabilities of the Principality. The textures looked different. The angles were refined but strong. Principality ships were one of two, blocky, ugly, dull, and functional, or highly aesthetic and impractical for anything else but being leisure crafts. Ships like the Exalted Glory or the Royal Yacht were the exception to that rule, and they were rare. This ship is both beautiful and well made. I wonder who made it and how Duke Draymore got his hands on them. I don't even want to imagine how much they cost, Wyatt thought moments before arriving at their destination. Stop! Cynthia commanded, stopping right in front of a sealed door. "I'm detecting a series of explosive traps," she said, and took the chit out. She presented to the identification panel next to the door, and it beeped. A moment later, the door opened. "Stay here, Wyatt. I'll retrieve the encryption key," she said, and entered the room. Wyatt obeyed and waited. He expected to hear things shattering or being ruffled about, but all he heard were the steps she was taking and things being moved aside. Finally, he heard a loud click, followed by something heavy opening. A few moments later, Cynthia walked out of the room with a small black box in her right hand. "Is that the encryption key?" he asked, never before having seen one in person. "It is. From what I'm reading, it is no wonder why we couldn't break through the ship's encryption algorithm. The sequence keeps shifting, rearranging itself in random patterns every time it is tampered with. It makes it not only near impossible to predict, but also time-consuming, forcing us to start from the beginning, trying to search for the correct algorithmic pathway," she said with mild frustration. "Assuming that I understand what you're talking about, does that mean it is difficult?" he asked. Cyber warfare and security were not his forte. Cynthia nodded. "Incredibly so. The encryption sequence is long, and with every failure, it rearranges itself to a new sequence. It is vexing, to say the least. A dozen dedicated hacking AIs working together non-stop would be able to break such encryption within a week, I think." She raised the box slightly. "With this, that won't be a problem anymore." "What about the other ship?" he asked, as the two resumed their walk back to the bridge. "I already ordered the other Royal Marines to search for a similar chit on the officers' bodies. They found one and are on their way," she answered. "Uriel Hoax will be happy to have his station then. Do you think Clara will be pleased with your victory?" he asked. "Our victory," Cynthia corrected. "I believe she will. Despite your breach in her original orders, I am sure she will forgive your transgression in favor of gaining such a marvelous ship." Should I be afraid that I don't know if she's being serious or not? He asked himself before replying. "That aside, do you know how to pilot a ship? Do the Royal Marines?" Cynthia hummed softly. "We can if need be. As good as their training is, their focus is to be elite shock troops, infiltrators, and line breakers. Space warfare and piloting are skills that are best served by other dedicated servicemen. Why do you ask?" "Because the shuttle got wrecked by the hot drop, and this station doesn't have a hangar. It was never meant to be found, I think. No shuttles, no fighters, no lifeboats. You're going to have to fly those ships out of here if we plan to go back, or take a shuttle if there are any available on these ships," he explained. "It was an intense entry," Cynthia agreed. "Once I have full access to the ship's systems, I'll know for certain everything about it." "About that, I was wondering something. Isn't it strange that this ship doesn't seem to have an AI?" he asked. "There was one. We managed to isolate and destroy it. Principality Standard Navigational and Communications AI," Cynthia replied nonchalantly. "Whoever made this ship didn't bother to install an equally advanced AI to operate basic functions. I doubt we could have contained it as easily otherwise." "Thanks for the terrifying thought," he replied with a sigh. "Who do you think built these ships?" "I think either the Imperium or the Qin-Shu Commonality are responsible. They are far more advanced and relatively close to the Principality." Cynthia nodded. "I believe the same. Our answers, however, shall be answered soon." The rest of their trip back went in silence, and when they arrived back at the bridge, they found the Royal Marines no longer working at their station and were now maintaining an eerie watch over their prisoners. Wyatt followed Cynthia until she made it to the same console she had been working on before. She placed the box in a compartment beneath the console, and wires extended from her bracers once again, connecting to it. A full minute passed until, suddenly, the lights dimmed to the point they nearly died out, but a few seconds later, they went back to normal. "Ah, damn it all!" Cynthia cursed weakly through their private channel. Wyatt approached before replying. "What's wrong?" "I have full access to the ship's systems and records, but everything previous to its arrival to Jintrax was completely purged. We don't know where it came from or where it was built. This ship is also different in purpose. According to the information the other team recovered from the smaller black ship, this is a true warship. And it shows," she said, impressed. "A true warship? Isn't this a different model of stealth ship? He asked himself before speaking. What about the cruiser class that took part in the battle? No records exist. It is safe to assume every one of these black ships only contains information about itself, and we have to correlate data based on that. It may not give us all the answers, but it will be a start. This destroyer class will be useful to our cause. The frigate class will be dismantled. It is too damaged to be useful to us, and we can't repair it. Whatever secrets the technicians and mechanics can discover from plundering its carcass will be extremely useful, Cynthia replied. Establishing connection with Woodshaft. Established. Wyatt watched in silence as Cynthia killed their private channel to open a new one. He raised an eyebrow when she froze, looked to one side, then the other, then froze again. Half a minute later, she glanced at him for a second or two, then returned her attention to the console. He waited patiently, ready to assist the blue-haired woman in anything for what felt like a short eternity, until her voice broke through the silence, startling him. Wyatt, I require your help, Cynthia began, opening their private channel again. Place your naked hand on this panel. I obey, Wyatt replied, taking off his right gauntlet with a hiss. He placed his hand on the smooth, cool panel. A moment later, he felt something hot against his palm, almost to the point of burning him, but not quite there. It wasn't pleasant, but he managed to withstand it. Several moments later, the heat died out. Now take off your helmet and give this ship a new name. Samuel's glory is no more, she said with a hint of disgust in her voice. Why don't you give it a name yourself? He asked, confused, but sharing her disgust for that awful name. I'm not particularly creative, she replied. What is she playing at? He asked himself, but decided to obey her command regardless. He took off his helmet and hooked it to the maglock on his back. Cynthia pointed to the small microphone that sprouted from above the panel he was touching. What could be a good name for a ship like this? I don't want to name it something pretentious like the honor above all or the unyielding loyalty. I never got the appeal for such names, he thought as he mulled over what a good name could be. He always preferred short, simple names, especially the offensive and dangerous ones. That was one of the reasons he loved Raptor fighters so much. The name reflected what they were and their function. Deadly, simple, effective. Deadly, simple, effective. Deadly, simple, effective. He repeated in his mind, and a moment later he grinned. Who says a name can't have some irony to it? He leaned forth and licked his lips. Noir Navio, he said decidedly. Turning to Cynthia, he couldn't see her expression, but he could feel her unamused, judging eyes on him. With a clank that was felt rather than heard, the clasps were undone. The ship was free to move whenever they wished. Putting on his helmet and gauntlet, he watched as Cynthia disconnected from the console and moved to the captain's chair. Really, Wyatt? Wyatt shrugged, glad that he could hide his wide smile. Chapter 14. Clara sipped from her drink and did her best not to wince at the sour taste of it. After Cynthia, Wyatt, and the Royal Marines departed, she moved to a private booth that Uriel Hoax reserved to wait for her strike team's return. Said man was sitting across her, generously drinking a bottle of beer. The princess had gotten the message from Cynthia minutes ago that the mission had gone smoothly despite Wyatt's intervention. She had yet to inform Uriel about it, but she was sure he already knew about the connection that had been established to Woodshaft's channels. Around them stood the remaining 10 Royal Marines, silently and dutifully watching over her safety. I'm surprised no one has attempted to kill me, Clara said, putting the sorry excuse of tea she had been drinking. Mass-produced, cheap, poorly prepared, and bland products were definitely not her favorite treats, and she regretted not bringing some of her sweets with her. No one would be so stupid to try unless pressed, Uriel replied before taking another large drink from his beer, finishing it and setting a 6th empty glass bottle on the table. Reaching for another, he popped it open and took a swig before continuing. Or, you know, if they were so incredibly out of their goddamn minds as to think that to be a good idea, relax, princess. My home is yours. Clara politely set aside her half-finished tea and smiled at the long black-haired man. I was wondering when you were going to mention it. It is impolite to keep a lady waiting, you know. Uriel chuckled deeply. And it is equally impolite to keep secrets from your hosts, little princess. Or should I say mistress? Clara giggled. Please, our agreement is hardly one of servitude. We both gain what we need, don't we? Sure do, Uriel replied, drinking some more beer. Now then, Princess, are you going to sign the paper and give me the decree, or are you only stringing me along? Them boys can take me and my forces out before we even blink. I deal in fairness and equal opportunities, Uriel. I seek not your demise, though replacing you would be an easy feat, as I mentioned before. It is true that I hold the advantage in this proposal. Is it not enough proof that I wish for a peaceful resolution? Clara asked sincerely. Got me there, Princess. So I only get what I want when you get what you want and your lapdogs are returned to you? Indeed, Clara replied. Though please, try not to insult my friends again. One is precious to me and the other is someone I've found a delightful time getting to know, she said, eyeing the model of the ancient fighter sitting next to her peacefully. Sorry, Princess. Old habits and all that. Though I gotta say, the two of them, scary friends you keep around, he said with a chuckle. Now that got her attention. She agreed with his observation regarding Cynthia. She was, after all, her bodyguard, her best and closest friend, and a killing machine if need be. But Wyatt? Oh, what makes you think that, my dear Uriel? Please, the red armored one, the Winfield. Do I really have to say more than the obvious? He replied with a dry chuckle. She alone was enough for me to clench my pucker so tightly I could have gone for an EVA walk and be fine. Uriel paused and drank some more. When he was done, he hummed deeply. The other one? Well, he knows his shit, that's for damn sure. Clara leaned forth slightly. Elaborate? What do you see in him? Can't put my finger on it. But when you're as savvy around my line of business, you get to know the bad ones from the good ones, the dangerous ones, and the easily dealt with, those you can trust, and those that you need to avoid. In my line of business, knowing that is far more important than being good with a gun or barking orders. And he scares me, Uriel confessed. There's a cold indifference around him that I couldn't shake off. I couldn't read him. Can see why you'd keep that one for yourself, Princess. I'm sure that your mind is playing tricks on you, Uriel. My companion is friendly and to the point. I wouldn't say that he is harmless, but he is someone I've come to rely on and trust in a short span of time, Clara replied, confused as to why Uriel would see that in Wyatt. Princess, let me ask you something. Have you ever peered into the eyes of a killer? And I mean not a soldier who has done their duty, but a cold-blooded, ruthless killer? Uriel asked, setting his bottle aside. I can't say that I possess such experience, Uriel. I've dealt with cheats, backstabbers, liars, politicians, and corrupt people who wouldn't bat an eye at the prospect of the demise of other people as long as they gain something out of it. But a true killer? Never, Clara replied, intrigued to know more about Uriel's viewpoint. I have. And one thing I've learned from those types is that you need to be careful around them. They ain't murderers or bloodthirsty lunatics. You can tell just by looking at them. And that guy you brought? I think he's a damn dangerous tool you got there, Princess. Make sure to use him right or dispose of him quickly, because they are the sort of people you do not want to fuck over. Preposterous, Clara said with an indignified huff. It is true that we met not too long ago, but what I have seen of him so far, his dedication, his skills, his talent, and his personality all indicate that he is trustworthy. He is no killer. He is a true knight of old. Then heed my advice and keep his leash. I mean keep him close. Perhaps it is as you say, Princess, but take it from someone who has dealt with the careful line between respectable crime and reprehensible criminality. His eyes narrowed. He is dangerous. How much? I can't say, but he is dangerous. Memories of witnessing Wyatt's performance during the competition and his exploits during the battle came to mind. She wasn't naive enough to believe Wyatt was harmless. Far from it. He was a deadly pilot, with skill and a mind to match. Clara gave Uriel a small, friendly smile before replying. In that case, I shall take your advice for what it is and keep it under consideration. Uriel shrugged. What you do with it ain't of my business. I just thought I should give you some friendly advice. Back to business it is. The station is mine now. Do not worry. I have enough tuggers to help move that thing here. It'll take weeks, but we can fend off any Caiston forces they send our way. The Third Fleet's movements have been doing odd movements according to the information we get. Such as? Clara asked, already knowing the Third Fleet had sided with her uncle, but it was a good opportunity to hear the rumors of the common people. Broken patrols, ships demanding civilian vessels to give them supplies, blockades in several systems, and loads of runaway Navy men, Uriel replied with casual ease. People are whispering that the Third Fleet is fighting each other between traitors and loyalists, but I ain't no fool. The Third Fleet and that pain-in-the-ass Cornelius Tigan must have sided with Duke Draymore and all of his lapdogs. An interesting viewpoint and not one far-fetched, Clara replied. Do you believe the Third Fleet to be traitors? The Dead Man's Fleet? Oh, to be sure. But I wouldn't worry too much about it. Most of the people in it are incompetent, cowards, or so far removed from the politics of their houses that any fight in them will be gone with 1 or 2 defeats. The commoners will be no better. I foresee many deserters and turncoats. Maybe we'll see new gangs and pirate groups spawn from those. Small fish in a big ocean, nothing we can't handle. He took his bottle and drank from it again. The Third Fleet is going to be busy dealing with that, possible loyalists to the Prince in their midst, and quelling unrest all over their designated area. They ain't gonna have time to focus their eyes on Woodshaft anytime soon. The Rightful Path and the Caiston ships here on Jintrax were probably their best bet at taking us to their side, Uriel said, crossing his arms. Now, thanks to you, Princess, they won't be able to bend our arms us anymore, unless, you know, this whole thing explodes and we end up having another civil war. My brother, the Prince, is doing everything within his power to prevent such an outcome. Trust me, Uriel, that is something no one wishes to see happen, she said with utmost sincerity. Inside, her heart ached at the prospect of such a terrible thing happening, and anger mixed itself with anguish directed at her treasonous uncle. Uriel hummed deeply. I figured out that you're heading to Finnegan territory to consolidate, and from there stage your counter-assault against Duke Draymore. That's all well and good, and I'll be sure to show my appreciation after our deal is struck, Princess. I'll keep an eye out for any Caiston movements as further proof of our budding, mutually convenient partnership. Such efforts shall be appreciated, my dear Uriel, she replied. The black-haired man nodded, finishing his 7th bottle. If I may ask, Princess, do you know anything at all regarding those black ships? I ain't never seen anything like that before in my entire career, and I've seen a lot. They sure quake the confidence people may have in the Prince. They are a threat, indeed, but not invincible. I know not how Duke Draymore managed to acquire such ships, but it matters not. He shall be defeated in due time, she replied softly. Suddenly, Uriel stood up before the frantic chaos of people running about, and the faint sound of alarms echoed in the distance. The Royal Marines readied their weapons but maintained their composure. Is something the matter? Clara asked calmly while her heart skipped a beat. Sensors detected a large warp signature entering the system, Uriel replied, his gray eyes flickering with faint blue light. How large? She asked, trying to connect with the Royal Fleet, but no connection came through. She then tried to contact Cynthia but failed as well. Whatever it was, it had deployed communicator jammers already. Powerful ones. Damn it! Bastards are using jammers. Our long-range communicators are dead and our sensors are scrambled. Can't do squat against scanners, though. Closing his eyes for a moment to issue orders, Uriel scratched his chin repeatedly. 2 minutes later, he opened his eyes and he went pale. Clara took notice of his change and stood up. Uriel, what's the matter? Have your forces detected the traitor ships? They're not traitors, Princess, Uriel said with a hiss. They're not even human. Scanners detected a raiding party of 5 ships, 2 cruiser-class and 3 destroyer-class ships, he explained, clenching his teeth and narrowing his eyes. This is a fucking Drazen raiding party. Drazen? Exclaimed the princess, flabbergasted. Such a large raiding party, all the way here? Your guess is as good as mine. No Drazan ship has entered Jintrax in the last 100 years. What are those carrion feeders doing here? Uriel asked, enraged. Do you think the battle caught their attention? She asked softly, giving an air of calmness and composure. Internally, she was worried and confused. Maybe if we were close to their usual targets. But here, in Jintrax? Not a chance. I bet my station that the damned Caistons bought them or tipped them off somehow. Must have been planning on this for a while now. A straggler ship or a desperate fool I could understand. But such a heavy raiding party? They ain't here because of coincidence, damn it. Would House Caiston do something so reckless as to invite the Drazen to their doorstep? Clara questioned. Such an action goes beyond this conflict, and we can't assume they are involved in this just yet. We will need irrefutable proof. If we can survive the assault first, Uriel barked back. Scanners are showing they are heading here to Woodshaft. If we can't contact the prince, it'll take them more than 2 hours to reach us. By that time, the Drazan will be pummeling us in full force. Our ships can make harassing strikes and keep their boarding pods away for some time. But once they are in range, we'll be in trouble. My Royal Marines will be able to make short work of those monsters, Clara said with conviction. But internally, she winced. The Royal Marines would outmatch any Drazen raider easily, but with numbers on their side, they could overpower a lonesome Royal Marine, and the station was vast. There would be no way for 10 Royal Marines, skilled as they are, to make a stand everywhere at once. Then, Princess, let's move you to a secure location and watch as Woodshaft defends itself. We ain't defenseless, and I'll be damned if I let plants that talk any easy meals, Uriel declared. Clara nodded and followed Uriel while her Royal Marines made sure to keep her safe. Brother, please, make haste. Cynthia Wyatt, stay safe, she thought, before putting on her helmet and clutching her figurine firmly. Chapter 15. This ship is amazing, Wyatt muttered while scrolling through his display screen. The 12 Royal Marines present were busy manning a station or keeping an eye on the prisoners. The remaining 8 Royal Marines were manning the frigate-class Black Ship and were following them slowly. The damage the vessel received wasn't enough to risk a sudden malfunction or, worse, suffer a core overload, but it meant that they were powerless in a fight. I don't know much about ships, but I must agree, Cynthia said from the captain's chair. Wires came out of her armor, connecting her to the ship's command center and giving her full access to the ship. In your opinion, Wyatt, what makes it amazing? All I can see is the firepower and the speed it can reach. It's not just that, though. It is far above any destroyer class in the Royal Navy. Even most cruisers and battle cruisers would be hard-pressed to match it, Wyatt exclaimed with genuine eagerness. It has 50 PD turrets, a small hangar bay that can fit an entire wing of Raptor fighters, 8 plasma cannons, 4 railguns, 4 heavy laser turrets, 2 torpedo launchers, 8 missile pods, and a spinal-mounted pulse beam cannon. This thing is a monster, he said, chuckling to himself. On the defensive, unlike the other Black ships, this one doesn't sacrifice survivability. Reinforced titanium armor with a nano-enhanced carbon polymer for superstructural resistance. The shields are on par with a battlecruiser. Better if I were to take a guess, and it has double layer shielding. How is that even possible? He chuckled to himself, too enamored with the details of the ship. The engines, when put at full speed, would outrun the Royal Yacht easily. And how does it power it all? With a tri-reactor plasma core. What about its stealth capabilities? All I'm seeing is the exterior hull is another layer of armor nicknamed Boogeyman armor, she said, confused. Do you know what Boogeyman means? I believe it has some relation to an evil spirit, Wyatt replied. There are folktales back on Volantis speaking about supernatural creatures. I recall Boogeyman being in some of those stories, particularly one about a spirit of ice and mischief helping other kind-hearted spirits battle the Boogeyman. In that tale, this spirit used the shadows to move unnoticed. Perhaps the nickname is fitting to the purpose of these stealth ships. If so, then I can see why the manufacturers would keep the real name of the armor as a secret, along with any information about how it was made, Cynthia replied. That, however, does not explain how the stealth system works. I don't fully understand it either, but it seems like the Boogeyman exterior plating is not really armor. It runs small electromagnetic distortion fields across the entire hull, pushing away radar and sensor signals. No wonder locking on didn't work, and why the only real way to see them was when they were so close that their stealth system stopped being effective, Wyatt hummed. Even the engines are designed to match the background radiation at a distance, hiding the plume under a certain margin of thrust. Whoever designed them is a certified genius, he said, truly admiring whoever the designer was. For landing and boarding actions, there are 2 Mantis tanks, 16 hot drop pods, 20 orbital drop pods, 12 shuttles, and several dozen life pods for emergency evacuations. The ship is also designed to make boarding actions confusing and tardy, he said, eyes narrowing. I wonder why they chose to face us outside instead of trying to stop us inside. Honor dictates that a boarding action can only be engaged in space, Wyatt, Cynthia replied with mild disgust. It wouldn't have mattered at any rate. If anything, they only made our job a minute faster, if that. Honor. Honor. Why are nobles so obsessed with something so damn useless? Honor won't help them when they have a gun pressed against their thick-headed skulls, Wyatt thought with disdain as he glanced at the bloodstain left behind by Samuel Caston's corpse. After leaving the station, the Royal Marines carried every corpse inside the ship to the airlock and ejected them in full disgrace as so much trash. That included Samuel Caston. Regardless, he continued, that's not all. Cybersecurity seems to be top of the line too. I don't understand it, but even I can see it is far and above most of what we have here in the Principality. Ah, so it does have comm scramblers, he hummed for a moment. The ship sacrifices some luxury in return, though. No segregated mess halls for once, and the quarters are smaller and more compact even for the officers. The storage bay is also smaller than other destroyer-class ships, but the ammunition bays are expanded. No surprise there, he pressed on. Life support systems are fully operational. There's a small hydroponic garden on Wing B, Section C, an advanced infirmary, a lounge hall, barracks, armory, weapon lockers, a lot of them, and secret lockers across the hallways in case of emergencies. An engineering bay equipped with a factory and ore processing wing, he said, surprised. Ah, that explains the mining drones, Cynthia replied. This ship is capable of self-repairing itself and its basic components. Only battleships have such capabilities in the Principality, she added, unable to hide her surprise. Aside from that, the rest is fairly standard. Training facilities, a gymnasium, a secure vault, a war room, and a brig. Wyatt finished, whistling, impressed. This truly is a warship. And you named it Noir Navio, Wyatt, Cynthia addressed, barely refraining from sighing in frustration. Enlighten me, Wyatt. Why of all things did you name it Black Ship? I'm not particularly creative, he replied, managing to hide a snicker at the end. One wasn't enough, was it? She muttered. What was that? Wyatt asked, pushing his luck. Nothing. Do not concern yourself with it, Cynthia replied. It is a travesty that a ship like this was in the hands of traitors. Now it can serve a just purpose. Of that, I'm certain. This ship is a powerhouse in its own right, capable of trading blows with any ship of the line. But the speed, the maneuverability, and the firepower make it a dangerous force to be reckoned with. Perfect to execute decapitating and devastating alpha strikes on clueless foes. I am glad we don't have to face this monster in battle. Wyatt thought, relieved and happy that the prince now had such a capable ship under his command. Several minutes went by in silence until the Royal Marine manning the sensors spoke up. Lady Cynthia, I have detected a large warp signature entering the system, he said, his voice distorted through a static filter that made his voice sound monotone yet aggressive. Can you detect the signatures? She asked. Negative. Sensors are being blocked. Confirmed. Jamming has been detected. We are unable to identify signatures. Cynthia glanced at the worried, confused prisoners. Galt Tirom, she called out, and one of the Royal Marines guarding the prisoners piked the man up to his feet. Explain. I don't know who they are, Galt replied. We expected no further reinforcements. Guarding the key's whereabouts was the last secret entrusted to me by Lord Samuel. I truly do not know anything else. Lady Cynthia, the Royal Marine called to her. Permission to activate scanners? No, I'll order the other ship to do it. I won't risk giving our position up, she said, and her eyes briefly flashed. Wyatt focused on his display screen, now changed to an empty tactical display marking only the now empty station, Woodshaft, and the two ships flying toward it, with the frigate-class Black Ship ahead of them by a significant margin. 2 minutes passed slowly, but instead of receiving a verbal confirmation from Cynthia, his display now marked 5 dots quickly accelerating toward Woodshaft. 2 cruiser-class and 3 destroyer-class ships packed in a tight formation. Judging by their speed, they would reach Woodshaft in an hour. The lieutenant narrowed his eyes. The fleet wasn't Principality standard since he didn't detect any escorts. It was possible that these SIPs were jamming them to mask the arrival of more ships, possibly black ships, but he doubted it. If they're not traitors, then what are they? He asked, turning to the nervous red-haired man. I don't know. They could be pirates, Galt countered hurriedly. No need to guess anymore, Cynthia spoke up, hissing angrily. "The ships have been identified. It's a Drazan raiding party." The prisoners gasped in horror, the realization of such a force dawning on them. The Royal Marines remained impassive, but Wyatt froze up, not in fear. The pilot felt his blood boil inside his veins, his heart beating hard and fast in his chest, and his left hand clenched into a fist. "Drazan? Here?" he muttered coldly. Cynthia and Galt turned their attention to the pilot, only to find him shaking slightly. "Cynthia, how far are we from Woodshaft?" "An hour and a half at our current speed. I can cut that time in half without sacrificing our stealth," she replied seriously. "Can we intercept their fleet?" Wyatt asked. "In theory, yes, but I doubt we could inflict serious casualties. The ship lacks an AI and we are doing everything manually. Perhaps we could cripple one of their destroyers," she replied brusquely. "It matters not. I shall not allow a single one of those wretched creatures to touch my princess." "Wait!" Wyatt half shouted, standing up. "These are Drazan we are dealing with. I am more than familiar with them," he hissed angrily, taking off his helmet. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply in an effort to calm his racing heart. "They will get close to the station and start hurling boarding pods and hammering away at the defenses. Their objective isn't to destroy, but to capture as many prisoners as possible. Think, Cynthia. If we rush over to Woodshaft to reinforce Clara, that will take away one powerful ship out of the fight and give them more space to move around." Cynthia gritted her teeth, but couldn't argue against his logic. 10 Royal Marines won't be enough to protect my princess against thousands of those beasts. We have to aid her, Wyatt. And he will. We'll save her and as many people in Woodshaft. They're not traitors, remember? Wyatt reminded her. "What do you propose we do?" "Order the frigate to rush ahead and assist in the ground defense. 8 additional Royal Marines will be a great boon for everyone on board. Meanwhile, we should move to intercept the fleet and try to peel off at least one of their ships. One less ship on their side means fewer ground forces and less firepower to destroy Woodshaft's defenses." He frowned heavily, gritted his teeth, and pointed a finger at himself. "And while you fight, I'll take a fighter and set ahead with a tactical mind to booby-trap as many of their shuttles and drop pods as possible in a single blow." "You're insane," Cynthia countered. "You can't go out there on your own. I'll send 4 Royal Marines to join you in a squadron." "Didn't you say that the Royal Marines aren't trained to be pilots? I'll not risk their immeasurable value on something like that. A single fighter is of no threat, or so many believe. And with my size, they won't be able to detect me easily. A single mine won't do much, but it will be a nasty surprise for those murderous bastards," he said angrily. "And then what? What do you plan on doing after that, Wyatt?" Cynthia asked, voice rising. "I'll do my best and take down as many of their pods and shuttles as I can. If they launch fighters, I'll run away," he replied. "I'm not suicidal, but we have to stop them, or at least weaken them until the prince can engage them." "Then stop talking nonsense, Wyatt. This isn't a simulation. If you go out there alone on a fighter, you'll likely die, and I have been ordered to protect you," Cynthia countered. Wyatt bared his teeth in anger. "Have you ever fought against the Drazan? Any of you?" he asked, eyeing Cynthia, Galt, and everyone else on the bridge. No one answered him. "I'm sure you all know about them, seen the videos and heard the stories, but you have no idea what it's really like to face them and witness what they do to their prisoners." "They eat other sapients, don't they?" Galt asked, giving voice to the voice of his fellow prisoners. "Don't be so stupid as to believe that fake propaganda, Galt," Wyatt shot back. "The Drazan don't eat people the way we understand. They don't have mouths to begin with. Imagine this. There's a plant-like monster that looks to be a collection of vines, leaves, and gross protruding limbs coming at you. They stink too, like rotten meat, and their surface is reddish or brown, adding to how disgusting they look. It looks vaguely humanoid, standing on 4 legs with 8 vines acting like arms and 4 smaller arms sticking out from their bellies." The pilot paused for a moment to take a step forth toward Cynthia. Each limb is tipped with dagger-like claws capable of tearing you open with ease. These things also have a head. Or rather, it looks like a head with a dozen eyes and no mouth. It has a series of multicolored bioluminescent leaves that it uses to talk between each other. And this thing can be up to 3 meters tall. He took another step forward. His eyes were wide and full of controlled, measured hatred. And worst of all, you can look into its eyes and understand that it knows you're sapient. A sophont just like it is, and that last glimmer of hope that you think you have of appealing to its humanity is gone. Another step. The Drazan don't have humanity. They don't understand it. They don't care for it. To them, you are either food or a tool to get more food. Do you want to know what they do to their feed, the prisoners they capture? Another step. Galt took a step back, frightened by the pilot's cold, focused words. Cynthia remained immovable, and the Royal Marines listened closely, ready to interject. They kill the old, the sick, and the disabled. They're not even cruel about it. They aren't sadistic beasts. They are much worse, because the way they kill their feed is by draining their fluids out. Blood, piss, water, bile, everything. Another step. They then mix it with dirt and other materials for the next step. After that, they chop you up without care. Meat and organs are turned into mush. Another step. Your bones are turned to dust, and they mix it all together before they reveal their real head, hidden behind their reinforced chest. Another step. Their true face has no eyes. It's just a bulbous thing similar to a mushroom and a tiny mouth. Only after that, they begin to eat their feed, slurping it with detestable gusto. One final step put him in front of Cynthia, his face reflecting on her helmet's visor. That's what is coming to Woodshaft. They take prisoners alive and dead alike, but they prefer living ones because, to them, we are cattle, nothing more. He chuckled darkly. Oh, sure, they can be negotiated with. They're not stupid, but they don't respect anyone that isn't them, and they only care about their survival. But what do you think they do to the young and the fit? Slaves? They don't need them, but feed makes more feed. With a final snarl, he pulled back and he sighed deeply. I'll be damned if I don't do everything in my power to stop the fucking Drazan. Eyeing Galt, he noticed the noble nearly emptied his stomach. Some of the prisoners were not as strong. He looked at the noble for long moments, then pointed at him. Were you truly ignorant of the Drazan, Galt? Yes, Galt replied, managing to stop himself from gagging. I knew that Drazan were dangerous, but nothing like what you described. Even so, I wouldn't have participated in any scheme regarding those beasts. Less so now, thanks to you. Shaking his head, he pressed his uniform, fixed his badge, and saluted. On behalf of the House Tirome, I, Glat Tirome, request that I and my crew assist you in this dire situation, Lady Cynthia. Cynthia finally moved after Wyatt's retelling and turned to Galt. Do you think we are foolish enough to trust you, traitor? I went against the last command of Lord Samuel. I have tarnished the dignity and name of my house for such an action, bringing it shame. But I can live with that shame if you allow us to aid you, Lady Cynthia. Please, there are countless people in Woodshaft, Galt insisted. Before Cynthia could speak, Wyatt beat her to the punch. Do you expect me to believe that you want to save petty criminals and smugglers, most of whom are commoners and disgraced nobles at best? Galt's eyes turned resolute and his voice filled with conviction. That may be so, but they are still human, Wyatt. The Drazan are enemies to us all. Our disputes, loyalties, and bondages can be set aside in favor of a common goal, even if just for a few hours. Please, let us help you, he said, turning to Cynthia. Do with me as you wish afterward, Lady Cynthia. The Royal Marines are deadly and remarkable, but we have experience dealing with this ship. It doesn't have an AI to run it. Let us focus on doing our jobs while you focus on controlling the ship. If any of us attempt to do anything that may be perceived as sabotage, tampering, or treason, you can overpower us with ease. We are of no threat to you. Cynthia didn't reply. Instead, she turned to Wyatt and stared at him firmly from behind her helmet. The pilot understood and pointed at the prisoners. Anyone willing to stain your honor and dignity by doing your best to save the lives of filthy commoners and the very people you tried to subjugate before we arrived, get up now! To his surprise, over half of them stood up without hesitation. A few seconds later, and second-guessing, a dozen more joined them. Only 12 of them, including the unconscious woman, remained still. He turned to Cynthia, staring at her with a serious flow in his eyes. Are you certain of this, Wyatt? She asked, her voice icy and serious. I'm already responsible for their actions, aren't I? There's a possibility I'll die in this battle anyway. I have nothing to lose, and if that gives us an advantage, I'll take it. Will you allow this? Wyatt asked, lowering his arm. Cynthia closed her eyes behind her helmet and smiled softly. Then she spoke. As long as you know it is your responsibility, then I shall allow this. Galt Tirome, your standing companions are henceforth conscripted temporarily to serve the Principality and His Majesty, the Prince. To your stations. Ma'am, Galt Tirome said, saluting enthusiastically before running to his station. The other crew members also joined him, taking a seat in their respective stations without interrupting the Royal Marines already manning a console. Then I shall go too, Wyatt said, hands trembling. Do you have experience in naval command? Do you? Cynthia countered. Probably less than what you have, he replied before putting on his helmet. Opening a private channel, he continued. After I leave, we won't be able to communicate. Where's the frigate? Burning at full speed toward Woodshaft. We were close enough for our short-range connection to partially work, Cynthia replied. Are you sure you want to do this, Wyatt? Fuck no, he answered sincerely and chuckled. But I don't see any other alternative. All we can really do is weaken the Drazen and give Woodshaft the best fighting chance possible. If I die, could you inform my family that I died making them proud? I don't need to, because you will come back alive. We need a man of your stature and talent, Wyatt, Cynthia replied. And when you come back, you will have to tell me how is it that you got to know the Drazen so personally. If I come back, I will. It's not a pleasant memory. But I shall obey, Wyatt replied. What do you know about Drazen ships? Very little. Alien interactions were not a central part of my education and training, Cynthia admitted. Any advice will be most welcome. Target their biggest ship if at all possible. Aim for their hangars. Drazan ships place their bridges near the center of their ships and their engines are well protected. Their shields are poor, so use missiles and railguns to wither them, then punch them. They are also slow to change their direction, but they mount retro propulsors on the front for quick deceleration. You are quite knowledgeable about the Drazen, Wyatt, Cynthia said, engraving the information given into her mind. More than I would like. I hate those damn plants, he said. Then he turned to leave. Good luck, Cynthia. Stay safe, Wyatt, Cynthia replied. Wyatt then broke into a run, heading to the hangar bay as quickly as he could. Thanks to his helmet, the map of the Noir Navio was in full display and the quickest path was highlighted. It only took him 10 minutes to reach the hangar. Despite his hurry, he took a moment to admire the beauty of it and the 30 Raptor fighters stationed in it. Despite being able to hold 100, it was obvious that aside from the ship and the weaponry, everything was to be provided by its new owners. Then the Castons, now the Prince. He shook his head and boarded the fighter closest to him. Luckily for him, it was fully loaded, equipped with a tactical mine, the missiles were stocked, and the flares and ammo were full. Turning it on, the hangar bay's door opened smoothly to reveal the blackness of space. The clasps were unlocked and he hit the thrusters. His tactical display showed the stationary position of Woodshaft and the predicted movements of the Drazan. If there was one thing he was glad to know about the Drazen, that was the fact that they rarely changed their tactics. Computer, calculate the possible fleet's movements. Calculating, the fighter's AI replied. 2 seconds later, the path remained the same with only one possible alteration. Wyatt thought and paused for a moment to look at his trembling hands. His heart was beating hard. He could hear white noise and his stomach was doing somersaults. What am I doing? This could get me killed for real. But these are Drazan raiders. Even if it kills me, I'll make sure to take down as many of them as I can. They show no mercy and they don't deserve any, he argued in his mind, filled with hatred, but quickly managed to reel his feelings back. Focus, Wyatt. Steady mind, steady hand. Activating the outside cameras, he focused on the quickly shrinking, menacing vessel, and a shiver ran up his spine. I'm truly glad that thing is on our side now, he muttered, then focused on braking as fast as possible to a possible interjection point. It wasn't a good plan. It wasn't a desperate plan. It wasn't even a stupid plan. It was just unimaginative. But what else can I do? Stink up the bridge? At least out here I can do some good. With any luck, we'll buy the Prince enough time to enter the destroy or chase off the Drazan. I bet Uriel Hoax is going to send out his small fleet to do harassing actions once the Drazen are close enough, he thought deeply, then hummed in frustration. But why are they here? Jintrax hasn't seen an incursion in decades. Are the Kastans behind it, or is this just a coincidence? It's still too soon for pirates and Drazan to take advantage of the situation. What the hell is going on here? He muttered to himself, questions without answers and speculations running through his mind freely. Suddenly, the alarms went off and the AI spoke. Alert! Detecting enemy fighters within sensor range. Wyatt made a close-up of his tactical display and cursed when he saw 30 dots appear dangerously close to his position. Their trajectory was also clear. They were hunting him. How in the world did they... Shit! Stupid! He cursed himself. In his stupor, he'd forgotten the speed he was traveling at. Fast. Too fast. Fast enough that the Drazan would easily detect him. But why did they send so many fighters? Oh no. No. They think I'm leading more fighters. They're here to clear the way. Clutching his controllers, he gritted his teeth when the AI alerted him a second later that missiles were locked and headed his way. That's how you want to play, eh? He shouted at the screen, the external view shifting to the barely visible fighters heading his way. The shroud of fear and dread vanished from within him, replaced only by righteous fury and a controlled, calculated, focused rage. Launching one missile to intercept, he pushed the fighter to the max and slowly turned to meet his enemies. The missile exploded, causing a series of smaller explosions to follow suit. As he approached the screen of Drazan fighters, Wyatt saw that all of them unleashed a barrage of missiles, and so he unleashed his flares until they were empty. Computer, active the tactical mine. No automatic trigger, only manual detonation, he ordered, and a ping later his order was carried. Predictably, the missile's targeting systems were confused and scrambled. Some exploded outright before they reached him, while others veered away, forever lost until their timers ran out. Closer and closer they got at tremendous speeds until he was about to enter the effective range of their conventional weapons. His chest hurt, and the pressure of such intense G-forces threatened to crush him. Wyatt smiled widely, undeterred, and with the press of a button, the mine was detached and tailing behind him. Then he took a nosedive so intense that nearly knocked him unconscious. It was almost as bad as the hot drop maneuver, but it served its purpose. With another press of a button, the mine detonated. Wyatt didn't stop to count and instead focused on what to do next. His shields received impacts and were quickly depleting, so he began to barrel roll and weaving erratically to evade enemy fire. His senses were in a haze, but he was still able to focus on 3 targets. Locking on them, he released his missiles instead of launching them, allowing them to float in space until the Drazan fighters flew past them. Then, the missiles activated and gave chase to the bulkier, slower, less maneuverable fighters. 10 seconds later, 3 more fighters were gone, their shields ruptured by the force of the explosion and still far from recharging. Wyatt smiled even as a trail of warm liquid touched his lips and cheeks. Licking it away, he hit the reverse thrusters without turning off his engine and at the same time swung to the side. He could hear his fighter's hull protesting against the highly dangerous maneuver. Wyatt sunk against his seat, the dampeners put to their maximum strain, but he still managed to retain enough consciousness in him to squeeze the trigger. Then he was behind a Drazan fighter, destroying it after 2 seconds of sustained fire. Then he destroyed another, and a fourth one in quick succession in the span of a few seconds. He stopped rolling and stabilized his fighter when he noticed that not a single dot remained on his tactical display. His ears were ringing, his vision was blurry, he tasted metal, and he felt as if his head was about to kill him. He had let his instinct, intuition, training, and fury take hold of him, and he just went with it. Now, he was paying the consequences of his actions. I'm pretty sure I only survived thanks to the implants. He chuckled weakly, smirking. Pretty sure I broke something. He coughed, staining his chin with blood. Took them down, though. I should go back to the ship. I can't do more now, he said, and looked at his tactical display. He quickly found a possible destination of the Noir Navio since it was already outside his sensor and visual range, and with the scramblers and jammers of the Drazan, he couldn't contact Cynthia. Bereft of options, Wyatt clenched his teeth and kicked the engines to maximum, ready to return to the ship. It took him nearly 20 minutes to reach visual range with the Noir Navio, as he had to ensure more Drazan fighters wouldn't detect him. He had more than half the ammo left for his coil guns, but without a mine, missiles, or flares, there was nothing much he could do. His desperate and sudden maneuvers had put a real strain on the fighter, and the AI kept reminding him of several minor damages and that he should return to base immediately, not to mention the wounds he had sustained. When he was 10,000 kilometers away from the ship, his short-range communicator cracked to life. "Wyatt, is that you?" Cynthia asked, unsure. "Yeah, it's me," he replied, trying to maintain his composure. But his chest hurt. The world around him was spinning and he felt lightheaded. "Did you encounter Drazan fighters?" she asked seriously. "A few, yeah, nothing I couldn't handle, but my plan was ruined. I had to use my missiles and the tactical mine to drive them off," he said, wincing. Technically, he wasn't lying, but there was no need to worry Cynthia with his pointless problems. "I understand. Come, enter, and join me on the bridge," she ordered. Wyatt saw the hangar opening as he approached, slowing down as he did so. Landing without support proved to be difficult, but he managed to land and station his fighter safely. He opened his cockpit and stepped out, only to fall on the 5th stair, landing on his back. He laid there for a moment, dazzled, before struggling to get to his feet again. He coughed violently, his lips and chin staining with fresh blood. "Definitely broke something!" With a wheeze and a snarl of pain, he stood upright. He turned to see the fighter, and his eyes widened when he saw the real damage it had taken. While the majority of the damage was bound to be internal, the wings were slightly bent and out of alignment. There were hull ruptures all across its surface, and the impact of high-velocity shots marred the otherwise pristine paint of the Raptor fighter, painted with the Kasten colors. Letting out another snarl of pain, he turned around and began to walk, making his way back to the bridge. "Cynthia?" he asked warily, opening a private channel as the hangar doors closed. "I am here, Wyatt," she replied in her usual serious tone. "How far are we from the Drazan ships?" he asked. "We are still moving blindly to a predicted vector. We should have visual confirmation in the next 10 minutes, she replied. "Are you injured? You sound winded." The fight was intense, had to do a hard pull. He winced again without muttering his discomfort. "Damn glad Commander Redford got me those implants now. Pretty sure I wouldn't have been able to beat those fighters otherwise so easily," he ended with a cocky chuckle. "I would have died without the Kinitor and Dolaxis implants after I pulled that crazy movement," he thought, wincing again. "As long as you are certain that you are fight-worthy, then I shall not press the matter," Cynthia replied. Then, after a pregnant pause, she asked, "Wyatt, I have been discussing possible strategies with the Royal Marines, and I am unsure. I am not trained for command outside leading small strike forces. You are the expert when it comes to space warfare compared to us. I will need your input." She paused again, her voice relaxing. "Truth be told, I am relieved you returned to us soon safely." "Yeah, I'm just bruised like Kauki meat ready to be grilled," he thought with dark humor. "I'm a pilot, Cynthia. Before this, I wasn't even trained to be a real fighter pilot, but I was good enough to earn my place in patrol duties. But I will," he clenched his teeth, suppressing a cough and feeling his blood stain and wash through his teeth. "I will do everything in my power to aid you." "I am relieved to hear that," she sighed. "To be honest, I am terrified. I'm not like my sister, Juliana. The responsibilities of command are beyond my capabilities. And command is something I was never trained for. And after serving Commander Redford, I have concluded that command is not something I'd aspire to. Nobles lead and commoners obey. That is the imperative rule of the Principality," he replied, each step an effort as his head pounded and everything around him kept spinning. "Regardless, I will welcome your aid and input, Wyatt," Cynthia replied. Wyatt was about to reply when a sudden realization entered his mind. "Cynthia, have you asked Galt for advice? He's the lieutenant commander of the ship and Samuel's direct assistant. Surely he must know." "I'd rather not trust a traitor and possibly give him any sort of command over the Noir Navio," she declared seriously. "Would you trust him?" "No, I can't say I would, under other circumstances. But Galt seems to have common sense. And he's already putting his neck on the line assisting us against the Drazan," Wyatt countered. "You can't possibly suggest that I should trust his tactical advice," she rebuked. "All right, let's have a test. Tell me, what is your main plan to attack the Drazan ships?" he asked. "According to your previous advice, Move in close to the largest vessel and engage it with a barrage of missiles and torpedoes to take down its shields. Then attack using the plasma cannons, the railguns, and the laser turrets. Finish it off with the pulse beam cannon, Cynthia answered. It is the one strategy that we have agreed upon so far. I know you're not familiar with space combat, but sweet mercy, woman, what? All right. I did say that you should target the largest ship, but not in a direct confrontation, he thought, dismayed. His side protested, and he let out an involuntary groan of pain. I suspect that means you do not approve? Cynthia asked, taking the groan as his answer. Your plan has many flaws. Mainly speaking, you're making the mistake many make. You think that ships are going to slug it out on equal terms, he explained. Every ship has a purpose and a role to play in and out of battles. This isn't a battle cruiser. This is a stealth destroyer, Cynthia. You've got to exploit its advantages in your favor. He paused for a moment, leaning against a wall as his vision dimmed for a second. Space combat is tri-dimensional. Take advantage of that fact. But the protocols of space combat do not matter against the Drazan. He snapped back, punching the wall. You have to play dirty against a superior foe or any enemy whatsoever. As long as you can remain hidden from their sensors, they won't be able to fight back immediately. Who knows how many more fighters they have? The ship has many PD turrets, but it won't be able to do much against hundreds of those bastards. He paused to gather his strength and continue on his way to the bridge. Then, what do you propose? Cynthia asked, her voice stoic and firm. Tell Galt about your plan as a hypothetical. If he agrees with you, then you can't trust him. He'll only care about kissing your, staying in your good graces. If he argues about decorum or the rules of engagement, then he's just incompetent. But if he tells you something similar to what I told you, then you can trust him when he says he knows more about what this ship is capable of doing, Wyatt explained. Just ask him. We have nothing to lose and little time to spare. Cynthia let out a deep hum before replying. You're serious about this, she stated in bewilderment. You are full of surprises, Lieutenant Wyatt Staples. Very well. I have put my trust in you before. So has Clara. I shall do so again and take this risk. Wyatt didn't reply, but continued to walk as fast as he could. After several moments of walking through the empty, silent hallways, he heard Cynthia's voice come to life. I asked Galt Tyram, and he replied that such a strategy would put us at great risk. He then proceeded to describe that we should make full use of the Noir Navio's capabilities to strike in surprise and cripple or destroy one of their ships in an alpha strike. She chuckled deeply. Are you certain that you are not capable of command, Wyatt? Wyatt laughed. That's what I would do if I was in a fighter. Are you seeing a destroyer as a fighter? Cynthia asked, surprised. Not quite. I just don't like fighting fair. That gets you killed, Wyatt replied, unable to filter his words properly, but not really caring about it at the moment. And by any deities out there, the Drazan don't deserve any fairness whatsoever. Why not advantage of everything this ship was designed to do and is capable of performing? I understand, Cynthia replied wisely. Do you? He questioned before noticing that he was close to the bridge. He stopped, pressed his suit, took a deep breath, and began walking as if nothing was wrong. Half a minute later, he opened the doors to the bridge and walked in a hurry. Galt and those who had joined him were at their stations, strapped and ready for battle. The remaining prisoners were also strapped to empty seats, bounded. The Royal Marines were still hard at work, unflinching and unmoving. And Cynthia was standing next to the captain's seat? Cynthia, he asked, confused, but the blue-haired woman didn't reply through the private channel. When he was a mere 5 meters apart, Cynthia suddenly kneeled in front of him, and before he could ask what she was doing, she spoke up. I, Cynthia Winfield, proud daughter of Leona Winfield and Benjamin Winfield, relinquish command of this vessel, the APNV Noir Navio, under the new command of Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, under the rules of the chain of command, she declared loudly so that everyone present could hear her voice. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, if you will? Wyatt stopped dead in his tracks, stunned. His mind was reeling from what had just happened, and his injuries were not helping. Finally, after several seconds, he gasped, his lungs reminding him that he needed to breathe. No, I refuse. No, Cynthia. No, I'm just a commoner. I can't command. It is not my place nor my duty. Cynthia took off her helmet. eyeing the trembling pilot with a firm, stony stare. You have no real option on the matter, Wyatt. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Besides that, you are the only Royal Navy personnel on active duty aboard the ship. She smirked. You outrank any of us. The Royal Marines are not part of the Navy. They serve House Astor directly, me included. I serve my princess. And the rest? They are prisoners and traitors, powerless. Wyatt had to take a step back, failing faint. She was right. He knew that she was right. And he knew that was a damn poor excuse to suddenly thrust him into a commanding position. Leading a squadron of fighters was one thing, but to be the acting commander of an entire vessel was another thing entirely. Why are you doing this? I'm a filthy commoner. I am unworthy. I can't... You can do this, Wyatt, Cynthia replied, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. She placed a hand on his shoulder and offered him a sincere smile. I am lacking in this specific field. Right now, with the life of my princess in jeopardy, I care not that you're a commoner. By necessity and by law, you are the only one capable of commanding this ship into battle. Protecting my princess and thousands of innocents is all that matters now. Then, why move to intercept the Drazen at all? You could have ignored that suggestion and moved to Woodshaft from the start, Wyatt protested, unable to look away from the blue eyes of the red-armored woman. I listened because I trust you to do what is needed to be done, Wyatt. You opened my eyes that I would have caused the loss or heavy damage to this ship with my poor strategic mind with little to show for it. Come now and take command of the Noir Navio. Her eyes narrowed. Or let the Drazen kill more people due to your negligence. That caused Wyatt to stop panicking, and his eyes widened in hatred. He snarled, ignoring the pain now coursing all across his body. He scanned the room and found all eyes turned to him. Even the Royal Marines were staring at the altercation, ready to move at Cynthia's command. If that's the case, he began, placing a hand on Cynthia's shoulder, matching her hold, then let's kill some Drazen. If it means saving people, Clara, and dead Drazen bodies, then I'll commit sacrilege. Fuck the consequences, he said, fuming, and feeling the pain start to vanish as adrenaline flooded his veins. But I don't have the necessary implants to connect with the ship. That won't be an issue, Galt Terome said, approaching with caution. This ship has a VR interface similar to the training chambers. The command of the captain's chair is not limited to nobility like any other ship in the Principality, Wyatt Staples, he said, resolute and offering a salute. Ready to assist you in this endeavor, Lieutenant? Then, let's begin, Wyatt said, smiling underneath his helmet. Cynthia let go and he did the same, moving to the captain's chair. He admired it for a moment, conflicting emotions and arguments clashing within him. He shook his head defiantly and slowly sat down. He watched as Cynthia put on her helmet and moved to the station he had mained not too long ago, sitting next to Galt Terome. She quickly connected with the terminal and his senses exploded. It was light being flashbanged, but without losing his sight. He heard wires connecting with his helmet and his visor darkened, only to be replaced by a visual representation of being in a cockpit. But instead of a fighter, he was commanding the entire ship itself. Its sensors were his sensors, the exterior cameras were his eyes, and he could practically feel the pleasant heat of the engines, the power of the reactor, and the uncanny maneuverability a ship of that size had. This is otherworldly. Everything is so immense, he thought as he tried to make sense of the overwhelming sensations and information being presented before him. Wyatt, can you hear me? Cynthia asked, concerned. Yes. Yeah, I hear you. I have no words, he replied. Since you lack the Antara and Ledium implants, I shall process the information for you and send graph representations to your helmet. Do not worry. This is simple for me. All you have to do is give us commands and we shall obey, Cynthia reassured. I suppose I won't have time to get used to this, he muttered, eyes narrowing. I'm seeing the Drazen fleet at the edge of the sensors. I can't control the cameras. Let's see. Focus on exterior camera U9 section 18. Magnify, he ordered tentatively, and a second later his order came to life as his vision shifted abruptly to zoom at a sector of space that showed 5 deceptively beautiful ships leaving behind bluish plumes that propelled them forth. The cruiser-class ships were shaped like large almonds, with smooth ridges and not a visible deck on their exterior. They were thicker than any Principality ship and were heavily armored, trusting it more than shields. In length alone, they were over 3 kilometers, nearly half of it in width and only 300 meters in height. The 3 destroyer-class ships were around 2 kilometers long, and they looked like the curved claws of a predator, sharing the same deceptively friendly exterior that the cruisers had. Anyone dumb enough to judge the aesthetics of a ship to match the potential character of its builders had come to find a nasty, terrible end at the stalks of the Drazan. "Distance until we are within railgun effective range?" he asked. 2 million kilometers and closing," Galt replied. "Estimated time to reach effective distance. 2 minutes and 40 seconds, sir." "How many missiles do we have?" he asked, still trying to read through all the information on his view screen. Instead of a direct answer, he got a highlighted response, showcasing that the ship had 400 Hawk missiles to spare for each pod, and the pods were already loaded with a full salvo of 5 missiles each. Running through the information quickly, he saw that they had 100 Rending torpedoes, 2 already loaded and ready to fire. The PD and heavy laser turrets were ready to fire too. "All weapons ready. Prepare the plasma cannons and the spinal mount," he ordered, an idea forming in his mind. Following his command, the plasma cannons were heating up steadily along with the pulse beam cannon. "Sir, we are well outside the effective range of those weapons, and the heat buildup may reveal our positions sooner than intended," Galt warned. "Who said I was planning to enter inside their effective range?" Wyatt retorted, smirking beneath his helmet. "Time until they are inside of our missile's maximum range?" 20 seconds, Cynthia replied. "All right, Wyatt, keep calm, focus. Drazan ships are slow to turn, but they can take a punch. All you need to do is peel one away." "Wait, what if... could that even work? Am I willing to risk doing something like that in this situation?" He thought, ideas and plans running through his head 1,000 miles a second. "We have entered maximum missile range, sir. 2 minutes until we enter railgun effective range," Galt announced. "Well, desperate times call for desperate measures. If it ends with more Drazan dead, then I'll be happy," he thought, heart beating loudly in his chest. "Can the nearest destroyer be locked?" "Barely, but yes. The Nor Navio's superior cyber warfare suits are countering the scramblers effectively the closer we get to them," Cynthia announced. Wyatt didn't hesitate. "Lock it down and fire all missiles at it. Give it a full barrage. Reload immediately and fire a second volley. Then take us in as soon as it turns to face us," he ordered. In his expanded field of view, he saw a deluge of 40 missiles flying in the same direction. 10 seconds later, another volley fired. The wait was both eternal and short as he watched the target destroyer veer to the side, having detected the missiles at an agonizing 10 seconds before they struck their target. The PD turrets came to life and began firing at the incoming barrage, managing to destroy half of them before the rest impacted against its shields. The second volley fared better, as only a dozen missiles were taken down before the rest struck the destroyer. The shields flickered, but didn't die. "They have no doubt detected us. That destroyer is moving in an intercept course," Cynthia warned. Wyatt smirked. "Railguns?" he asked. "A minute out of effective range, sir," Galt replied. "Turn the ship to a 45 angle downward and accelerate to 60% capacity. Present the topside railguns to the enemy and fire at coordinates X733, Y267, Z990 in 10 seconds, he ordered with a confidence that he didn't feel within him. Full barrage of missiles are to follow 3 seconds later. Wyatt waited to see if the first part of his gambit was going to work. Luckily for him, his orders were followed. The railguns fired at open space, and the missiles followed suit, flying directly at the destroyer. Before the missiles even covered half their distance, he gave a new order. "Accelerate to 80% speed and do a hard turn at a 30-degree angle to port now." The strain of the high G maneuver was felt a second later, but the smile on his face was evident. With such awkward movements, it gave the impression that he was trying to run away, an irresistible prey that the Drazan would hardly give up on. And he was right. The Drazan destroyer matched his movements just in time for 2 railgun impacts to impact its shields. The first impact killed the weakened shields, and the second went straight through the ship, puncturing it. Moments later, the barrage of missiles impacted the confused, wounded vessel, causing several explosions across its structure. Now wounded, the ship tried to disengage. Sadly for it, though, the Nornavio had closed the distance thanks to its sudden change, putting in effective range of the railguns. The Drazen only then realized that it had fallen for a trap, not a weak, fruitless retaliation. It fired a heavy barrage of missiles at them, but it didn't matter. Not anymore. "Fire!" Wyatt ordered, pouring as much hatred as he could into a single word. The railguns fired, and in less than the blink of an eye, the 4 shots impacted the Drazon destroyed. Not a single shot punctured the core, but the engines died and the ship began to drift freely, either dead or crippled. He watched as the PD turrets emerged from their secluded locations to fire at the coming missiles, shooting down all but 10, which impacted against the shields, draining the first shield by 5%. He allowed himself a deep, boisterous laugh, savoring the demise of so many Drazen. But it was not time to gloat. He had lives to save and more Drazen to kill, as long as the second part of his gamble worked. "Keep acceleration. Head straight at the nearest cruiser. Prepare to fire the pulse beam cannon," he ordered, smiling widely. "Wyatt?" Cynthia questioned, confused. "I thought you said you weren't trying to fight them head-on." "I am not," he replied, focusing on his objective and smiling more when he detected fighters swarming out their hangars. Noting the alert that the pulse beam was almost ready to fire, he counted down the seconds until the charge was full. He could almost feel it. The power stored across the entire vessel, ready to be unleashed. "Target the center of the cruiser," he said, his attention focused on his target. With the confirmation of the target locked and aligned, he shouted, "Fire!" His eyes were wide and his heart skipped a beat when he felt the ship shudder before releasing a thick stream of pure blue energy of hyper-accelerated, superheated particles at a significant fraction of the speed of light. It was a deadly weapon with incredible accuracy and range that could kill any unprotected ship in one hit and do massive damage to any improperly defended or weak dedicated warships, if it hit them. Firing at anything smaller than a fixed station or a cruiser was folly, as smaller targets could easily avoid it in time unless they were in kill range, which would only put a ship equipped with a pulse beam cannon at unnecessary risk, making the weapon all but useless. And at longer ranges, any ship could also evade it with enough time give to take notice of the coming attack. What Galt, Cynthia, and everyone else saw was the Drazen cruiser activate its retro propulsors, decelerating abruptly and shifting to an upward vector, completely evading the attack. What Wyatt saw was his victory. Yes, the cruiser dodged the attack, but that was never his target. His target was the other cruiser moving at a mere 50,000 kilometers apart from its sister ship. A mere second of difference for the beam of blue death that impacted the cruiser in full. And, as luck would have it, the beam struck its side as its hangars were open and disgorging its fighters. It punctured straight through the shields, as if they were paper, impacted the hull, and exploded inward. 2 seconds later, the ship exploded, and Jintrax was once again illuminated by the brief life of a second star that consumed the fighters that surrounded it. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Wyatt laughed loudly and maniacally. "Take that, you monsters! Go die in a fire!" he exclaimed before noticing that the other 2 destroyers and the remaining cruisers, along with the deployed fighters, were now moving to intercept the Nornavio. Shaking off from his momentary glee, he gave his new orders. "Peel away, keep them at range, disengage, let them chase us and tire." That was all Wyatt said before darkness overtook him. "Wyatt!" Cynthia cried out in worry when she saw him collapse. "You heard him. Evasive maneuvers. Don't let them catch us. Move as far away from Woodshaft as possible," she ordered before unbuckling herself from her seat. As she moved, the strain of the G-forces they were under hit her in full, without the dampeners to aid her. But she managed to withstand it as she moved to Wyatt. When she was a few meters away from him, she felt the pressure decreasing. "They won't be able to catch us as long as we maintain 50% speed," said one of the Royal Marines. Cynthia gave her silent thanks to the Marine and moved Wyatt, disconnecting his helmet from the chair's interface. She took off his helmet, and despite her training and everything she'd done, she couldn't suppress a gasp at what she saw. Wyatt was unconscious and was barely breathing, but his eyes were partly open and they were red shut, bloody. Tears of blood ran down his face and cheeks. His mouth was open, drooling a mix of saliva and blood. His teeth were entirely red. His lips were busted, his chin and neck were drenched in fresh and dried blood, and fresh blood ran out from his nostrils. Cynthia gritted her teeth and cursed internally. If she moved him recklessly from the chair and the dampeners, he'd die. She couldn't take him to the infirmary, and her knowledge of first aid was reduced to her own and those sharing her genetic and cybernetic alterations. Thinking quickly, she pulled out a syringe from within her chest. 1/5 of a dosage should be enough, she muttered, before pressing the syringe against Wyatt's neck and pressing it gently, pouring the black solution into his body. Come on, Wyatt, don't die. Don't die. Chapter 16. Clara Astor, second princess of the Astorian Principality, watched the screens showing a live feed of what the scanners of Woodshaft were picking up, as a very unfamiliar feeling coursed through her body. Fear. She knew very well what the Drazen were capable of. More than that, she'd had the immense displeasure of dealing with one of their diplomats years prior, and that was an experience she'd rather not reenact anytime soon. But Drazen raiders were, even by the low standards of the detestable aliens, scum through and through. The only reason they were not classified as pirates was because they never attacked the Drazen collective, as no Drazen faction or group was ever violent against their own species. They prey on others since cannibalism doesn't work with them, she muttered to herself, her disgust showing. A bloody shame that. Those damn plants would have gone extinct otherwise long ago. Uriel Hoax replied to her comment as he stood next to her while under the presence of 4 Royal Marines. Gotta say, I wasn't expecting you to spread your watchdogs like that, Princess. Not that I don't appreciate it, but 6 Royal Marines won't do much against thousands of Drazen pouring into my home in search of meat to grind and tear. You ain't like other nobles or like I expected royals to act like. Apologies. I welcome it, Uriel. Not that I can fault you for having such a preconceived notion, given that you were a noble yourself. Nobles tend to be self-serving, arrogant, despotic, and prideful to a fault. Royalty can be worse, our history proves it. But some know their role and what their positions imply and demand of them, she replied, eyes narrowing bitterly. Too few of them exist, sadly. Far too few indeed, Princess, Uriel agreed. On the main tactical display screen, Woodshaft's fleet was already deployed and was safely circling the huge station within the protective bubble the defensive satellites and stations provided. It also showed the civilian ships, freighters and haulers mainly, burning away from the station whilst those already stuck here know it's too late to run away. Some armed freighters and gunships had joined the defensive fleet, adamant to at least provide some measure of support. Has the population taken refuge? Clara asked, impassive, yet internally concerned. We don't have bunkers or safe houses other than this one, Uriel answered, eyeing around the well-defended, secluded room. Everyone that can't fight worth a damn is hiding in their homes with barred doors. The rest are preparing to fight, he said, and the screen to the left showed the market area had transformed into a defensible position with some defensive turrets and various palisades with people readying their weapons for the coming fight. Woodshaft won't go down silently, I see. You were not boasting, Clara praised. Will it be enough? Against the Drazen? Fat chance. We'll take down many of those monsters, but most of those people fighting for their lives aren't soldiers. Do you know what the Martyr Protocol is? Uriel asked, lips pursed. Clara nodded. I'm afraid that will be a constant during this battle, especially where my men are not present. Better to die on your terms than being taken alive by those things. I wonder how many will actually pull the trigger on themselves, though. If they like you, you'll be cattle. If they don't, you'll be food. Guess that's all the good I can say about the damn Drazen. They don't like wasting time or food. To be kept captive as mere cattle, forced to breed and to know your offspring will know no other life, always being aware that you'll see them die or have them watch you being devoured by your masters? I could imagine few fates worse than that, my dear Uriel. Then let's make sure they don't get their stalks on you, Princess. They aren't stupid animals. When they figure out who you are, they'll ask for a hefty ransom numbering tens of thousands of lives, he growled, eyes narrowing. Your life is too precious to be lost. A fair trade, most would say. Most, Clara admitted. But she, personally, was not among those. Sadly, her duties as a princess demanded that she look for any alternative to stay alive and serve the principality, even if that meant sacrificing the lives of her subjects. She turned to watch Uriel's reaction when another screen switched from seeing a storage area sealing itself to a tactical display showing an approaching ship, a ship requesting permission to dock. Uriel's eyes went wide and she turned to Clara. "I believe you may want to answer this one, Your Highness," he said before a familiar voice cracked inside her helmet. "Your Majesty, Princess Clara, this is Captain Milcades reporting. I, alongside 7 of my men, have arrived following the orders of Lady Cynthia." "What are your orders?" he asked with a serious, firm, stoic tone that was so characteristic of the Royal Marines. Clara sighed internally, relieved to have 8 more Royal Marines on her side in command. "Captain Milcades, you and yours shall receive your orders soon. Dock quickly, we shall need your strength." "Understood, Your Majesty." With that, the connection ended. 8 additional Royal Marines are going to be a damn boon, that's for damn sure. "Any plans, Princess?" "I'll deploy them in key areas around the fortified areas. I'm certain the market area is going to be the one more heavily assailed," Clara replied firmly. "Keen eye there, Princess. Glad to see you got more bite than during talks," Uriel replied, smirking. "Is that not the deadliest battlefield of all?" Clara asked with mild humor. "Cynthia must be behind them and following closely. We will need every available body to be able to push back against the Drazen." "We sure will," Uriel agreed. "Ah, there they are. Look at that ship. Must be the one we detected since it is bleeding a mild amount of radiation," he said as a screen changed to show a barely visible black ship approaching the station in a deceleration course. "So those are the newest toys Duke Draymore got his hands on. Can't say I'm not envious. Should be docked in the next 5 minutes." "Any changes in the Drazen movements?" Clara asked, now put more at ease. "Nothing we can detect so far. I'm certain they already launched their boarding pods and perhaps some shuttles. Even for our scanners, they'd be hard to detect," Uriel answered. "Usual Drazen raiding tactic. Soften up the target before the ships arrive and clear away the resistance. They won't risk their precious cargo space unless absolutely necessary," he chuckled. "Have I told you I hate the Drazen? Who doesn't? Even at their most cordial, they don't care to show their disdain towards anyone, not them," Clara agreed. "It is a wonder why they haven't been eradicated. They may be monsters, but they keep to themselves most of the time. They barely avoid being a menace worth the resources." "Lucky shit stains," Uriel spat angrily. "The Principality is cursed for having to deal with them constantly. Not as bad as the Akanti hierarchy. Poor birds have it rougher than us," Uriel commented. "It is a shame that relations with the hierarchy are so poor. Otherwise, the Principality and the hierarchy could do significant damage to the collective and the Arabian Commonwealth. The foolishness of my ancestors and the elitism of most nobles have cost us much more than most realize," Clara lamented. "Perhaps," Uriel replied, shrugging. A couple of minutes passed in cold, tense silence until a screen showed the black ship docked with the station. "Shame we can't use that ship in battle. It doesn't look like it packs that much of a punch on its own, but I bet it could take down fighters and other small craft." Clara nodded. "When they attacked us in a pack, they were able to disable 2 of our ships before we could retaliate. Their cruiser class caused the most damage. Those ships were there as a screen," she confessed, seeing nothing wrong with telling him that much. "That would explain the explosion we detected. 13 hells. I saw it from an observatory deck when the light lag caught up with us. Amazing fireworks. What took it down? Sensors didn't detect anything until several smaller explosions presumably crippled it," Uriel asked curiously. Clara glanced at Uriel under her helmet and weighed her options before replying. "It was a joint effort for our fighters. They managed to predict its vector and ambushed it using tactical mines. The ship scuttled itself to avoid capture," she replied diplomatically. "I sure hope that commander got some credit for that kill. Bloody beautiful it was," Uriel said, chuckling. "Ah, connecting you with your watchdogs." "Appreciated," Clara replied. A second later, she heard the voice of Captain Milcades. "Your Majesty, we are inside the station. Orders?" he asked. "I'll send you the locations you are to reinforce and guard. Your orders are to eliminate any hostiles through any means necessary with extreme prejudice. she ordered, and sent the captain the points they were to be deployed in. Captain, when can I expect Cynthia to arrive? Unknown, Your Majesty. Lady Cynthia sent us ahead to reinforce your position. Her intent is to catch the Drazan fleet by surprise and draw one of their ships away from Woodshaft to give us a better fighting chance, Milcades replied, already rushing toward his position. Thank you, Captain, said the princess as her heart pounded in her chest. There's no way Cynthia thought of that strategy herself. She's too rigid and unfit to command an entire vessel. She's not a glory seeker, and her priority has always been my protection. What caused her to decide that was the best option? She thought, imagining a dozen likely possibilities. Captain, tell me, do you know if she was persuaded to choose that decision? I do, Your Majesty. It was Lieutenant Wyatt Staples who convinced Lady Cynthia to engage the Drazan with the Noir Navio instead of joining us. A sound tactic, if I am allowed to say, Your Majesty, the captain replied. Under any other circumstances, she would have smiled at that and at the name Wyatt had picked for the ship. Instead, she sighed in relief. They do not plan to engage them head-on, do they? Unknown, Your Majesty. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples left the Noir Navio on a fighter before all contact was lost. Their whereabouts are unknown, Milcades replied. What? Clara exclaimed, shocked beyond belief. Wyatt left on his own? On a fighter? What is he... Why would Cynthia allow him to do such a stupid thing? Unknown, Your Majesty. All I received was that he left alone to plant an ambush on any possible Drazan invaders. A desperate measure, no doubt, the captain replied, as always, impassive. Cynthia, what were you thinking? What possessed you to allow him to leave? Clara screamed in her mind, unable to understand why her friend would let Wyatt do such a thing. What the bloody hell? Uriel said, before enhancing the tactical display screen to a point still over half the distance between the Drazan and Woodshaft. Princess, you may want to watch this. Clara turned her attention to the screen and saw a single green dot moving fast through the screen as 30 red dots quickly approached the green dot. Wyatt! She half shouted, taking 2 steps forth, realizing she was seeing the death of the man who had saved her, Cynthia, Redford, and the rest of the tribulation aboard the Royal Favor. Wait, you know him? Is that your other bodyguard? He's a fighter pilot? Uriel asked, surprised at hearing so much emotion from the until then calm, collected, and cold princess. I sure hope he notices them in time. 1 fighter against 30? That's a death sentence. Yes, I know him. He's a man I owed my life to, Clara replied, dreadfully watching the green dot not diverting from its trail for seconds that stretched to eons. Then suddenly the green dot turned abruptly to face the red dots, charging madly at them. The dots clumped together more, ready to annihilate the offending enemy. No, Wyatt, what are you doing? Run away! She cried out, a hand involuntarily moving to the pouch in which her fighter model sat safely. That boy has a death wish, Uriel exclaimed. A raptor is meant to do quick strikes, disable ships, or plant ambushes. Dogfighting is the last thing it's meant to do. What is his major His words died in his throat when all of a sudden the green dot seemed to almost come to an abrupt halt. Clara instantly identified it as a downward hard pull. At the speed Wyatt was moving, the G-forces and the strain on him, even with the dampeners, had to be agonizing at best. A second later, 23 red dots vanished from the screen. Before anyone could exclaim anything or even gasp, the green dot began to make quick, abrupt movements. 3 more dots vanished seconds later, then the remaining ones died one by one in quick succession until only the green dot remained. It stood almost idly in space for almost half a minute before it began to move towards open space. Clara's eyes were wide. Her mouth was hanging open, unable to comprehend what she had just witnessed. The speed, the maneuvers, and the implied G-forces all mixed in her mind, calculations running in the span of milliseconds. Even without her familiarity with fighters, she knew that no one short of a Royal Marine in terms of augmentations, gene therapy, and implants would come unscathed from that short engagement. In fact, she wasn't sure if a Royal Marine would come out uninjured from it. What the... He just became an ace 2 times over. Uriel found his voice, impressed. He turned to the princess with a smirk on his lips. Princess, wherever you found him, never let him go. That man just took out 30 Drazan fighters by himself in the span of 10 seconds. What house is he from? Kalidor, Mittal, Vator, Renshine? Uriel asked, listing some of the most influential houses he knew about. He's not... Clara started, but stopped herself from saying anything else. Despite her racing heart, she managed to regain some of her composure. It matters not, Uriel. He has performed admirably. Beyond my expectations, far, far beyond. Keep your secrets then, Princess, Uriel replied, crossing his arms as the screen zoomed out to its previous demonstration. Chatter is already flooding the comms. He's going to have many fans when he gets back, even though he's a noble. Looks like he's one with an actual head over his shoulders. Clara clenched her teeth and merely gave him a nod. Minutes passed, her eyes glued to the green dot, moving until a much larger dot appeared, finally detected by the scanners as it moved toward the Drazan fleet in an intercept course. That must be the other ship, Uriel commented. Must be a nasty piece of work if it plans to stand up to the Drazan. He frowned as a snarl escaped his throat. Boarding pods detected. The PD turrets are already firing at them. They won't take down many, but even one less counts. The screens around the main tactical display screen showed various points across Woodshaft. Clara watched as holes were breached and sealing foam formed against any entrance points. From one pod near the lounge area she had been sitting at before their arrival was detected, she saw a Drazan come out moving at blinding speed. The petals around its head flashed through several colors that looked beautiful before more of their kind exploded out. The Drazan were wearing combat armor that sealed most of their body. Their heads were enclosed in a see-through dome, while their arms and stalks moved freely. They charged quickly, spreading out as more and more pods made contact, unloading their cargo. On another screen, a group of 20 Drazan came face to face with a barricade manned by 7 guards. They opened fire upon the aliens and managed to take one down before they returned fire with laser weapons built into their suits. The brave men and women in that defensive position lasted for 20 seconds, killing 2 more Drazan before being overwhelmed and killed. Unlike Principality propaganda that painted Drazan raiders as little better than bloodthirsty animals unable to pass on a mean, the Drazan ignored the bodies, knowing they could collect them later. The reason they preferred laser weapons was simple. They were usually lighter, easy to wield, and they seared any wounds caused to their feed, preventing them from losing as much food as possible. Across the station, the situation repeated, with only a handful of places not heavily fortified withstanding the assault of the ravenous aliens. The first Drazan group of around 30 came face to face with the first Royal Marine guarding the entrance to the market area and leading over 100 people in the defense. The Royal Marine opened fire with deadly precision, and 5 Drazan died before they could scurry to cover. A firefight broke out, and more Drazan moved fast to reinforce their brethren. As more Drazan arrived, now easily counting over 3,000 across Woodshaft and quickly invading the least defended sections, the fights became more prevalent, and soon all fortified areas were seeing action. A position was overwhelmed, and the Royal Marine guarding it bolted and ran to the next position down the line, leaving the few survivors to die. To some, that would seem cruel or cowardly. To the Royal Marines, it was logical. Why die futilely when they could retreat to a more advantageous position? Their thought process was coldly pragmatic, after all. On and on it went, some positions held for a wave or two before being overrun or abandoned in favor of a tactical retreat. But slowly but surely, the Drazan, now numbering close to 5,000, were gaining terrain and were now facing the 4 most heavily defended positions. The main anchorage and docking station, the market area, the main living and residential area, and the hydroponic and aquaponic gardens. Behind those areas stood the main generators, the reactors, the command center, the armory, and the vast storage areas and warehouses. Uriel and Clara watched as 5 Royal Marines defending the residential area charged at no less than 70 Drazan, engaging them in close combat while the guards and the hastily built militia retreated past a choke point. The Royal Marines powered their swords and began to cleave carnage amongst the Drazan. The aliens flailed their arms and stalks with rapid movements, each one of their limbs acting as whips. But the Royal Marines danced, weaved, and dodged around their quick movements, cutting them in twain with brutal, deadly efficiency. The massacre lasted mere seconds, but when it was over, the Drazen were dead, and the Royal Marines retreated, with only one of them showing a significant wound on his now limp left arm. A nasty gash revealed a Drazan managed to pierce his shoulder, tearing through his armor after his shields were depleted. And yet, he moved as if the wound wasn't there. One Royal Marine guarding the entrance to the hydroponic garden wasn't so lucky. Alone, he stood against 100 Drazan that had managed to corner him. He charged at the aliens and, showing the fullest of his abilities, cleaved through the enemy with deadly precision and single-minded slaughter. But he was alone and was eventually overpowered, and a stalk pierced his helmet from front to back, killing him in the act. Clara clenched her teeth when the Drazen, enraged at having lost 32 of their numbers to a single human, proceeded to mutilate his corpse to the point that even they would have a hard time making use of it. "Seems like those carrion feeders are not beyond anger," said Uriel, sweat coming down his forehead. The strain of commanding the defense of his station directly weighed on him. "Casualties?" Clara asked. "Over 1,000 already. Your boys are putting the hurt on them, but I don't think it'll be enough to hold the rest of those bastards when they arrive after beating the fleet and the satellites to scrap. I sure hope the prince manages to get to them before they overwhelm all sections," Uriel said and let out a strained huff. "Same goes for your Winfield friend. If she manages to distract at least one of their destroyers, it'll be a lot of help," he finished with a chuckle. Clara silently agreed. The situation was manageable despite the grim reality that was encroaching upon them. In the security of the sealed command room they were currently at, it was highly unlikely that the Drazan would manage to get to them before being repelled, or getting as many prisoners as possible for their horrid purposes. How long has this siege lasted? Clara asked herself after realizing she had lost herself in the carnage and the defense of Woodshaft. Captain Milcades hadn't contacted her again, which was a good sign that he had everything under control. For now. Her eyes drifted to the tactical display screen and saw that the Drazen fleet was almost upon them. In 20 minutes, they would be within the maximum range of the defense satellites, and the hectic space battle would follow. She also noted that the Noir Navio was also close to the Drazen fleet, still undetected. Abruptly, the green dot representing the Noir Navio accelerated, more than duplicating its speed. But something was off. She could see it. The ship was not only accelerating, but now the scanners were also detecting a steady heat buildup. Cynthia hadn't shared with her all the specifics of the ship since she had to focus on breaking through the encryption, but she knew enough about it to know it was powerful. But why would Cynthia, straightforward as she is, blatantly reduce her stealth capabilities? Unable to answer that question, she watched the screen to see what she would do next. The scanners worked with FTL transmissions and receivers, cutting as much as possible the lag between what she was seeing and what was happening out there. "Let's see what your Guardian can do, Princess," Uriel said, as the display zoomed in on the Noir Navio and the Drazen fleet. One single large green dot against 3 similarly sized dots and 2 larger ones, all together forming a pentagon formation. Suddenly, a deluge of small explosions erupted across the nearest of the smaller red dots. A few seconds later, more explosions happened, and the dot began to move in an intercept course against the Noir Navio. Then the ship accelerated more and veered, changing direction in a maneuver that few ships could match at that speed, and less so do it so quickly. The wait was eternal as she watched the Drazen destroyer approach the Noir Navio steadily and with deadly intent. A minute later, however, something seemed to stagger the destroyer as the Noir Navio accelerated again and made a hard turn to port. Her eyes widened when she noticed the trap play out. The Drazen destroyed kept moving, but now was directionless, spinning in space as the scanners detected its heat signature rapidly decreasing. Uriel Holtz let out a huge sigh of relief. "She managed to take it out," he said, hardly believing what he was seeing. "That's one less ship to worry about and one less problem for the prince to handle. You have a terrific guardian, Princess. Now that that's done, she should turn to run away and remain hidden." "I don't think that's Cynthia at the helm," Clara muttered to herself, realizing that the tactic was oddly familiar to what a fighter pilot would do in a dogfight. Before any of them could make another mention, they watched as the Noir Navio didn't peel away to remain hidden. Instead, it slowly corrected its course to face the rest of the Drazen fleet. charging almost directly at the nearest cruiser while both cruisers unloaded dozens upon dozens of fighters in a swarming tactic. Each beat of her heart pounded against her ears as she watched the green dot approaching with almost reckless abandon at the enemy. Then suddenly, the nearest red dot visibly decelerated. 5 seconds later, the second red dot vanished, taking every other tiny red dot that surrounded it. "I want a view of that location immediately, maximum zoom!" Uriel cried out as another screen changed from the defense of the market area to a view of empty space. The camera zoomed in to maximum, and for the first time since their arrival, the Drazen ships were visible as grainy, barely distinguishable forms coursing through space. "They're still at 10 million kilometers out. They'll be here in 10 to 15 minutes at their current speed. The light lag should be around 31 seconds to reach us here, but the zoom should see what happened about," Clara began, but was cut off when a faint but deadly stream of blue energy impacted the second Drazen cruiser. 2 seconds later, it exploded. Uriel Hoax was open-mouthed, watching the destruction of a Drazan cruiser, unable to form a single word for the longest time. That surely pissed them off. "Wyatt," Clara muttered softly, smiling and pressing a hand against her figurine as the feed died. Focusing once more on the tactical display, she saw that the Noir Navio was already peeling away. The heat signatures were slowly dying down, and it had decelerated by a significant margin for some reason. The ship changed paths and moved on a course that put it away from Woodshaft. The Drazen would not have it, and quickly moved into an intercept vector, hoping to catch the Nornavio before it could escape. One ship had been crippled, another was destroyed, and now the rest of the fleet was moving away from their main objective, buying precious time for the defenders to last and for the prince to arrive in time. The Drazan fighters moved in quickly to swarm the Nornavio, giving chase. Clara expected Wyatt to do something against the fighters now, but the ship kept running away, never accelerating past its current speed. The Drazan ships wouldn't be able to catch them at that speed, but if the fighters managed to cripple the ship or slow it enough, they'd be at their non-existent mercy. And yet, nothing significant happened. A red dot vanished every now and again after being hit by a missile, but nothing more than that until the fighters caught up to the Noir Navio and its PD turrets became effective. She was certain that Wyatt wouldn't commit to a mere diversory tactic, no matter how much every gained second meant. "Something's wrong," she muttered, dreading that the crew Wyatt had spared had committed treason, or that something worse had happened. Chapter 17. "Are they still chasing us?" Cynthia asked, as most of her attention was focused on Wyatt. Half an hour had passed since the pilot lost consciousness, and the Drazen were stubbornly chasing them. Either Wyatt managed to anger them greatly and now sought to kill them, or they were so confident that their assaulting forces would capture the station that they decided to eliminate the unforeseen threat the Noir Navio represented. "Yes! Their fighters are closing in en masse! They're starting to overwhelm the PD turrets that can target them," Galt answered. "Missile pods 1 through 6 are ready to fire. We just need to lock targets, ma'am." "Not yet. The closer they get, the better our chances to take them down." "How many fighters are following us?" Cynthia replied, as she internally cursed that Wyatt's armor was standard and thus lacked the means for her to monitor his vitals directly. The bleeding had stopped, and she could see the nanites spreading across his body thanks to the grayish tinge around his neck, eyes, and lips. He was still alive, breathing, and she could feel his pulse. Weak, but it was there. "Lady Cynthia, the jamming and scrambling signals of the Drazan have been losing their effectiveness slowly after the destruction of their first cruiser. We cannot establish contact with Woodshaft or the Prince, but our sensor field has been significantly expanded. It would seem Woodshaft is under siege." "Orders, Lady Cynthia?" a Royal Marine asked, impassive and serious. "Common Drazen raiding tactic. Even if we head over to the station, we won't be able to do much. The rest of the Drazen fleet is focused on destroying us after Wyatt's actions. Every moment we keep the bulk of their remaining forces away from Woodshaft and focused on us is far more helpful than the little aid we could provide on the ground," she replied, mirroring Wyatt's reasoning and seeing that he had spoken true. "We shall continue and avoid making any harsh course corrections. Galt, how many fighters are you detecting?" "We are detecting over 400 fighters." I didn't know those monsters were capable of fielding so many fighters into a ship that's not a dedicated carrier, he replied swiftly. Now I am far more grateful that the lieutenant managed to destroy one of those cruisers. Drazan raiding ships are a mix between a warship and a cargo hauler. Also, they can fit more of their precious feed inside their ships. Most patrol fleets would stand no chance against a fleet like the one we're facing. It truly speaks to the power of this ship. Tell me, Galt, was Samuel Caiston a talented captain? He was, Lady Cynthia. Only his cousin, Lord Andrew Caiston, is said to surpass him in intellect and skills, Galt replied. I believe he had many medals and commendations under his name. Which ones, I know not. Cynthia absorbed his words and mused them for a moment. She wasn't a shrewd politician like Clara, nor was she comparable to her sister's commanding talent and expertise. But she was no more. Were you not his underling before obtaining this ship? Heavens, no. I operated as a lieutenant commander on the 3rd Fleet, 1st Patrol. Specifically, the APNV Grace of Divination, a battle cruiser. Galt paused for a moment, fingers moving across his terminal. Score 3 hits, he announced with a nervous sigh. I met Lord Samuel 6 months ago and was placed under his command before this ship was delivered to him. Cynthia felt a wave of dread wash over her as a question ran through her mind. How many ships like the Noir Navio, or worse, ships more powerful than it are at Duke Draymore's disposition? Thanks to Wyatt's ambush, they didn't find out the true capabilities of the cruiser, but judging by the battle, it was easy to conclude that the stealth cruiser was inferior to the Noir Navio. Do you believe he would have performed well in combat? Comparing his by-the-book attitude and honoring the rules of engagement to what I've witnessed so far, he would have commanded this vessel in actual combat gallantly but ineffectively. I have never seen a man command a ship with such ferocity and trickery. The lieutenant exploited his advantages well, and he didn't make use of all his weaponry. I wonder why he didn't. Regardless, I believe Lord Samuel would have been hard-pressed to even disable the destroyer during the same circumstances, Galt explained truthfully. Then he gazed upon the unconscious man. Lady Cynthia, if I may be so bold, will he survive? I plan to make him survive. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples proved himself reliable before, then he proved his worth and talent as a pilot. Now I doubt my princess, nor the prince for that matter, will allow his life to go to waste, Cynthia replied, relieved that Wyatt's pulse felt stronger than before. Galt's words gave her a moment's pause, though. He's correct in his assumption about Wyatt's approach to combat. What was he planning on doing next? Was powering all weapons, blatantly giving away his position through heat built up part of his strategy? It worked against the crippled destroyer, and the way he assaulted the Drazan confounds me so. He went in for the kill, no glory whatsoever, and he laughed so boisterously when the cruiser was destroyed. Uncouth, yet relatable given the enemy we're facing. No commanding officer should showcase such glee so openly. For that matter, most admirals and other high-ranking Navy personnel would never be so bold as to strike at the Drazan so brazenly unless they were to command a heavy assault patrol. Her thoughts came to an end when she heard the red-haired man release a restrained sigh. Then I shall pray for his well-being. Lady Cynthia, the fighters are nearly within effective range lock. Missile pods are loaded and we are ready to perform quick-fire reloading if need be, Galt announced. Do not burn yourself unless necessary. Reload at regular speed. When ready, lock onto the nearest fighters. 3 missiles for each fighter and open fire freely. After that, repeat the volley. Take down as many of those murderous plants as possible, she ordered. Firing, Galt announced. A minute of tense silence followed before he spoke again. 6 volleys fired and proved to be largely ineffective. Drazan fighters countered with missiles of their own and flares. Only 11 fighters were destroyed. Shall we fire again? They seem to be unable to lock onto us. Keep firing as long as they are within lock range. Either they shall run out of flares and intercept missiles of their own, or will inflict so many casualties that they will give up the chase, Cynthia ordered. Another long, tense minute went by until a voice spoke up. Lady Cynthia, a Royal Marine announced, ships have been detected at the edge of our sensors. It appears to be His Majesty's fleet set on a course to Woodshaft. The Drazan fleet has broken chase and appears to be disengaging entirely. Confirmed, Lady Cynthia. Drazan fighters are disengaging and peeling away, Galt informed, relieved. Cynthia allowed herself a sigh of relief, but she wasn't one to fall into complacency. Slowly turn away from the Drazan and set a course to Woodshaft. If the plants wish to run, then let them. We have achieved victory for now, but it won't be a complete one until the Drazan leave the system or they are hunted down. What else can go wrong? The prince asked himself as he stared at the black monitors before him. We barely escaped the clutches of my uncle. We managed to elude capture and escape to fringe territories by keeping a low profile and gathering loyalist forces in the process. He hummed deeply. Only for those black ships to appear, we suffered an ambush that reduced our already weakened fleet, and now Drazan raiders. If Clara is captured, we can negotiate. If she dies, this conflict will only escalate out of my control. Cynthia will not allow harm to come to her, my prince, Juliana replied as she and Redford stood at each side of the blonde man, bearing the burden of the entire principality on his shoulders. Nor shall my royal marines. If House Caiston is involved in this assault, I implore you, my liege, to cast them out and exterminate their bloodline. For no other punishment shall suffice. Conjoining with that filth, words fail me to describe the ire I am experiencing and their vile treason. It is beyond what I can fathom, Redford said, glaring at empty space. Let us not jump to conclusions so hastily, Redford. You were the one that taught me to think with a cool head and seek out the truth before coming to a rash decision, did you not? The prince said, his voice cold and focused. Rest easy, for I shall not stay my hand if proof arises that House Caiston summoned these raiders regardless of their intent. He clenched his hands into shaky fists and narrowed his eyes. If they are guilty, they shall answer not only for putting the life of my sister in jeopardy, but the blood of thousands shall be on their necks. As much as I detest these honorless traitors, I hold on to the slim chance that they are innocent. Willingly setting anyone, human or not, to suffer the fate that the Drazan hold is an act of treason against your species and sapience as a whole. No mercy must be awarded to such criminals, Juliana stated coldly, voice shaking with barely contained anger. Redford, do you have any guess as to the size of the raider fleet? To be able to disrupt our communications and sensors to this extent, and taking into account the size, power, and population of Woodshaft, I believe that we may face anything ranging from 4 to 7 ships. The warp signature we detected was large, so those ships arrived closely together. It is more than likely that there is at least one cruiser class at their disposal. Probably 2, Redford replied. My prince, I request permission to send boarding parties to Woodshaft before the Drazan begin their assault in full. By now, they surely have sent their vanguard troops to soften up the defenses and disable automated defenses, Juliana asked seriously. Until we have a clear visual confirmation of the station, I shall not allow you to leave. Captain Milcades and the rest of the Royal Marines shall buy us some time, the prince replied without looking at his 2 most trusted commanders. My greatest priority is to ensure the survival of the fleet and myself. Everything else is secondary, even my sister's survival. Clenching his teeth in impotence, he took a deep breath before continuing. Redford, are your fighters ready for departure? Yes, my liege. Our losses were regrettable, and we have a shortage of pilots. Across our fleet, I can only field a full Talon, Redford replied obediently. If I may, my prince, I wish to lead this Talon in person. I, too, am a fighter pilot. Without access to our long-range communicators, my capabilities as a commander shall be limited. It shall be a pitched battle against their fighters first, but if we coordinate correctly, we can overcome their numerical superiority. I forbid it, the prince said in no uncertain terms. I need you at my side, Redford. Besides, your children and your wife would not forgive me if I allowed you to die such a needless death. As you command, my liege, Redford retorted. Do you wish me to deploy my fighters? Have them on standby. They shall be deployed at the same time as the boarding pods and shuttles. Their objectives shall be harassing and supportive actions. Leave the main fleet alone and let the joint forces of Woodshaft and my fleet scatter the Drazan and force them to retreat. With any luck, they shall be content with a meager capture of their precious feed and decide that facing more of our forces is not worth the risk, the prince said firmly. Juliana, If Cynthia were to perish in the defense of Clara, I assure you, she will be granted the highest of honors once my uncle is dealt with. She's a Winfield, my prince. She shall do her duty. Serving the just and rightful House Astor is our greatest honor. Always have been, always will be, Juliana replied, giving the prince a soft smile. Loyalty is its own reward. Indeed, said the aged commander. Fret not, my prince. Your uncle failed to capture you twice, failed to capture or eliminate Clara, and has failed to eliminate you through underhanded means if this Drazen assault is of caste and make. We may not know what happened to Princes Giovanni and Alexander, but as long as you are free and able to fight for your rightful throne, we shall strive onwards, my liege. Your confidence and trust in me reassure me, Redford. You served my father proudly, and now you serve me with that same unquestionable diligence. He would be pleased, the prince said, giving the gray-haired man a faint, appreciative smile. Several minutes passed in relative silence as the weight weighed upon them. Suddenly the prince stiffened. Speak, Admiral, he said, receiving a direct message from Admiral Damien. Opening a link with Redford and Juliana, the three heard the Admiral's words intently. My liege, my comm officers have confirmed that the intensity of the Drazen jammers and scramblers has reduced by a considerable margin. It is not enough to enable long-range communications, but our sensor sweep area has been increased substantially. We are detecting Woodshaft within sensor range, and I can confirm that it is under siege, and a small defensive fleet has been deployed and is protecting Woodshaft. However, most curiously, there are no signs of enemy ships near the station, Admiral Damien reported. Where are they, then? Those monsters wouldn't let up a prized hunting ground without any good reason, Redford said, frowning deeply. I can't be sure, Commander Redford, but sensors are detecting a barely perceptible signature at the edge of our current capabilities. 3 ships. No, wait. There's a 4th heat signature moving away from the rest of the ships. Its vector indicates that is moving away from Woodshaft with no clear destination in mind. The Admiral paused for a moment, then in a more serious tone continued. My liege, if I am correct, the leading vessel is a black ship. I can't detect the mass of the object, only a faint heat signature. The other 3 ships are Drazen-made. A black ship running away from their allies? The prince asked out loud before anyone could jump to conclusions. Why would the Drazen obey prey? Is it possible that this black ship is fighting them? Redford crossed his arms. A most probable scenario, my liege. If the aliens diverted their attention from their main goal to deal with a single ship, then that gives us time to bring aid. Juliana, you have my permission to go. Send in your Marines and boarders. Lead the assault and take 10 of our remaining Royal Marines as your escort and elite assault unit. The remaining 10 Royal Marines shall be more than enough to protect me. Support Woodshaft, save as many as you can, and rescue our sisters. Burn those abominations to ash, the prince ordered. My prince! Juliana saluted, turned, and quickly made her way out of the war room. Redford, send out your fighters to the black ship. It must be the one that escaped the battle. Order your fighters to disable or cripple it if they refuse to surrender. The prince paused. On second thought, Redford, lead them, but avoid fighting yourself. I need someone I can trust completely to act as my eyes, ears, and voice involving the chance to capture such a vessel. I hear and I obey, my prince. It shall be done, Redford replied, saluting and then moving to leave. I shall return to you, my liege. As Redford left, the prince turned around again, his attention on the black screens. A second later, a rough depiction of the Exalted Virtue's tactical display appeared on it. He focused on it for what felt like forever as he watched his ragtag fleet approaching Woodshaft at a steady pace. He received a near-simultaneous report that both Juliana and Redford had left the Exalted Virtue to fulfill his orders. A chime alerted him that someone was outside the door and wished to enter. Connecting to the surveillance system, he saw that Lukacs Ishtal was standing outside the room, while 5 Royal Marines wearing their regular combat armor guarded each side of the hallway. 2 of them moved to flank Lukacs. With a thought, he opened the door. My prince, I bring news regarding our problem regarding the traitors among our numbers, Lukacs said firmly. The prince turned to face the dignified, slim, tall, blonde man and studied his expression for a split second. He was as focused as always, but his eyes, despite cybernetic, revealed he had something serious to tell him in person. Leave us, he commanded, and the two Royal Marines left without fail. Speak, Lukacs. My prince, the QEC, has been found, Lukacs revealed without hesitation. I could not entrust the network with such information. I had to come and inform you personally of this development. The prince nodded, his expression impassive and forever dignified. Internally, he was both disappointed and angered at the same time. Hoping against hope, he held to the chance that such a thing wasn't possible. But now that he heard confirmation that there were traitors among his closest loyal subjects, he didn't know which emotion was stronger. Show it to me, he commanded. My liege, Lukacs replied, saluting. The wood was hard but familiar. The bark had many splinters, and the edge